Take a look at this. This kid with the backpack. Facing him are two hulking bald thugs. You can tell at a glance they are bad news. Clearly, something's about to go south. That night, a woman's scream suddenly rings out, deep inside a dark alleyway, only to hear a man's sleazy laugh, speaking in a raspy voice. Heh heh. How did you know? Hearing a woman scream really gets me going. I am not the bad guy here. The real bad guy is your old man who took everyone's money and bailed. What? Did you think someone was coming to save you? Just then, the sound of footsteps echoes. They turn around to see a young couple. Looking nervous, the two turn to leave immediately. The woman hesitates, wondering if she should call the police. Are you crazy? Those guys are gangsters. If we call the cops, they will come for us. Someone else will call it in. Let us just mind our own business. With that, the two quickly hurry away. The man in the floral shirt prepares to continue. The woman is helpless and desperate, trembling uncontrollably from fear. Excuse me. Hey, uncles. Uncles. The sudden voice interrupts the man in the floral shirt. He looks back. Our protagonist, wearing glasses and a backpack, makes his entrance. The two bald lackeys look at the small kid with pure contempt. You do not belong here, kid. Beat it while I am still in a good mood. Before he can finish his sentence, a kick whistles through the air, striking his knee joint. The bald guy collapses in a daze. Another strike slices through the air. While still reeling, the bald guy takes a heavy blow to the gut. A kick sends him flying. He slams hard against the wall. He is practically dented into the bricks. The other two are completely stunned. While they are still spacing out, he launches into a flying kick. A knee strike right to the face, totally styling on them. After another one hits the deck, the floral shirt man does not have time to be shocked. He hauls ass to get out of there, but not without throwing out a parting threat. Do you have any idea who I am? You are dead meat, kid. The girl who was just rescued can't stop thanking him, still catching her breath. She looks up to say something, only to see this guy, with a wicked, excited grin on his face, sprinting away at full speed. The floral shirt man is still fleeing. Are high schoolers these days all this terrifying? As soon as he says it, fast footsteps approach from behind. The kid is actually chasing him down. WH. Why won't you let me go? Was saving the girl not enough for you? Damn it. Open the door. Hurry. The floral shirt man is about to reach his hideout. Yoon Jae-min is still hot on his heels. The people inside look confused, having no idea what is happening. The floral shirt man screams at the top of his lungs. Get the boys together, now. Move it. Then he vanishes inside like a puff of smoke. Our lead, Yoon Jae-min, finally comes to a halt. He stands at the entrance, looking in. The place is packed with gangsters holding knives and clubs. They are all wearing sinister, evil smirks, like a lamb to the slaughter. Lee Han-kyung, meanwhile, lowered her head and took off her glasses. The punks inside were still feeling smug and clueless. But suddenly, the vibe shifted. As Lee Han-kyung removed her glasses, her expression flipped into a state of pure frenzy. Then she charged right in. The sound of a brutal brawl echoed through the building. In the penthouse office, the man in the floral shirt noticed the noise outside had died down. I guess they have finished him off by now. Boys, bring him in. Before he could finish, the door came flying straight at him. What the hell? What did I ever do to you? You stepped on my foot. The floral-shirted boss tried to explain himself, but then he saw the footprint and realized the protagonist had actually stepped on it himself. Before he could utter a word, he was sent flying by a single kick. You are asking why I have gone this far. A year ago, I was actually a completely different person. Take this boy in glasses buried in his books. You think he is just some nerd. Actually, he is a combat prodigy with maxed out stats. A fighting genius who has mastered every martial art to perfection. In his mid-teens, he had already mastered Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do. He could easily use the fitness equipment in the park to pull off countless high-difficulty maneuvers. Even against a thug who trained in Muay Thai for 3 years, he handled it with effortless ease. One punch was enough to teach him a lesson in humility. Yet our lead's only goal was to be a good student, even though his parents hired tutors for him. Having no talent for academics, after years of tutoring, his grades still would not budge. He was stuck firmly at second to last in class. But for the sake of his dream, he did not give up. After graduation, he enrolled in a vocational high school, known as a breeding ground for elite thugs. Every student there was a seasoned street fighter. Rather than calling it a school, it was more like a gathering spot for hoodlums, where your rank was decided by raw power. But this did not stop him from trying to study hard. He even wanted to start a study group here. Just then, a pack of delinquents approached him, led by the class top dog, Lee Yun-woo. They were strutting around campus, smoking openly. No teacher dared to cross their path, but clearly the new female teacher did not know the rules. She stood right in front of the punks. Smoking is bad for your health, students. For your own sake, please put those out. Predictably, the lead delinquent was furious. He slapped her right then and there. Even the principal can't touch us. Who do you think you are? The teacher was left in total shock. A student striking a teacher in school was unheard of. The thugs only grew more arrogant. What? Never seen a student hit a teacher before. Stop it, let us just go. But this only made the punks double down. They were about to get even more physical with her. Ha ha ha. But Yoon Jae-min, witnessing this from the shadows, could not sit still, because this female teacher was the very tutor who had taught him for 2 years. Back then, no matter how slow he was, she never once complained. She always encouraged him, saying he could do it. Finally, Yoon Jae-min stepped out under everyone's gaze. He took off his jacket and draped it over the teacher. Things are about to get messy, and if my clothes get dirty, my mom will never hear the end of it. When the thugs saw this nerd dared to interfere, they all started cracking their knuckles. The punk in black led the charge, aiming a kick straight at Yoon Jae-min, but he did not expect the boy to catch him off guard. The other thugs thought their buddy was just being careless, and laughed mockingly at him. It seems they still do not realize how serious this situation is. Right then, a second thug charges in. He throws a straight punch right at the protagonist's face. Meanwhile, our lead falls into a memory. Ever since he was a kid, he has been obsessed with martial arts. His favorite thing to do was watch martial arts videos. He had already mastered Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do through study, to test his combat skills. He even stepped into the professional ring, but because his mother always opposed this passion, he had no choice but to study it in secret. Back to the present. With one Jeet Kune Do move, Yoon Jae-min takes down the charging thug. He then strikes a classic Bruce Lee pose. He gestures a challenge to the leader of the punks. The leader quickly charges at Jae-min as well. Jae-min executes a 180-degree backflip, finishing with a kick. He then lands perfectly on his feet. The entire sequence was smooth as silk. Thud. The thug is beaten so badly he is foaming at the mouth. The girl nearby watches, absolutely stunned. So that is why this guy's grades are so bad. Turns out all his talent points went into fighting. Before she can even process what happened, Jae-min reaches out his hand to her. Teacher, I take back what I said earlier about you leaving. Please do not give up on us. By the way, can you keep tutoring me? And just like that, word of Jae-min's exploit quickly reaches the ears of the local big shots. They do not believe he actually has that kind of strength. Even if he does, they will make sure he gets kicked out of school. This delinquent student has a terrifying talent for violence. Whether it is Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, or the mastery of various weapons, he has already maxed out his stats. If he joined the underworld, he would definitely be the top dog. But all he really wants is to study in peace. Today, like any other day, he is doing intense training in the neighborhood. Then he times it perfectly to sneak back and pretend he is asleep. Sure enough, a moment later, his mom comes in to wake him up. Jae-min adjusts his glasses. He is determined to study hard today. Since he lacks natural academic talent, if he wants to get into college, he has to take the first step, and that is to find a study partner who is college-bound. Jae-min looks around the classroom. First, the guy yawning over there. He is already ready to sleep through class, so he is a no-go. And the one giggling at a novel, definitely not. Soon, Jae-min notices a student named Kim Se-yeon. He is already buried in his books before class even starts. Looking at that focus, Se-yeon is exactly the person he is looking for. So, Jae-min tries to greet him every single day. But every time, Se-yeon completely ignores him. Because at first glance, Jae-min does not look like a good student. But despite the cold shoulder, Jae-min remains persistent. Right now, Se-yeon is washing his hands. It is not that he does not want to help Jae-min study. But in a school like this, helping someone study just makes you stand out way too much. It is an easy way to become a target for the bullies. Suddenly, someone taps him on the shoulder. Se-yeon thinks it is Jae-min haunting him again. He is about to tell him to get lost, but the person standing there is not Jae-min. Instead, it is someone notorious among the thugs. Park Jae-wong, a guy who holds his own in the school hierarchy. He just wants to use Se-yeon's clothes to wipe his hands. Se-yeon's heart tightens in his chest. He knows if he messes with this guy, he is dead meat. Elsewhere, Lee Han-kyung is being scolded by the principal in the office, because on her very first day, someone already broke a window, in an office full of colleagues. She is deeply humiliated by the principal's shouting, but as she leaves the principal's office, Han-kyung has become completely disillusioned with education at this school. She had already reported the thugs smoking on campus before, but both the teachers and the principal said there was nothing they could do. What is she supposed to do now? Just then, a loud smack interrupts her thoughts. It is Se-yeon being bullied by thugs in the equipment room. Before all of this happened, Kim Se-yeon had already been enduring relentless bullying for who knows how long. But those punks continue to use the most vicious methods imaginable, constantly tormenting Kim Se-yeon without end. Meanwhile, even though Lee Han-kyung witnessed the scene, seeing her own student being treated like trash, watching her student get cornered and beaten, after what happened last time, she was fuming but did not dare speak up. She knew that when things like this happened at this school, she was completely powerless to stop it. But just as she was kneeling on the ground, filled with regret over her own helplessness, a pair of strong hands suddenly pulled her up. It was our protagonist, who just arrived. Teacher, the floor is too dirty. That is right, he had actually come to ask Kim Se-yeon for some study help. He could not find him anywhere, which is why he ended up searching all the way here. Yoon Jae-min clenched his fists and said, "Don't worry. Se-yeon is one of the very few students here who actually has the ambition to get into university. If he ends up transferring schools because of this, my study group is going to be in serious trouble." The bullied Kim Se-yeon was sprawled on the floor at this moment, desperately apologizing over and over. The endless beating he would taken left him so choked up he could barely get a word out. Just as Jae-min was about to step forward, he was held back by Lee Han-kyung. She would not allow him to get into another fight like he did yesterday. Violence is not the answer to every problem. But Jae-min did not pull his hand away from her. Instead, he just turned his head and gave a playful smirk. "Then as long as I do not actually fight, we are good, right?" As he spoke, he grabbed a fire extinguisher from the equipment room. With one light squeeze, the entire room was instantly filled with a thick cloud of white powder. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabbed Kim Se-yeon and bolted. As expected, this move left the teacher completely stunned once again. Well, technically, he did not throw a single punch. But was this really the best way to handle it? She is truly the most kind-hearted teacher I have ever seen. Because yesterday, after Jae-min rescued Kim Se-yeon from those bullies and left the equipment room a total disaster with the extinguisher, she took advantage of her free periods in the morning to clean up the entire mess by herself for him. Since Jae-min had always appeared right on time whenever she was in danger, this was the only way she could think of to pay him back. But she had to move fast. If that fierce dean of students found out, things would get very ugly. And as luck would have it, the dean of students showed up right then. When the dean saw the white powder all over the equipment, he immediately decided to hunt down and punish the troublemaker. To protect Jae-min from getting in trouble, she mustered up her courage to take the blame herself. Just at that moment, a young man happened to walk by. He spoke up, saying he knew exactly who was responsible. "I saw who did it." The boy pulled down his hood and said, "I am sorry, teacher. Actually, it was me." This statement left Lee Han-kyung completely shocked. A million questions raced through her mind. Who on earth is this kid? Why would he go out of his way to bail her out? Moreover, as soon as the dean saw the boy, his anger miraculously evaporated. He even started acting incredibly respectful toward him. It was bizarre, he was practically bowing to the kid. This made her even more curious. Just what is this young man's background? Cut to another scene. Jae-min is in the classroom, trying to study. Kim Se-yeon suggests he should just give up already. He has never seen anyone so hopeless at academics. Even with the simplest questions, Jae-min does not have a clue. He is completely lost, like a fish out of water. But at the same time, Kim Se-yeon is puzzled. Jae-min's combat skills are out of this world. With his physical talent, any athletic career would suit him perfectly. So why is he so obsessed with hitting the books? The discouraged Jae-min replied weakly, sounding quite defeated. "Well, you know, because I heard that a strong will resides in a strong body." Thinking that this would improve his grades, he only just started studying. Even our protagonist himself is sighing in frustration, wondering why he is so slow on the uptake. Though Kim Se-yeon keeps telling him to just give up, deep down he finds this guy quite interesting. He even takes the initiative to bring out the notes he made during his own school days. They contain every bit of 9th grade math knowledge. Everything from the textbooks and beyond is in here. This is basically his all-powerful Bible. Kim Se-yeon confidently declares that if Yoon Jae-min uses this, he can at least upgrade from a total moron to a regular one. Hearing that he could become regular, Jae-min's eyes light up with hope. But just then a stool suddenly slams into Jae-min's head. It is the guy who got thrashed by Jae-min yesterday. Park Jae-wong is back for revenge. Today, he is determined to teach this bookworm a lesson he won't forget, proving that he is not someone to be messed with. Jae-min's head is already injured now. Blood keeps trickling down from his forehead. Blood continues to flow down from the wound. The blood just won't stop dripping. Then Park Jae-wong notices the notes dropped on the floor. Seeing Jae-min's panicked expression, he guesses this must be something the guy treasures. Park Jae-wong pulls out a lighter, threatening to set the notebook on fire. The flickering flame of the lighter is a warning. He is literally playing with fire here, but he lights it anyway, and carelessly tosses it aside. Jae-min tries to save it, but it is already too late. The scene shifts. The principal is currently busy nosing the school inspector. They ignore all the fighting going on in the school, putting all their effort into sucking up to their superiors. As they walk along, the inspector suddenly notices Lee Han-kyung, who is cleaning up. He approaches and stares at her intensely for a long time. He feels like this girl looks strangely familiar. The principal, however, is terrified that the inspector will notice the cigarette butts in the trash. He hurriedly tries to lead the inspector elsewhere. Right then, a student comes running over. A student suddenly rushes toward them. It is Kim Se-yeon, who escaped the classroom amidst the chaos. He anxiously shouts that something terrible has happened. He looks incredibly distressed. The classroom is on fire. Hearing this, the principal does not take immediate action. Instead, he chooses to keep pleasing the inspector first. He first glares at Kim Se-yeon. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about, kid?" Then he turns back to the inspector and says, "It is just a student playing a prank, because if there really were a fire, and the fire alarm did not go off, an inspection of the faulty fire facilities would lead to very serious consequences." He tries to lead the inspector away to another area. "These kids. Let us go look somewhere else. They are so mischievous, Inspector. Let us ignore these antics and move on." He tells the dean to handle the situation quickly, but this disgusting behavior only makes one lose all hope. Is a place like this really supposed to be a school? Lee Han-kyung and Se-yeon quickly run toward the classroom, but by the time they arrive, it is already too late, because the moment those notes turned to ash, a demonic expression appeared on Jae-min's face. At this moment, Se-yeon already has a premonition that a terrifying disaster is about to strike. Look closely at this man. By this time next year, the grass on his grave will be 3 feet high. He actually dared to burn the study notes that Kim Se-yeon gave to Jae-min. Damn it, the dark side within Jae-min has completely erupted. He remembers the proud look on Se-yeon's face when he handed over the notes. The bridge is burned. He recalls how proud Se-yeon was to help him, thinking back to Se-yeon's genuine pride in those notes, and how he told him that with these, he could go from being a total blockhead to just a regular one. Finally, someone was actually willing to help him. Yet something that important was burned to ashes right before his eyes. The help I received was destroyed right in front of me. Even so, our protagonist gave the thug one last chance. He demanded the punk apologize to Kim Se-yeon, but the thug remained incredibly arrogant. He claimed Yoon Jae-min would be the next thing to burn. Hearing that, Jae-min finally made up his mind. He had to teach this piece of trash a real lesson. Soon enough, the thug rushed in, practically begging for a beatdown. Jae-min extended his leg for a quick trip. He closed the distance and landed a heavy punch. Boom. Then followed up with a lightning-fast combo. But give the punk credit for his guts. He actually dared to stand up and provoke him again. He grabbed the burning backpack and hurled it at Jae-min. But Jae-min's next move was even more shocking. He used his foot to catch the backpack with pinpoint precision. With a graceful leg sweep, he traced an arc of fire in the air. At this moment, the thug was internally screaming, "This psycho. How is he even doing this?" He was greeted by a face-rearranging kick. Kim Se-yeon and Ms. Lee Han-kyung soon arrived at the classroom door. They just happened to see Park Jae-wong flying out of the room. He had been beaten so badly even his own mother would not recognize him. Jae-min, having lost his cool, charged out after him. "Slap, don't you dare pass out yet, you scumbag. Apologize to Se-yeon first." Kim Se-yeon and Ms. Lee were completely dumbfounded by the scene. Jae-min was about to tell his teacher not to worry, that he was fine, but before he could finish his sentence, he turned his head and saw the dean standing right there, assaulting a student plus arson. "What is your name?" The vice principal, who just rushed over, was so scared he fell to his knees, babbling incoherently. His school was absolutely finished now. Soon, Jae-min was called to the principal's office to await his punishment. Students who heard the news gathered around to watch the drama. Not only did he set the classroom on fire, Yoon Jae-min also thrashed Park Jae-wong from the Yeonbaek gang. Man, Jae-min has become a legend in the school for all the wrong reasons. Meanwhile, Jae-min was deeply regretting his impulsiveness. "I am not going to get expelled, am I? How am I supposed to face my mom if that happens?" Suddenly, a movement in the room made Jae-min jump. It turned out to be Kim Se-yeon, who had come to check on him. Jae-min told him to leave immediately. Staying here would only get him in trouble too. But Se-yeon's next words warmed Jae-min's heart more than anything. "If my study group leader is being wrongly punished, then as a member, of course I have to show up." Se-yeon could not help but nag Jae-min. Wasn't it all just over a notebook? Was it really worth being that reckless? Jae-min immediately replied, "Because those were the notes you worked so hard on. The handwriting in that book was so neat and organized. You must have put so much effort into them back then. The thought of all your hard work turning into ash. It just made me incredibly angry." These words left Se-yeon touched and speechless once again. At this moment, he had completely accepted Jae-min as a friend. Seeing this, Se-yeon scratched his cheek shyly. "I will be counting on you from now on." Just then, the vice principal and others burst into the room aggressively. Without even asking for the full story, he started berating Jae-min mercilessly, and just to suck up to the dean, he casually handed Jae-min his expulsion notice. Jae-min's heart sank into utter despair. He had worked so hard for this chance to study. He had even finally made friends to study with, and now it was all over just like that. This scene drove Ms. Lee to the brink of fury. Was Jae-min really the one in the wrong here? Or was it this school that gives up on its students so easily? Ms. Lee is about to have her most iconic moment in the series. Have you ever seen a school as disgusting as this? No one cares about the bullying and fighting. Who do you think you are? No one cares when there is a brawl. Fights and brawls everywhere, no one cares. Bullying and school violence are just daily business. And when things go south, it is always the weak who take the fall. At this moment, Yoon Jae-min has already been given an expulsion notice. He is completely broken inside. The vice principal, having handed down the punishment, walks away with the school inspector. I am telling you, keep walking with him. I said, keep walking with that school inspector. So easily. They decided a student's fate. They just decided a student's fate with a flick of the pen. Finally, Lee Han-kyung bravely steps up. Even though her body is trembling with fear, she still screams at the top of her lungs. The real problem is this school. This school has lost its way long ago. Just to please the school inspector, you have easily destroyed a kid's future. As an educator, the priority should not be the power you hold, but the eyes of the students. At the very least, I won't give up on a student as easily as you do. She speaks, ignoring the risk of losing her job. Every word hitting like a hammer. It is this school that is fundamentally wrong. She still remembers when she urged Yoon Jae-min not to fight. Guilt makes her hands tremble nonstop. She knows that in a place where only the strong survive, what other choice do they have besides using violence to stop violence? Seeing her determined gaze, the school inspector finally remembers something. The school inspector finally recalls him. No wonder he recognizes this teacher. No wonder she looks so familiar to him. No wonder he finds this teacher so familiar. Everything makes sense now. This teacher looks familiar. The school inspector chuckles. She is not like the others. Lee Han-kyung, the top scorer of the national teaching exam. Upon hearing this, the vice principal beside the inspector and the student are all stunned. The teacher, they are all left speechless in shock. They all stare with their mouths wide open in disbelief. The teaching exam prodigy herself. The vice principal still can't believe it. The topper of the teaching exams. Why would she come to teach at a school like this? But the school inspector remembers everything clearly. At last year's national teaching exam, this very teacher passed in first place. But due to personal reasons, she declined the registration. Lee Han-kyung, is this the place you said you wanted to change? The vice principal at this moment, the vice principal, right now, is stunned by what is unfolding before his eyes. The vice principal certainly did not let anyone down. He remains as disappointing as ever. The vice principal really lives up to his reputation of being a failure. He keeps proving he is absolutely hopeless. He carries on trying to lecture and belittle her, but she does not even care what the vice principal is saying. At this moment, she thinks of the student she wants to help study. She even organized a study group. That is right. She is going to build a study group at this school, together with student Yoon Jae-min. The vice principal is still trying to get in her way. The school inspector thinks for a moment, completely ignoring the vice principal's objections. He decides that is how it will be, and he instructs that the teacher must be Lee Han-kyung. Vice principal, if you try to stop this again, should I report the fire alarm issue first, or what? Just like that. Not only is Yoon Jae-min's expulsion cancelled, but the study group is successfully established. But the school inspector walking out looks grim. He was originally planning to shut this school down. But with Lee Han-kyung here, things have become complicated. A voice rings out from behind. It is the kid in the hoodie who helped Lee Han-kyung out of the tight spot earlier. Right then, he was wiping the blood off his hands. Turns out he was Lee Han-kyung, the dean's son. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the infirmary, a thug stared at the scene, shook to his core. In the corner was the guy the lead just brutally worked over. He was so messed up, you could not even tell who did what to him. In the car, Lee Han-kyung said calmly, making the students who mess up take responsibility. Isn't that what a school is supposed to do? The dean was not having it, and he was not about to let this school get a happy ending. Trying to study at a school full of punks is hard enough. Trying to actually learn in a place crawling with troublemakers is basically impossible. The lead got forced into fights with them every single day, which made the students at school, the kids there, misunderstand him more and more. Their misunderstanding just kept getting worse. Little by little, rumors painted him as some wannabe school tyrant. At the same time, he and the teacher were planning a study group. They wanted the students at school to actually start loving studying. All right, the notice is going up on the school bulletin wall right now. The notice went straight onto the school bulletin wall. If you want to study, the notice is posted on the school bulletin wall. The notice was posted on the school bulletin wall, but once the students watching realized the lead was behind it, the rumors got more unhinged by the minute. They said the freshman, who had only been here a month, beat the Yeonbaek gang's bully senseless. How is a guy that violent supposed to study? They only assumed the lead was using the study group as a front to recruit followers, or he was looking for people to use as punching bags. Some even said he was starting trouble on purpose. In a school this chaotic, how could something like a study group even be allowed to exist? And the lead, clueless about all of it, was still browsing a bookstore with Ms. Lee. To help him study, she found a mountain of textbooks, but when she turned around, he was gone. Turns out he had found a one-on-one interview book, a Bruce Lee edition. He thought it would actually help with studying. Bruce Lee. He really thought it would help him study. So Ms. Lee had no choice but to buy that book too. Ms. Lee had no choice but to buy it as well. So Ms. Lee ended up buying that book too. She promised she would turn him into a top student, and patted his head, saying warmly, "Jaemin, I am counting on you from here on out. Let's do this together. Let's go." After buying the books, before they knew it, it was already night. Ms. Lee headed home in a great mood, but just as she was about to open her front door, what she saw made her freeze in place. The door to her home was already open. A few thugs were inside. Somehow they had found out her address, and broke into her place. Meanwhile, on the other side, the lead was strolling home, then suddenly started rummaging through the shopping bag in panic. The Bruce Lee interview book he just bought was gone. Did he leave it in Ms. Lee's bag and forget to take it? If he did not get it back, he would not see that book again until Monday. Fine, he would just go to M's. Lee's place and get it. At M's. Lee's home, she was being bullied by those thugs. They wanted to leave her with a scar she could never erase. So she would never be able to be a teacher again. You know this, right, teacher? Calling the cops is useless, because the police only show up after things go down. In a sealed-off room like this, no one would notice no matter how much she screamed. Just then, the door opened unexpectedly. A shadow appeared in the doorway. It was Lee Han-kyung in a Lucheng Vocational High School uniform. Ms. Lee recognized him right away. Wasn't he the hooded boy who helped her out last time? How did Lee Han-kyung find this place? But none of that matters now, because in a second, this annoying little pest will be dealt with. But as the thug rushed in, Yoon Jae-min knocked him out cold with a single punch. The thug was knocked out by Yoon Jae-min's punch. But as the thug rushed in, Yeon Jae-min knocked him out cold with a single punch. The thug finally realized, this guy did not just happen to pass by. He clearly came prepared. But it does not matter. He knows the kid's weakness. The thug landed a punch squarely on Yoon Jae-min's side. As expected, Yoon Jae-min was immediately in agony. He knew that if he just targeted Yoon Jae-min's right side, he would not be able to handle the pain. And with that, he threw another punch. By now, Yoon Jae-min was struggling to stay on his feet. There was a major incident back in middle school, though hardly anyone should know about it. To think that this thug would know so much. Could it be that he knows about that day? But there was no time to dwell on that now. He had to find a way to get the teacher out of there first. Seeing Yoon Jae-min shatter the window on the roof, he took the opportunity to get the girl outside. But the thug did not seem too fazed. So that is how it is. No wonder. That is why Yeonbaek gang leader had us split into two groups. Meanwhile, on the other side, the protagonist noticed. The teacher was not picking up the phone, no matter how many times he called. He immediately looked downcast. The teacher would not have gone to bed this early, would she? Or is it? She does not want to take my call. It would not be very polite to go to her place now, right? But Lee the Dragon, I really want to see him. And in the middle of his struggle, he ran into the running thug. Just as he mentioned finding Lee Han-kyung, the protagonist looked tense upon hearing that. Did something happen to the teacher? The boy holding the girl, acting all arrogant, with just one word can make countless thugs obey him blindly. Right. He is the thug boss of Lucheng Vocational High School, Pai Yin-woo. He wants to destroy what the protagonist cherishes, turning the protagonist into trash just like them. Once you get a taste of power, you will become a venomous snake that feeds on others' misfortune, just like that time at the Kusheng Emperor. At this moment, the girl was already surrounded by a group of thugs. Fortunately, Park Jae-wong was there to protect her. At that moment, another thug recognized Park Jae-wong. Just thinking about Park Jae-wong made his blood boil. Back then, he had only stolen money from a lower-grade student, and was severely beaten up by Park Jae-wong. He even made him kneel for those pieces of trash. But at that time, Park Jae-wong held the second rank at Sichuan Middle School, so he dared not cross him. But this was his chance. As he watched the thug kick towards Park Jae-wong had already prepared a club hidden behind him. His leg. Sure enough, small fries are just small fries no matter what they do. Although Park Jae-wong is great at fighting, it was tough when outnumbered, and each of the enemies was armed. The girl felt a bit anxious. Are these really high school students? Just as the girl was looking for a chance to call for help, she turned back and saw the thug from the private house. And on the other side, Park Jae-wong, still being beaten by the group of thugs, could not fend for himself anymore. There was no one left to save her. As she saw the thug's hand raised again, the girl closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the violence to come. But the next second, the thug's movement suddenly stopped. The thug was a bit dazed. It was the protagonist behind him, grabbing his hat. Are you hard of hearing or just stupid? I am not talking to you. Did you stop? The punks lying on the floor are already confused. Why is this freak here? But he never expected that. This all started because of a Bruce Lee interview. The tide turned once Yoon Jae-min arrived. Terrified by the beatings, the punks do not dare to make a move. Yoon Jae-min calmly asks the teacher, "What happened?" While Yoon Jae-min is talking, a punk signals to his partner. A punk signals to his partner. The other punk gives a slight nod. Meanwhile, the teacher and Yoon Jae-min are still worried about Park Jae-wong's safety. They are going all in, gambling their everything. The two punks seize the chance to charge at Yoon Jae-min. Strength in numbers, right, but in the next second, he kicks them away one by one. They say there is strength in numbers, but there are always exceptions. Yes, there are always exceptions, but there are always exceptions. The sight of Yoon Jae-min easily taking care of the two punks is seen by Park Jae-wong. Who is this guy? Just as Park Jae-wong is caught off guard, a punk hits Park Jae-wong in the gut with a chain. A punk hits Park Jae-wong in the gut with a chain. Haha, as Park Jae-wong winces in pain. The other punk raises his club, ready for a sneak attack. But the expected strike never comes, because that punk is kicked away by Yoon Jae-min. Then Yoon Jae-min picks up that punk's club, and uses it to catch the other punk's chain. With a sharp tug, he pulls the chain from the thug's hand. Park Jae-wong is stunned. What is this guy doing, grabbing these things? Is he trying to disarm them? Wait. Do not tell me he's going to. Right, and at this moment, a thug stealthily picks up a bottle. Sure, you have some moves, kid, but even the strongest fighters fall to a sneak attack, right? But by now, Yoon Jae-min is already set with his weapon. He perfectly shatters the punk's bottle. That is right, Yoon Jae-min's weapon is the nunchucks Bruce Lee loved to use. Meanwhile, back home, Mom sees the schedule Yoon Jae-min wrote. A proud smile. I wonder if he has finished what he wrote on here. What is this last line? Practice nunchucks. Jae-wong, I heard you transferred from the States, so your English must be amazing. Surrounded by punks, Yoon Jae-min slowly says, are you guys interested in joining our study group? Even though Park Jae-wong is baffled, he still warns Yoon Jae-min. Now is not the time to be talking about that. Yoon Jae-min just hands his shopping bag to Park Jae-wong, asking him to hold it for a moment. Park Jae-wong takes it involuntarily, but later he realizes, this guy, he is not planning to take them all on by himself, is he? This man has an insane gift for fighting, an invincible presence in this school of thugs. But ignorance is bliss. Some punks are still trying to test Yoon Jae-min's skills. Yoon Jae-min is forced to take out what he was planning to practice with today. Nunchucks. Having real opponents is clearly more effective than practicing alone. Soon, the punks rush toward Yoon Jae-min. Yoon Jae-min strikes a classic Bruce Lee pose. Then he tries all of Bruce Lee's techniques. On the punks, another human punching bag rushes at Yoon Jae-min. With a flick, he snaps the nunchucks open and stops the punk's weapon. He strips the weapon away from the punk. He turns around and delivers a kick. Another punk down. And this one gets his neck locked by Yoon Jae-min. The male lead puts the last thug in a chokehold. He tightly grips the last punk's neck. The thug is trapped in his iron grip. The last gangster is completely restrained. With a powerful downward yank, the thug gets up close and personal with the pavement. And just like that, amidst the screams of the punks, Yoon Jae-min stylishly twirls his nunchucks and finishes the job, leaving nothing but a pile of groaning thugs on the floor. This was not even a fight. They were not on the same level. Yet Jae-min is still criticizing the nunchucks in his hand. The quality is so cheap, not even worth using for practice. At this moment, Park Jae-wong has lost count of how many times he has been shocked today. He would heard Jae-min took down the previous leader in one shot. But this guy is just ridiculously overpowered. The girl rushes over, clearly worried about the lead. She asks him if he is hurt anywhere. But honestly, those low-level thugs did not even manage to touch his clothes, did they? Suddenly, a loud crash rings out. One of the thugs just got smashed with a wine bottle. Now, Park Jae-wong is stepping on the thug. Since you admitted you know about that incident, there is no way I am letting you off the hook. That is right, it happened a few years ago. The random killing spree in the East District. Since you are a lackey for the Yeonbaek gang, there is no way you do not know about it. This crowbar is what you used to break into people's homes. You use this very tool to pry doors open. The reason home security was not perfect back then was because the whole system relied on one promise, and that was, don't break into people's private homes. Since you dared to break the rules, are you prepared to have your own jaw pried open? Saying this, Park Jae-wong raises the crowbar high. He stares at the thug's terrified expression. What is wrong? When you were breaking into houses, didn't you have even this much resolve? Just as the crowbar is about to swing down, Jae-min reaches out and stops the weapon just in time. That is enough for now. There is no need to take it this far. I do not know why you are so angry, but this is crossing the line. Park Jae-wong simply pulls off his hood and says coldly, what could you possibly understand? My mother is dead, damn it. I told you to get lost. Don't you dare get in my way. Upon hearing those words, Jae-min stands there frozen. His mother's death is connected to Lee Yeon-woo. Jae-min's face turns pale, his pupils shrinking instantly. Wait, are you saying she was murdered? The feeling of losing a mother to a killer is unimaginable. Jae-min remains silent. Park Jae-wong continues to warn him not to interfere. But then, Jae-min suddenly releases his grip on the crowbar. The next second, he he lands a brutal punch right on the thug's face. In a fit of rage, he grabs Li Yunwu by the collar and pins him violently against the wall. Was it you? Did you kill her? The lead has completely lost his cool. He demands the thug answer him immediately. At this moment, Jae-min is ready to kill. Even Park Jae-wong did not expect this. Jae-min's reaction is far more extreme than he imagined. Park Jae-wong is so startled by Jae-min's outburst that he actually snaps back to his senses. I do not know if you are playing dumb or if you are just stupid. You do not seriously think this piece of trash could actually be a murderer, do you? No matter how you look at him, he is just a low-life thug. He does not have the guts to kill anyone. Jae-wong just wanted to squeeze out the name of the mastermind. In this school, most of these punks are just pawns for Pai Han-yu. He probably had some dirt caught on him and ended up being Pai Han-yu's puppet. The male lead slowly regains his composure. He pauses to think carefully for a moment. He finally remembers the name Pai Han-yu. That is right. That thug mentioned it before. If I mess this up, Big Brother Han-yu will definitely kill me. But why on earth did Han-yu send him to do this kind of dirty work? Meanwhile, Park Jae-wong is seriously worried about the protagonist's IQ. It is obvious they are coming straight for him, and yet he still has the nerve to stand there asking why. Looks like it will be hard for the two of us to ever get close now. But the protagonist does not see it that way. He stares at Park Jae-wong's retreating figure. Even though he looks like a quiet, scholarly type on the outside, he is actually a ruthless piece of work. He is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. But in my eyes, it is more like he is wearing an outfit that just does not fit. After the incident ended, the girl glares at the thugs in front of her with an intimidating aura. She stares them down with a powerful presence. I do not know. Just when did these kids start to change? They are like puppets being pulled by someone else's strings. She makes a decision. She is determined to dig up the person behind all of this. Who would have thought our overpowered protagonist would actually get so flustered just to meet a girl? His whole face is turning bright red from shyness. It turns out the principal just caused a major headache. He is forcing the protagonist to find enough members for a study group within 2 weeks. They need exactly 5 people. If they do not meet the requirement on time, the school will officially pull the plug on the study group. Hearing this news, Yoon Jae-min and Kim Se-yeon were so shocked they literally screamed out loud. Trying to find 3 more students in a school like this. Easier said than done. But then, the protagonist suddenly remembers something. It seems someone has already contacted him, but that person's identity is quite special, mainly because it is a girl. You see, even though this is a co-ed school, the male and female classes are strictly separated. So, some of the boys go through the entire semester without ever exchanging a single word with a girl. Of course, the protagonist and Kim Se-yeon, those 2 eternal single dogs, are no exception to that rule. Right now, the protagonist is pacing indecisively with Kim Se-yeon in front of the girls' classroom. They do not even know what she looks like. So one of them has to go in and call out her name. That is the plan, at least. But putting it into practice is a whole different level of difficulty, unless they suddenly develop some serious social butterfly skills. Luckily, a student nearby shouts the girl's name, Lee Ji-woo. Jae-min and Se-yeon are secretly relieved. Someone did the dirty work for them. But when Kim Se-yeon sees what she looks like, he is so terrified, he spins around instantly. It is actually her. As soon as he heard that name, he should have connected the dots. He tries to pull the protagonist away immediately. It turns out this girl is the twin sister of the notorious thug, Lee Yunwoo, and she is one of the most infamous girls in this school. How could someone like her ever apply for a study group? Just as the two of them are about to bolt, something completely unexpected happens. The girl who just called out Ji-woo's name suddenly delivers a brutal slap to Ji-woo's face, all because Ji-woo did not do her homework for her. It is clear that Lee Ji-woo is a victim of school bullying. The situation is obvious. Lee Ji-woo is being bullied right now. At this moment, it is plain to see Ji-woo is being targeted. She is suffering from school violence. It is undeniable that Lee Ji-woo is being harassed. The bully then snatches a piece of paper from another girl. Wait, did you already finish writing this for me? Did you forget to leave it on my desk? But what is actually written on that paper is a study plan for the midterm exams. The bully carelessly tosses the paper onto the floor. You did not seriously think you could actually study at this school, did you? You idiots are really trying way too hard. She raises her hand to slap the other girl, Choi Hee-won, but Ji-woo suddenly reaches out and grabs her wrist. With a dark expression, Lee Ji-woo says, I am the one you are allowed to hit. Remember, leave the innocent students alone. If you are going to hit me, just do it already. The girl wanted to strike back, but found her arm completely immobilized. She looked absolutely livid. She wanted to keep bullying Ji-woo to vent her frustrations. Even Choi Hee-won could not bear to watch the scene. After being bullied, Lee Ji-woo just kept her head down in silence, as if she had already grown numb to it. You are dead meat. Despite everything, the girl continued to hurl venomous words at Lee Ji-woo. She kept insulting Lee Ji-woo's appearance with malicious remarks. Still got an attitude? Then hurry up and pay back the money your brother owes. When Moonsang saw the study plan on the floor, he casually spat his gum right onto the paper. Just as the gum was about to land, under the shocked gazes of the two girls, someone caught the falling gum mid-air. It was our protagonist making a grand entrance. Messing with people is one thing, but when it comes to ruining study materials, Yoon Jae-min absolutely draws the line. And so, under everyone's watchful eyes, he focused intensely on the schedule, the midterm exam preparation plan. He looked quite impressive doing so. Jae-min asked with childlike excitement, "Did you make this?" Lee Ji-woo's face was a mask of pure confusion. Compared to Lee Ji-woo, Kim Se-yeon felt even more awkward. Could this guy be some kind of social butterfly? Right at that moment, a male student suddenly burst into the classroom. Oh, is not this the freshman who got knocked out? One of Park Jae-wong's lackeys. "Hey freshman, what do you think you are doing with my girlfriend?" The moment Jae-min saw this guy, he knew trouble was knocking at the door. Thinking back to what happened last time, Jae-min decided it was time to make a quick exit. Since Lee Ji-woo's boyfriend had arrived, he figured the girl would be safe now. But an even more horrific scene of school bullying was about to unfold. Can you believe it? The protagonist, who only wanted to study in peace, ended up choosing to play the hero. Jae-min thought the arrival of her boyfriend would put an end to the violence. Unexpectedly, it backfired completely, escalating into a much more severe case of bullying. Just as the scumbag was about to strike again, an unidentified object suddenly hit the back of his head. The thug reached back to feel what it was. Damn it, it is gum. The thug turned around in a rage. Which one of you has a death wish? Behind him, Jae-min took off his glasses and asked calmly, "Isn't she your girlfriend? What exactly do you think you are doing?" The thug was so angry he let out a cold laugh. He laughed mockingly. The thug's fury turned into a sinister grin. While picking the gum out of his hair, he stomped toward Jae-min. However, seeing Jae-min's innocent expression only made him more infuriated. He grabbed Jae-min by the collar. "Damn it, you want to go one-on-one?" But then the fierce dean of students appeared, ordering the thugs to assemble at the student council immediately. This abruptly ended the farce. As the thug was leaving, he glowered at Jae-min and hissed, "You are dead, freshman." "Just you wait." Jae-min breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect the dean to show up. Good thing he held back and did not throw a punch. After it was over, they started blaming Lee Ji-woo. Once the incident settled, they pointed fingers at Lee Ji-woo. The students were still making snide remarks. Speaking in a sarcastic tone, classmates continued to mock her with biting sarcasm, saying Ji-woo had ruined their fun. Lee Ji-woo was long accustomed to this treatment. She left the classroom without looking back. After the ordeal, Kim Se-yeon was outside, giving Jae-min a piece of his mind. All this because a girl went and picked a fight with the student council. If we get on the student council's bad side, we're finished. But Jae-min just said, "I can't just stand by and watch our team member get beaten up." Kim Se-yeon was about to say something when his expression changed. A figure was walking straight toward them. A figure was walking straight toward them, It was the girl who used to get bullied in their class. She looked nervous, like her heart was in her throat. "Actually, I applied for the study group under Ji-woo's name." She lowered her head and begged them, "Please, you have to save Ji-woo." The two of them looked confused. "Save Ji-woo? What do you mean by that?" She had been pushed around by classmates since middle school. She lived under that shadow of low self-esteem the whole time. And when she brought that shadow to this school, sure enough, she became a target for bullying all over again. Thugs even kept shaking her down for money. Soft-spoken and powerless, she could only take it in silence. Back then, it was Ji-woo who showed up. He gave her hope. When Ji-woo heard she got robbed, he slammed the punk to the ground with a clean throw. Kim Se-yeon cut in, stunned. "A throw like that is insane." The girl kept recalling. After that, she and Ji-woo became really close, pushing each other to study together. But because Ji-woo's younger brother, Lee Yun-woo, borrowed money from Kim Gyu-jin, a huge amount, Kim Gyu-jin even set Lee Yun-woo up on purpose, recording a video of him beating up a classmate. And Kim Gyu-jin kept the USB drive to make Ji-woo do whatever he said. That was when the tragedy started. Ji-woo had always been the one helping her, but this time, she wanted to help Ji-woo, and she was transferring soon, too. Seeing her plead again, sincere and desperate, "Please help Ji-woo, and please stay with Ji-woo and study with him for me. Study with Ji-woo. Study, and please stay with Ji-woo and study with him for me. And please stay with Ji-woo and study with him for me." But Jae-min's eyes turned to Kim Se-yeon. "You think we can do it? Weren't you the one saying if we tick off the student council, we are toast?" Kim Se-yeon knew this guy was trying to get back at him, so he scrunched his face and said, "Yeah, but you have got your little monster self right here, don't you? School life was never going to be smooth sailing anyway." Hearing that, Jae-min grinned like he just won. "Then first, we get our hands on that USB drive." Meanwhile, the the female teacher had already started moving. She called Pyo Han Woo into the office. I heard you've been pretty close with Lee Yun Woo lately. Why has he not been coming to school? Pyo Han Woo froze. Pyo Han Woo. Pyo Han Woo gulped. She was talking about Saturday, yet acting like nothing happened. Pyo Han Woo knew this teacher was trying to get him to slip up, so he kept his words careful and tight. But in the end, he still couldn't beat a top-ranked teacher's mind games. With all that probing and baiting, she confirmed Lee Yun Woo had taken out a brutal high-interest loan, and that he knew Ji Woo. At the same time, in the student council room, Ya-sok was holding the USB drive used to threaten Ji Woo, wondering whether to make a copy. He planned to use it to keep squeezing Ji Woo, but what he did not know was a seasoned predator was watching him from the shadows. Just how scary this monster's strength was. Taking on 100 alone would not even be a problem, no matter how famous those punks were. The protagonist took them out in one go. But even though Jae-min is at school and has already built up quite a reputation, the student council still does not give him any respect. They even dare to bully those under his protection in order to get the USB containing evidence against Lee Yun Woo. At this moment, our protagonist is hiding alone inside a student council locker, waiting for the right moment to strike. Just as the fat kid is about to copy the USB, the student council door slams open. It is Kim Se-yeon, just finished with his meeting. With such an obvious move from the fat kid, Kim Se-yeon sees right through his plan to copy the drive. He immediately starts mocking him. If this USB was that easy to copy, hey, Lee Ji-woo would have betrayed us long ago. Kim Se-yeon points a finger at the fat kid. Do you know why I have always called you a pig head? He then grabs the fat kid by the collar and slams him down with a back throw. Because you are freaking brainless. I have always called you a pig head. I have always called you a pig head. You did not actually think you were cute, did you? Damn pighead. Another lackey immediately starts sucking up, as expected of a judo expert. That was totally badass. But as Kim Se-yeon reaches to pull out the USB, he suddenly lets go. Wait, if that is the case, then today's the day. Upload Lee Yun Woo's video to the internet. He wants to upload the video of Lee Yun Woo online. Hearing those words, Jae-min's expression instantly darkens. I promised her I would not upload it if she behaved, but I never said I could not change my mind. And just think about it. The only family member left, being sent to a juvenile detention center amidst all the public shaming. Wouldn't that be pure despair? The punk standing nearby immediately guesses what Kim Se-yeon is thinking. He wants to wait until Lee Ji-woo hits rock bottom. Total self-destruction. Then he will swoop in and take advantage. That is our boss for you. At the same time, inside the locker, Jae-min silently takes off his glasses, recalling the way that girl begged him for help. His eyes gradually turn cold and menacing. Meanwhile, the two other trash kids are watching the student council room from a distance. Going in there alone is way too dangerous. We have no choice. Let us stick to the plan we agreed on. We will pretend to start a fight to lure the student council members out. Then Jae-min can sneak in. He won. You just shout something like, "You damn jerk." Got it. The girl looks terrified, given her timid and gentle nature. Asking her to swear is nearly impossible. Just then, Lee Ji-woo happens to witness the scene. Lee Ji-woo wonders what they are up to. At the same time, the teacher's interview has concluded. Just as Han Yu was about to leave, he turned back to give the teacher a piece of advice. Education is just a service, not a calling. If you actually fantasize about being a righteous teacher, then you are just a fool. Han Yu. The teacher only gave a light chuckle. Ms. Lee Han-kyung needs to teach you a lesson too, even for those who have nowhere left to turn, even if they seem beyond saving. Simultaneously, Jae-min, now inside the student council room, floors a punk with a single punch. In his heart, he repeats the same words as his teacher. In this world, no one should ever be given up on. Kim Se-yeon glares at Jae-min standing before him. Whoa. So you have been hiding in there this whole time. Looks like student council stuff really is not for me. And people still pull this kind of thing now. Some clueless punk who does not know their place. Trying that right in front of me. You like Lee Ji-woo, do not you? Otherwise, how come the second someone mentions Lee Ji-woo, you cannot help but come rushing out? Hearing that, the guy flushed red, and pretty soon, his eyes drifted over, without him meaning to, right to where the flash drive was. Kim Se-yeon immediately caught what he was after. Meanwhile, the punk he had dropped earlier scrambled back to his feet. Damn it, he is really trying to cheap shot me from behind. But the guy's next move told him fast that head on he was still trash. He answered Kim Se-yeon's question right away. Even if I was clueless, I would still know you are trash. Kim Se-yeon was so mad he actually laughed. He grabbed the guy's clothes in one go and managed to throw him off balance. With a quick throw, he slammed him to the ground. Pinning him down, Kim Se-yeon started acting like he was the big shot. Seriously, what a lightweight. Next second, he could not keep the act up because the guy let himself get thrown on purpose just to get the flash drive. Under Kim Se-yeon's furious glare, he showed off the flash drive in his hand like, Done and dusted. Panicking, Kim Se-yeon rushed in to stop him, but he had already slipped the flash drive into his pocket. Then, in a weird stance, he snapped a kick up into Kim Se-yeon's chin. Kim Se-yeon went down hard. Still, Kim Se-yeon was not on the same level as those random small-time thugs. Kim Se-yeon was not like those minor punks you can just joke away. He actually had the guts to get back up. In no time, he charged the guy again. Straight at him. In no time, he charged the guy again. After dodging the attack, he snatched a student council jacket from the side and slapped it right onto Kim Se-yeon's face. If one hit is not enough, then take another. No matter how many years you have trained judo, you cannot tank his serious punch. Just like that, Kim Se-yeon got knocked down too. But just as the guy was about to leave, Kim Se-yeon shouted dramatically that the files were already downloaded to the computer. All he had to do was click it. One click to upload it and Lee Ji-woo and that JH guy would be finished. Wait, what? Lee Ji-woo and that JH guy would be finished. Lee Ji-woo and that JH guy would be done for. Right as he started to panic, the guidance director appeared behind him. The guidance director stared at him. Aaron, you the one who caused trouble before. At the same time, Kim Se-yeon grinned like he had him cornered. Not so fast. In the hallway, Lee Ji-woo saw it. A scene she would never forget. Behind him, Kim Se-yeon and the guidance director were locked in a face-off, while he sprinted down the hall, carrying the computer tower. This guy was supposed to be an unbeatable judo ace at his dojo. Yet he almost got taken down by a woman tripping him from behind. To get back at Lee Ji-woo, Choi Se-yeon had saved it, planning to upload a video of someone beating up Lee Ji-woo's younger brother. But at the crucial moment, the guy yanked the internet cable and ran off with the computer tower. Now he was hauling the tower along with the monitor and keyboard, running for his life. The guidance director and Kim Se-yeon chased him nonstop, and Lee Ji-woo just stood there, totally stunned. She had never seen anything this insane. Kim Se-yeon put the pieces together, the flash drive files, and Jae-min sprinting off with the computer tower. It all clicked. He was hugging the tower and bolting toward the lab. I told Lee Ji-woo that if we just smash this thing, you won't have to suffer in silence anymore. However, just at that moment, the protagonist accidentally tripped over the mouse cable. Tripped up by the wire, Kim Se-yeon quickly grabbed the PC tower to take over the relay. But with his speed, reaching the lab was going to be mission impossible. So Kim Se-yeon ran up to the rooftop instead. As long as I hurl this off the building, the promise will be kept. Just as Kim Se-yeon was about to drop the PC tower, he realized Kim Tae-jin had burst through the rooftop door. Looks like you guys have all lost your damn minds. I dare you to drop that, just try it. I will make sure you end up exactly like that PC. Kim Se-yeon looked absolutely terrified. Se-yeon stood there, frozen with fear. He lowered his head and walked toward Kim Tae-jin, clutching the PC tower. The next second, Kim Se-yeon suddenly made up his mind. He threw the PC tower backward. Kim Tae-jin could only watch helplessly as the PC tower soared through the air. But just as Kim Tae-jin was about to lay hands on Kim Se-yeon, Lee Ji-woo appeared right behind him. Gotcha, you bastard. Then came a massive shoulder throw. Kim Tae-jin hit the deck at the same time as the PC tower. But one slam was not enough for Lee Ji-woo. Thinking of the pain of being blackmailed and bullied, she slammed Kim Tae-jin down a dozen more times. The rooftop was filled with the sounds of Kim Tae-jin's miserable screams. Kim Hyun-woo watched, shivering. It was way too intense. He did not even dare to keep watching. Lee Ji-woo grabbed Kim Tae-jin by the hair. Aren't you going to get up? Despite Kim Tae-jin's constant begging for mercy, Lee Ji-woo continued her brutal torture. Meanwhile, the student council members reached the rooftop. They arrived just in time to see Kim Tae-jin on his knees, submitting to Lee Ji-woo. On the other side, the protagonist was being hauled off by the dean for punishment. It finally came down to this. I wonder if Se-yeon managed to get rid of that computer. But when he reached into his pocket, the USB drive was gone. The protagonist began to struggle violently. As for the USB drive, it was just picked up by the girl who bullied Lee Ji-woo. Isn't this the USB Tae-jin cares so much about? She wanted to give it to Kim Tae-jin to earn some brownie points. Choi Hee-won watched the girl walk away. We were only one step away. If she takes it to him, then everyone's hard work will go down the drain. I have to do something. Thinking of the profanity she never dared to say, she took a deep breath. Then she screamed at the top of her lungs. Stop right there, you bitch. The girl in front stopped dead in her tracks. But when she turned to glare at Choi Hee-won, she saw Hee-won already charging toward her. Remembering how helpless she felt while being bullied. Ji-woo, watch me now. Then she threw a heavy punch. Both of them tumbled to the ground. She was shocked herself. She actually hit someone. Soon, a hand rested on her shoulder. It was Lee Ji-woo and Kim Se-yeon who had just arrived. I did not see that wrong, did I? Now that is how a Lucheng vocational high student should act. And just then, a man in black suddenly brushed past them. It was Lee Yun-woo. He was running toward Kim Tae-jin with a dagger. Seeing Lee Yun-woo getting closer to Kim Tae-jin, the teacher, Lee Han-kyung, immediately blocked his path. By then, the knife could not be stopped. Lee Han-kyung did not flinch and took the blade. The teacher clutched her wounded abdomen. But she still stood up strong. Yun-woo, do not you have something you truly want to do, like studying? This is the toughest woman I have ever seen. Even though she was seriously injured by Lee Yun-woo, she still completely ignored her wounds. It was hard to say it out loud. Yun-woo, don't worry. Don't you have something you truly want to do, like studying? Wasn't your dream to become a teacher? How could she have heard what the girl said? Heard what the girl said? How would that even happen? Heard what the girl said. Lee Yun-woo whipped his head around in shock. How did he know? Turns out, ever since that time Lee Yun-woo bullied him. The young female teacher had been digging into Lee Yun-woo's situation, because as a teacher, she could read her students' eyes. Lee Yun-woo was not truly a bad kid, but no matter how many times she asked, everyone clammed up about anything to do with Lee Yun-woo. They even warned her to stop asking about it. When I say it got serious, I don't mean it as a figure of speech. I mean seriously serious. And when she brought up the Yanbei gang, the vice principal's reaction was even stronger. Even this school might have ties to that gang. She could feel it, that Yun-woo was there, and it was affecting this school. And Lee Yun-woo was one of the victims caught in it. But the real breakthrough came that Saturday. After the male lead cleaned up all those punks. After the male lead dealt with every last thug. She once met Lee Yun-woo alone to talk. When she mentioned Yun-woo, When she mentioned Yun-woo, Lee Yun-woo bolted without even looking back. Lee Yun-woo ran off without turning around. In the end, it was another punk, Lee Jun, who told her. The girl used blackmail as leverage, forcing Lee Jun to spill everything he knew. Lee Jun had barely started his first sentence when the girl cut him off. What do you mean, top of the whole school? Because Lee Yun-woo was an orphan. He used to study like his life depended on it, to change his future. He even ranked at the very top of the school once. But then the orphanage he lived in. When Lee Yun-woo was in 9th grade, the orphanage where Lee Yun-woo lived in 9th grade shut down due to its own problems. From then on, Lee Yun-woo and his twin sister Lee Ji-woo had no one to rely on to find a job fast and keep food on the table. He had to give up on college. He enrolled at Lucheng Vocational High School, but when he saw his sister, because she could not go to college, crying quietly by herself, he made up his mind to quit school and work. He planned to bury his own dream so his sister could keep studying. But there is not much a high school kid can really do. A high school kid can only do so much. Still, there was not much a high school kid could do. Mostly delivering food. Working part-time at an internet cafe, trying to earn honest money the hard way was no cakewalk. And sometimes he ran into a shady boss who would not pay. But one day, he met Yun-woo. Yun-woo took Lee Yun-woo's only 30,000 and gambled it online. And it suddenly became 60,000. No matter how hard he worked day and night, there was no way he could hope to make that kind of money. So he chose to believe Yun-woo. After that, he started running with Yun-woo and his crew. Little by little, he got dragged into the dirt to stay on Yun-woo's good side. He fought at school and did whatever it took, no questions asked. But in the end, he owed Kim Gyu-jin a huge sum of money. And Kim Gyu-jin had leverage on him. Even the stupid thing he did this time was because Yun-woo told him to do it. Yun-woo handed him a small knife. Like a real big sister, Yun-woo handed him a small knife. Yun-woo handed him a small knife, telling him to get revenge on Kim Gyu-jin. Are you just going to keep letting people play you like a fool? Either way, you have got nothing left to lose. Yeah. He was already out of options. There is no going back to the way things were. But in this all-consuming darkness, suddenly a hand full of color reached out to him. The teacher's gaze was incredibly firm. Look at me, Lee Yun-woo. Do you remember the last time I advised you to quit smoking? Actually, many people successfully quit. They say a leopard can't change its spots, but people do turn over a new leaf. Even though Lee Yun-woo saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes, he still struggled and ran away, shouting, "Stop lying. I am bound for juvenile detention anyway." But before he could get far, he was greeted by a heavy punch from the protagonist. The vice principal and the dean were stunned into silence. Yoon Jae-min took his glasses out of his pocket and said calmly, "Getting knocked down is not something to be ashamed of. The most important thing is the moment you hit the ground. Ask yourself why you fell. If you know how to reflect on yourself like that." The protagonist adjusted his glasses and continued, "Then there is still hope for that person. Those are Bruce Lee's words. I have always used them to motivate myself." Lee Yun-woo's eyes trembled. He remembered a dream he once wrote down, only to have his sister find it and mock him mercilessly. "With that nasty temper of yours, you want to be a teacher. If you want to be a teacher, you have to treat all students equally." Lee Yun-woo looked at his sister, whose grades were lower than his, and shot back sarcastically, "Of course you need good grades too," making Lee Ji-woo fly into a towering rage. The flashback ends here. The teacher stroked Lee Yun-woo's head, whispering softly, "Don't give up." The teacher's breath grew weaker and weaker. "I will make this school a place where people can actually learn. So please do not give up." A second later, the teacher could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Lee Yun-woo's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He could not hold it in any longer and burst into tears. can I really still study? After that incident, Lee Yun-woo sincerely expressed his apologies to the teacher, and because the teacher pleaded for him at the detention center, he was released after staying only 1 day. Meanwhile, Pai Han-woo was reported by the teacher. He was caught red-handed and arrested by the police. The next day, Pai Han-woo slammed open the door to the study group room. Kim Se-yeon looked like he had seen a ghost. Hey Yoon Jae-min, can I join the study group too? He is the most notorious thug leader at Lucheng High, always surrounded by girls, no matter how tough a student is. If they are a delinquent, they have to follow his orders. Furthermore, he has caused countless tragedies. For instance, the death of Park Jian-woo's mother, and the blackmailing of the Lee siblings after finding dirt on them. He was the mastermind behind it all, and yet this piece of scum actually wants to join the protagonist's study group now. Kim Se-yeon was freaking out inside. Jae-min usually loses his cool when it comes to the study group. He would not actually say yes, would he? But this guy is just too dangerous. The protagonist stood up abruptly. Your name is Pai Han-woo, right? Pai Han-woo even reminded him not to get the name wrong. But a second later, the protagonist rejected him. The reason being, when he looked into Pai Han-woo's eyes, he did not see someone who actually wanted to go to university, let alone someone who wanted to study. Pai Han-woo's smile vanished instantly. You can tell just by looking at my eyes. How do you know I can't do it if I do not try? You can tell just by looking at my eyes. How do you know I can't do it if I do not try? If you do not give me a valid reason, I am not gonna take this lying down. The protagonist did not even give him a second glance. Because you are a scumbag. Hearing this, Pai Han-woo's expression darkened visibly, but he did not push it. He just turned and walked out the door nonchalantly. I was gonna do you guys a favor. Guess you did not want it. Jae-min was confused. What do you mean by doing us a favor? And then, the very next second, the study group's glass suddenly got smashed. All 3 people in the classroom froze in shock, but the most stunned was Kim Se-yeon. But Park Jae-wong was not the one who did it. It was a bunch of first years looking for trouble. Park Jae-wong explained to Jae-min. You know the guys you beat. What do they all have in common? They are all second years. At Lucheng Vocational High School, there is this. Listen up, there is an unwritten rule at Lucheng Vocational High School. There is an unwritten rule at Lucheng Vocational High School. Rules, there is this. This rule, an unwritten rule at Lucheng Vocational High School. You do not challenge someone above your year, but you went and shattered that rule. That is why those first years are so mad. That is why those first years are this mad. So that is why the underclassmen are furious. Because every time he picked a fight, it was with second years. They felt like he did not even see the first years as worth his time. Yeah, Jae-min was already famous in this school. They called him the monster Yoon Jae-min. Because he kept challenging a bunch of big-name punks above his year. Because he challenged a lot of well-known troublemakers above his year. It became the hottest gossip across the grades. And the one who hated it most was first-year boss Kang Tae-mu. With Jae-min around, the respect the first years showed him had clearly dropped, so he came looking for Jae-min to settle it. No matter how much he yelled downstairs, Jae-min did not even bother with him. He just thought the kid was messing with his studying. When Jae-min still would not come down, Kang Tae-mu figured he was scared. So they decided to teach someone a lesson. To make an example right in front of Jae-min. It was Woo Jun, a first year. He was ranked 16th among the first years. And he was talking big about running the school. What a joke. But the biggest joke was Kang Tae-mu. The funniest part was this Kang Tae-mu wannabe. He held a sheet of paper high in the air, raising it over his head. He held the paper up high. Please join the club. He held the paper up high. The text read, please join the club. He held the paper up high. It was the study group's club application. The thing they had been waiting for was the study group's club application. This guy could be a proper delinquent, but instead he wants to be some nerd. Does he not know how embarrassing that is? As he talked, he ripped the application in half. What he did not expect was, Jae-min suddenly jumped down from the rooftop. Kang Tae-mu looked stunned. All that trash talk earlier did not even get a reaction. But a single sheet of paper did. Jae-min moved in at once, and slammed Kang Tae-mu to the ground, pinned him to the ground. Then he grabbed the application. The first years, who were just shouting a second ago, were now too shocked to say a word. Jae-min held Kang Tae-mu down with one hand, and with the other snatched the study group application. Sorry. If you want to study, you go through him. This school is straight up survival of the fittest. The strong get to form their own crew, and make the lower ranked punks follow their orders. The weak just get pushed around, turned into toys for other people to laugh at. And this time Jae-min stepped in because his teammates got bullied, and he got dragged into a first-year brawl. Right now there were 3 ranked delinquents here. In other words, this was an official one-on-one at Lucheng Vocational Vocational High School. But Jae-min had no idea about any of that. Still staring at Lee Jun's study group application, Lee Jun wrote on the form, Rule Lucheng Vocational High School, guaranteed. Jae-min actually admired that. Wanting to dominate the school through studying took real guts. But Kong Tae-mu, who got ignored by Jae-min, blew a fuse. He slapped Jae-min's glasses right off. Turning your back on me in a fight, what is that supposed to mean? And I already told you. Anyone holding that trash piece of paper, I will take them down on sight. How did it end up in your hands? That punk kept pushing and pushing, testing Jae-min's limits. With Jae-min, trashing studying is a hard no. So the punk instantly ate a serious punch from Jae-min. The guy who was just talking big started stumbling back, then dropped to his knees with a thud under everyone's eyes. Jae-min's gaze turned cold. I do not have time to fight you right now, but the scene of Jae-min flooring the grade's top dog burned itself deep into every onlooker's eyes. It was a historic moment at Lucheng. A nobody with no rank ended number one with a single punch. Right then and there, the top spot changed hands. Jae-min looked at Lee Jun, who still had not snapped out of it, and said, "Come on. Let us go upstairs." A second later, Lee Jun got herded out by Jae-min. So your idea of ruling Lucheng was ruling with fists. Sorry, but our study group is for helping students focus and study for real, not for helping you run the school. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was outside, anxiously pounding on the window, frantically banging on the glass. Learning how to fight is still learning, right? I will study seriously, I swear. But nobody even responded to him. Lee Jun scratched his head. What if I just study with you guys too? Just as he was about to give up, Jae-min suddenly kicked the door open and appeared. For real. Do you really want to study? In seconds, a mountain of textbooks was piled in front of him. Then Jae-min dropped one line, "Go visit the teacher," and walked off. Even with a mountain of test papers in front of him, the moment Lee Jun thought about Jae-min's unreal strength, thought about that insane level of power, the more Lee Jun could not stop thinking about it. He was hooked. He had to make Jae-min his mentor. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Lee Jun hurried to pick up the test papers off the ground. Right then, a middle-aged man showed up at the door. "You are Yoon Jae-min. I am sure you have heard of us. I am here from the YB family to recruit you." Lee Jun froze. YB. The Yeonbaek Gang. Rumor says the Yeonbaek Gang picks students with top rankings and trains them as the main prospects, like a reserve squad for a major organization. So that rumor was actually true. That guy who had zero interest in fighting became the number one rank. I cannot let my future mentor walk into danger. Thinking that, Lee Jun's eyes hardened. Yes. I am Yoon Jae-min. Not long after, Jae-min returned to school and found Lee Jun was not in the study group. Did he run off? When Jae-min saw Lee Jun's test papers, he started shaking with excitement. No. That guy cannot leave. Not a chance. Just then, a voice came from behind Jae-min. Jae-min turned around, and it was Park Jae-wong, someone he had not seen in a while. He knew where Lee Jun was. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was taking the reserve squad test in Jae-min's place. The oppressive vibe had Lee Jun on edge. Soon, the middle-aged man started explaining the test. He took out a car key. 3 punks stood in front of the car. Passing the test is simple. As long as you can get past the punks blocking you and take the key, you pass. And if you grab the key, not only do you pass, that car will be yours too. Lee Jun's eyes lit up instantly. Is that for real? But what he did not know was how lethal passing this test would be. These 3 thugs all have K priors. Ranked 17th, Jong Fei-wen, prior K for robbery. Guo Guanyu, primary prior K for assault. And the last one, Xu Yufei, attempted murder. Lee Jun smirked. So that guy was just blinded by this crap. Lee Jun charged forward immediately. Even if there are 3 of them, do not back down. ANLI, I will definitely find you. Cough. But it ended with him getting beaten black and blue by the thugs. Soon, the middle-aged man walked up to Lee Jun. As expected, you can't let your emotions get the better of you. I only let you follow me because you looked like you had some balls back then. You did not actually think I would go looking for someone without even confirming what they looked like, did you? You are seriously underestimating the Yeonbaek Gang. As he spoke, the man raised an iron rod. The time is now 20:45. Commencing the reserve force test, the man swung the rod violently. I am declaring this a fail. But before the rod could even land, one of the thugs took a punch straight to the face. He was sent flying several meters back. The official study group has arrived. The protagonist picked up the test paper. Lee Jun's study group grades are passing. The combat power of the study group is absolutely insane. Lee Jun's study group grades are officially passing, facing the gang members who were watching like hawks. These were the first words the protagonist spoke. Since his grades are up to par, then Lee Jun is one of us, and that is reason enough to save him. The protagonist motioned for Lee Jun to come over quickly, but in the next second, Lee Jun was knocked down by the middle-aged man's iron rod. The man stepped firmly on Lee Jun. This is not a place where you can just come and go as you please. Park Jae-wong signaled the protagonist to make a move. When When they showed up here, they were already prepared to go to war with the mob. Just as the two were about to rush in, two thugs appeared behind them. They appeared right behind them. A punch for each sent them crashing headfirst into the ground. The scene turned awkward in an instant. Li Jiwoo cursed them as idiots in her head. At the same time, she faced off against another thug. A single comment about her being a short girl made Li Jiwoo grit her teeth in rage. The thug threw the first punch. Li Jiwoo leaned back to dodge it. She grabbed his arm and executed a perfect shoulder throw. Short girl, who are you calling a short girl? She slammed him down, knocking him out instantly. Meanwhile, Park Jae-wong narrowly dodged an attack from a thug. Before Park Jae-wong could even catch his breath, the thug started swinging a wooden club wildly. He was just swinging that club like a maniac. The thug kept swinging the wooden club relentlessly. Park Jae-wong dodged every single strike, but his expression turned grim. This guy looks like he is swinging randomly, but every hit packs a lethal amount of power. If even one hit lands, it is game over. But since he is just swinging wildly, it means he has no idea who he is dealing with. Park Jae-wong dodged another strike. He threw a brutal punch, reinforced with brass knuckles. If that is the case, then I have already won. The middle-aged man looked down and cursed at the two idiots. Then it is time for that guy, right? The real first-year boss of Lucheng Vocational High, Yoon Jae-min, and the one the protagonist is facing, is the heaviest hitter among the three thugs. Utility knife Shu Yufei is a piece of work, cruel to the core. The thug quickly slashed at the protagonist. However, in the next second, the protagonist wrapped the utility knife with his test papers. Now that is the power of knowledge. Then, the protagonist flicked the papers away with a light toss. The punk's knife slipped right out of his hand. Jae-min planted one open hand against the guy's chest. Then he clenched his fist in a flash. One hit sent the thug flying over 30 feet. It was straight up a Bruce Lee 1-inch punch. And Jae-min's next target was that middle-aged man. The man panicked inside. So this is what the top dog of freshman year at Lucheng Vocational High School is supposed to look like. But the very next second, the middle-aged man called out Yoon Jae-min. He had caught Jae-min's punch with one hand. So, what were you saying about studying? Jae-min's eyes widened. This guy is no joke. Then the man raised an iron pipe with his other hand. He lifted the iron pipe higher. One brutal swing smashed Jae-min to the ground. Li Ji-woo and Park Jeon-yopi rushed in to help, but the man dropped them easily, too. This guy was not some average delinquent high school kid. He was a real Yeonbaek gang member. Looking at Li Ji-woo and Park Jeon-yopi sprawled on the ground, the man lowered his head and lit a cigarette. Is it because school just started? This freshman boss is trash. Right as he let his guard down, Jae-min showed up again. Before he knew it, Jae-min was already in front of him. With a cigarette in his hand, the man could not counter in time. So he threw up his leg to block. A spinning kick launched Jae-min away. My bad. I am better with my right foot. But when he looked back at Jae-min again, he saw Jae-min exhale, calm as ever. The man instantly read Jae-min's play. So he was just baiting me into taking my foot off. Jae-min lowered his head and spoke flatly. He had just taken a pipe to the mouth. That must have hurt. Stop stepping on him with your foot. Man, you street punks are real tight, huh? Jae-min shrugged off his jacket. No, not street punks. We are a study group. Jae-min tapped the ground lightly with both feet and settled into his stance. Teacher, can I use that move? Do you know how insane it gets when you take Bruce Lee-style kung fu to the limit? Jae-min trained 2 hours every morning, day after day, grinding Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do down to the details. Besides studying, what he loved most was chasing peak martial arts. Finally, during a sparring session with his uncle, he forged a once-in-a-lifetime strike. His uncle labeled it a forbidden technique, called one-sided beatdown. Jae-min stepped in on his toes, set his stance, then rushed forward in an instant. Mister, since you are with the mob, you can take this one, right? At the same time, the study group crew, Li Ji-woo and Park Jeon-yopi were down cold. Only Lee Jun was just coming to, struggling to push himself up. He had no idea what was happening around him. Then a sharp crack rang out. What he saw snapped Lee Jun fully awake. The man who had been acting tough a second ago was now getting beaten into a blur. As Jae-min's final punch dropped, the gangster went flying back. He crashed into him. The man had just gotten back on his feet, and Jae-min was already on him again. His fists moved at light speed, leaving afterimages in the air. Yeah. This was the very move his uncle had banned him from using. A ruthless mix of punches and kicks. A technique that knocks the soul clean out of you. One-sided beatdown. Then Jae-min formed an open palm again with one hand. A heavy punch swings out. The combo ends. This single strike sends the man crashing right into the windshield. He is literally embedded in the glass. Lee Jun is so shocked by the scene that his mind goes blank. Is this even possible? Was everything I saw before just child's play? Someone this powerful actually considers me a rival. He feels his heart racing violently. It is the feeling of total admiration. Snapping back to his senses, Li Jun immediately shouts to the protagonist, "I can't believe I am competing with someone this elite." But he does not realize the rivalry Yoon Jae-min meant was all about grades. The protagonist puts his glasses back on. Now, these thugs have been dealt with. Lee Ji-woo and Park Ji-woo regain consciousness as well. The whole study group is safe and sound. We will leave these gangsters for the police to handle. But before they can catch their breath, before they can even sigh in relief, the car that had been silent suddenly speeds off. The protagonist group looks panicked. At the same time, Lee Jun discovers the person he has been searching for. Could he be the one that middle-aged man mentioned? The fourth trial contestant. No time to think. Lee Jun reacts faster than the protagonist. He quickly pushes the protagonist aside. "Thank you for letting me be your rival." But the protagonist does not let him play the hero for long. He grabs Lee Jun's wrist firmly. Meanwhile, the car roars past them. The awakened Lee Ji-woo is still cursing at the guy. There is a limit to how much you can scare people, but Park Ji-woo knows. That man drove toward them on purpose. The man even extends an olive branch to the protagonist. He invites him to join the Yeonbaek gang. He claims someone with his skills could skip the entry levels and become a full member of Yeonbaek gang immediately. The protagonist just adjusts his glasses. "No, we are going to get into university." Upon hearing the protagonist's words, Park Ji-woo and Lee Ji-woo are so embarrassed they want to crawl into a hole and hide. The man thinks for a moment. "I heard rumors about this school. Something about starting a study group. Seems like it was not a joke after all." Suddenly, the man's expression darkens. "I will remember you all. The little kids from the Lucheng Vocational High Study Group." The man rolls up the car window, preparing to leave, but then he suddenly pauses. "Hey, you are freaking hilarious. Attending the same school where your mom used to be. Are you trying to honor her memory?" Upon hearing this, Park Ji-woo, who was just joking around, has his pupil's contract instantly. The man continues, "Your mom was murdered. Single quote, and you still have the heart to study. Or was it her dying wish? Single quote, for you to focus on your books, ha ha ha." As the man's words trail off, Park Ji-woo stands frozen, completely lost in shock. That guy seems to know the truth about who killed my mother. Immediately, Park Ji-woo jumps on his bike and chases after him. "I have to find him." While the protagonist led the study group to a total victory against the gang, Park Ji-woo suddenly speeds away on his bike. At this moment in Park Ji-woo's mind, the thug's final words keep echoing. The clue to his mother's past is right in front of him. Park Ji-woo pins the throttle to the max. He absolutely cannot let that guy get away. Just as Park Ji-woo cuts through an alleyway and is inches away from the thug's car, a figure suddenly lunges out from the corner. The motorcycle loses control and swerves to the side. This brute is Park Sang-in, the son of a Yeonbaek gang director. He is also a companion of Chu Jae-wong. He recognized the guy. He still remembered when Chu Zae-wong brought him up back then. With that terrifying look on his face, Park Jae-wong slowly stepped out of the shadows. "If you have a death wish, move out of my way." The punk sized him up from head to toe. So that is the look Chu Zae-wong was talking about. Figures. Chu Zae-wong still loves making a big deal out of nothing. Park Jae-wong charged in with his fist raised, but the big guy did not dodge at all. He even lifted both hands up, letting Park Jae-wong's blows land on him. Park Jae-wong's full power punch was like hitting the ocean. The next second, the big guy grabbed Park Jae-wong by the head, then drove a knee straight into his stomach. Park Jae-wong went down in a single exchange. Park Jae-wong looked completely stunned. Even though his body still had not fully recovered, he was still rolling with a crew. The big guy started walking toward Park Jae-wong, slow and steady. "Get up. Weren't you in a hurry to die?" While the big guy was not paying attention, Park Jae-wong flicked the trash bag beside him. The big guy kept running his mouth, trying to bait Park Jae-wong. He kept provoking him with words. Yeah, the big guy was still going, still trying to rile Park Jae-wong up. "You are still hunting for the real killer, aren't you? Didn't it already make the news? Your mom was just a random victim. They said it was an accident, triggered by being drunk." Before the big guy could finish, Park Jae-wong snapped, furious. "My mom was not killed like that. It was retaliation. Those bastards from the Yeonbaek gang did it." As he spoke, Park Jae-wong grabbed the trash bag beside him and threw it at the big guy. But the big guy blocked it easily. Only then, Park Jae-wong pulled out something and slashed hard. Blood burst across the big guy's face. It was a can lid. The moment the big guy blanked, Park Jae-wong landed a vicious flying kick. Then he jumped back on his motorcycle, getting ready to chase down the punk who was trying to run. But he realized the bike would not start no matter what. Could it be that back then? Before Park Jae-wong could think it through, the big guy, back on his feet, grabbed Park Jae-wong by the hood and yanked him off. With a cold look, the big guy said, "I have always been curious. How do you always know our moves like they are in the palm of your hand? Last time we went to cause trouble at that female teacher's place, you showed up too, right?" "Then there is only one answer. We have a rat." "Yeah, only one answer. there is a rat. Then the big guy slammed his hand down on Park Jae-wong's face, and a storm of punches followed. Not long after, a hand calmly picked up the car key from the ground. I have been risking my life as an undercover for a whole month. Time for me to finally show what I've got. Meanwhile, Yoon Jae-min and the others did not leave. Yoon Jae-min was asking the police officer for help, because that bad feeling told him something had happened to Park Jae-wong. That guy. The moment it involves anything about his mom, there is no telling what he will do. At the same time, the chubby guy who tried to copy Lee Ji-woo's flash drive last time showed up on a motorcycle. The moment Yoon Jae-min saw him, he clenched his fist without even realizing it. The chubby guy said this was not the time to talk about that. Park Jae-wong is about to get killed. Can you imagine a harmless-looking kid like him, carrying that much blood-deep hate, to avenge his mother? He threw away school, and his heart turned pitch black. Now the lead on his mother's killer is right in front of him, but Park Jae-wong lost his head, and got caught by the Yeonbaek gang by mistake. On the other side, I am getting nervous too. Yoon Jae-min and the others still have not left. Yoon Jae-min and the others have not left yet, and I am starting to feel a bit uneasy. It is because Jae-min has a bad feeling about this. He wanted to ask the officer for help, but after thinking it over, the officer decided that he should not just rely on a student's wild hunch. He was not about to commit police resources just like that, not based on a gut feeling alone. Even though Jae-min knows that once Park Jae-wong's mother is involved, he shows a truly terrifying side, but he can't exactly explain that to the police. Right at that moment, the officer suddenly asked, "That unconscious gangster over there, did you kids do that to him too?" Hearing this, Lee Jun immediately stepped up to brag. "No, it was not the whole study group. Actually, my rival took him down all by himself." He even made sure to emphasize the word rival. However, the officer was stunned when he confirmed the truth. One person, that is impossible. No matter how you look at it, the guy is a mobster, and a made member of the Yeonbaek gang, no less. This kid is absolutely insane. But a second later, the officer's face darkened. "Do you realize you have broken the law? Yoon Jae-min, Lee Ji-woo, you have committed acts of violence. That is a crime. I should arrest you both right now." The members of the study group were still trying to defend Jae-min and Ji-woo, but Jae-min knew better. Wasn't glorification what Ms. Lee Han-kyung talked about? Can violence ever be glorified? There is no excuse to sugarcoat violence, is there? Suddenly, the officer's tone shifted. That is what the law says. But since the Yeonbaek gang showed up, there has been too much injustice. They say the police are the shield of the people, but if that shield is cracked, then we can't just play it by the book. As an officer, I can't praise you, but I can't blame you either. The officer suddenly grabbed Jae-min's hand. "I am the one who should apologize to you. I should never have let gangsters roam freely in a school." The officer then left a business card and walked away. He suddenly looked full of confidence. "No matter how tough you think you are still going to need someone like me, a public servant, to have your back. Go back to your studies, everyone." A short while later, back in his car, the officer picked up the phone to report in. He recounted everything that happened tonight, in great detail. On the other end of the line was Ms. Lee Han-kyung, recovering in the hospital. Meanwhile, Park Jae-wong was tied to a chair by several thugs. The thugs nearby were whispering among themselves. "Did we hit him too hard? This guy won't talk, even if we beat him to death. He keeps mumbling about finding his mother's real grave. Kind of pathetic, really." Park Jae-wong's mind was racing. He had already notified Young Do-bin. If Jae-min shows up, it will be a blow to my pride, but at least we will have a fighting chance. But the thugs were not going to give him that chance. A filthy thug leaned in. "You are not going to talk, huh? Fine. Then I will send you to see your mother right now." And just then, a clicking sound came from the doorknob. After a brief silence, the door was violently kicked open. Everyone in the room was stunned. The first person Park Jae-wong thought of was Yoon Jae-min. He was sure Jae-min had arrived. Then a voice rang out, "No, Jae-min is at home studying. I was wondering why he gave me his number. Then the kid actually contacted me." The officer tightened his fist. "Let us make this quick." He cracked his knuckles, ready for a fight. "Time to wrap this up." The officer squared his shoulders. "Let us finish this fast. After all, I am working overtime here. Never mess with a civil servant when it is clock-out time, because you have no idea how badly he wants to get off work already." Right then, the cop dropped the punks one punch at a time, right in front of Park Jae-wong's stunned eyes. In a blink, every punk in the room was flat on the floor. Scared out of their minds, the two ringleaders scrambled into the car, all "yes sir" smiles, ready to bolt. They knew this guy was way out of their league. because this cop was a name on Han Wu's blacklist, and he was a full 4-star heavyweight. But then the big bruiser suddenly looked like he remembered something. The last 4-star he ran into was Park Jae-wong's mom, Oh Young-hwa. Meanwhile, Park Jae-wong had already been untied by the cop. Staring at the cop with pure hatred, the cop felt a twinge of guilt, because he was one of the cops who showed up a step too late back then. That year, he was still chasing members of the Yeonbaek gang when he accidentally witnessed a tragedy like that. He still remembered the kid's eyes and what the kid said. "What took you so long? I mean, you useless bastards, what took you so long?" That scene never left his head, not even for a second. When the cop finally snapped back, he realized Park Jae-wong was already staggering away. Watching the boy's lonely back, the cop hesitated for a long time before he finally spoke. "Are you hurt?" All he got back was Park Jae-wong's resentful glare. The cop sighed, helpless. After living through that kind of tragedy, hating the cops was understandable, but you cannot just throw your own life away like that. Soon, the main lead's phone rang while he was studying. He checked the screen. Okay, got it. It was a message from the cop. Luo Taiwan, Park Jae-wong is home. Jae-wong made it home. He is home. The main lead finally breathed again. The main lead finally felt relieved. Just then, the main lead froze, shocked, and somehow, without anyone noticing. Whoa. The study group had already made a group chat. The June group members were chatting like crazy. The group chat was on fire. The group members were still hyped, talking nonstop. Today, Shea was all smiles and laughter. The place was full of laughter. June was full of laughter. After sending the message, the cop sat in his office, looking at the texts he had traded with the main lead. That Yoon Jae-min kid is pretty interesting, and those kids all give off this good energy. It would be great if I could get a little closer to them. Then he thought about what Lee Jun said about a rival. How fired up he looked. The cop chuckled. Rival, huh, keep it up, Lucheng Vocational High School Study Group. Maybe you really can change this school. Elsewhere, Hanwoo stared at the blacklist in his hand. You want this place to be a school where people can actually study in peace. No way I let that happen. And on that list, the 4-star name was teacher Lee Han-kyung. Looks like it is starting, just like a year ago. But the main lead still had trouble on his hands. Ever since he beat up Kim Se-yeon that day, Kim Se-yeon kept abusing student council privileges to deliberately mess with him. This time, he used the excuse that the main lead was not wearing the winter uniform, and told him to go home and change. Just as the main lead was stuck with no good options, teacher Lee Han-kyung appeared from behind. The rules say winter uniforms are required starting in May. Today is April 1st. Are you student council guys seriously saying you do not even know the school rules? Kim Se-yeon clenched his jaw, furious at her tone. But he could not do a thing to that teacher, because back then, she saved his life. Kim Se-yeon snorted. Forget it. Damn. And the moment Ms. Lee Han-kyung arrived at the school, she set the vice principal off like a thunderstorm, talking about expelling that punk. The vice principal broke out in a cold sweat. Ms. Oh Young-hwa was the same back then. Did that guy possess her, or something? Yoon Jae-min had just walked into the classroom when he noticed his classmates staring at him weirdly. Their looks were old school, like they were sizing him up. So he quietly asked Kim Se-yeon, I am not getting isolated, am I? Se-yeon gave him this "you are kidding me" look. No. It is the exact opposite. You are basically the top dog of the whole grade now. Everyone is watching your mood because they are scared of you. But Jaemin had no idea. To everyone else, he had already become the school bully. And right then, right at that moment, a loud thud shattered the silence in the classroom. A student was down on the floor, writhing in pain. Some little troublemaker kept beating him up nonstop, running his mouth about his boss and all that. Still talking trash. Still acting like he had backing. Saying he did it to look after that kid. So he just borrowed some money, that is all. And that guy was no saint, either. Jae-min was about to rush in and stop it, but Kim Se-yeon grabbed him in time. You cannot. Not here. Kim Se-yeon held him back, because if you lay a hand on him, the principal and the discipline director will come running. Jaemin looked confused. Se-yeon explained. Se-yeon said, he is the kind of guy every troublemaker hates most. A troublemaker who also gets good grades. He ranked at the top on the placement test for new students. Top of the exams, too. He even had a national skills certificate. That skills certificate made him the pride of the school, the hope of Lucheng Vocational High School. Meanwhile, Ms. Lee Han-kyung was asking the head of academic affairs for help. She had to get that good-for-nothing out of this school. Seeing her expression, the department head said, fine. I can agree to that, on one condition, but the condition is, someone in your study group has to place first on the midterms. Can you do that? Ms. Lee Han-kyung answered confidently. Of course. Back in the classroom, the so-called good student troublemaker faced off with a regular troublemaker. The punk looked tense. Like in a fight, he was not even in the same league, going up against a straight A nerd. Jaemin went cold. Did you just talk trash about him? Take it back. The guy panicked but kept yapping. So what if I do not? He only hangs out with that crew for money. Is that not right? He is trash. Total trash. You know what trash is? He is trash. He is not trash. What is he then? Looks like a parentless orphan to me. That did it. Jaemin could not hold back anymore. He swung a solid punch at the punk, then stopped inches from his face. The whole class erupted. He is gonna hit him. I saw that fist coming. That stance was no joke. Kim Se-yeon shot him a sideways look. Still running your mouth. Wow. No wonder you are the top dog around here. You are not even hit yet, and you are already whining about pain. Before long, the vice principal showed up too. Min turned back and smirked. Let's go, vice principal. Kim Ho-min turned back with a smirk. What is the point of being the big boss of school fights, anyway? Only then did Kim Se-yeon realize. So he already knew the vice principal would come. He did it on purpose to piss off the guy in the t-shirt. Meanwhile, the lead kept his face dark and cold. Midterms were only a few days away. Not long after, in the study group. The study group held a quick quiz. And once again, he ranked near the bottom. Lan ranked near the bottom again. The lead ranked near the bottom again. The moment he remembered what that punk said before leaving, he got so mad his whole body shook. All of a sudden, he shot up to his feet. Ms. Lee Han-kyung, this midterm I am taking first place in the whole school. Ms. Lee Han-kyung looked a little stunned. First place. Did something happen to this kid? What kind of shock did this kid take to start talking about first place? Before she could even bring up the issue with the academic affairs office. He was already fired up, full of fight. But then Ms. Lee Han-kyung suddenly went stone-faced. Even with a smile, her expression turned firm. Sure enough, Ms. Lee Han-kyung went stone-faced. You cannot do this on feelings alone. Not how it works. This is not something you can pull off just by getting emotional. The female teacher suddenly propped up the whiteboard. February class placement exam results. First, let's look at the February class placement exam results. Class placement exam standings. First, let's take a look at the February class placement exam. February placement. Lee Ji-woo and Choi Hee-won. They instantly showed terrified expressions. Ms. Please do not embarrass us like this. Lee Han-kyung kept announcing the results. Ms. Lee Han-kyung continued. Lee Ji-woo, total score 44. Ms. Lee Han-kyung continued. Lee Ji-woo, total score 40. Ms. Lee Han-kyung continued. Lee Ji-woo, total score 42. Average score 14. School ranking top 10. School ranking first place. School ranking 100. School ranking. Kim, the class rep. Lee Jun scored 94. Lee Jun, total score 94. Average score. Grade level ranking 132. Grade level ranking. Grade level ranking 32 out of 220. 19 points. Choi Hee-won, total score. Hee-won, total score 19 points. Choi Hee-won, total score 56. Average score 19. Grade level ranking. Finally, the teacher turned to the lead. Yoon Jae-min, total score 24. Total score 24. That is not an average, that is the total. 14 is not the average either. That is the total score. Total score 24. Not an average, the total score. Average score 8. Bottom of the whole school. In an instant the lead looked crushed. Kim Se-yeon hurried to comfort him. But inside he thought, 8 points is still higher than this mess. Just then, the teacher's voice rang out. Lastly, Kim Se-yeon, total score 250. Kim Se-yeon, total score 250. Third in the whole school. The whole room went dead silent. Everyone wore a shocked expression. Shocked faces all around. Third in the whole school. This guy is seriously that good. Ms. Lee Han-kyung pointed at the whiteboard. Ms. Lee Han-kyung pointed. Ms. Lee Han-kyung pointed at the whiteboard. Everyone else in the class besides Se-yeon is pretty average at best. Besides Se-yeon, there is no way to boost your grades in a short time. Boosting them fast. Raising grades fast. When it comes to studying, you cannot just wait for a miracle. And when it comes to grades, you cannot just wait for a miracle. Then Ms. Lee Han-kyung smiled lightly. Then Ms. Lee Han-kyung smiled lightly. Then Ms. Lee Han-kyung smiled lightly. But Lucheng Vocational High School is not like a regular high school. But at Lucheng, the female teacher slammed the desk. Just do what I say, and I guarantee you can pull it off. You will definitely be able to do it. Before long, it was time to go home. Se-yeon made an excuse and left, but his face still gave away what he was trying to hide. Because on his phone, there was a text from his dad. A text his dad had sent. It was almost dark. Dad, why are you still not at the construction site? Hurry up and get over here. It turned out the day before. Se-yeon held his report card, ranked third in the whole school, but his dad brushed him off again. saying they could not afford college tuition, and told Kim Se-yeon to hurry up and learn a trade. Kim Se-yeon had mixed feelings. Why did he have to be born into a family like this? But just then, the main guy noticed something was off with Kim Se-yeon, so he also made an excuse to leave. He had to. Kim Se-yeon trudged down the road on his way home, and ran into Choi Hee-won. Choi Hee-won blushed. How about we go home together? Neither of them knew. A few punks in the alley had already noticed them. With a nasty look he said, catch them and bring them back. Bring them back. Kim Se-yeon placed third in the whole school on the placement test, but his father did not understand. Even though he could have made it into college. After school, he was still chased off to the construction site to learn a trade. After school, he was forced to go to the construction site to learn a trade. Right then, Kim Se-yeon walked toward the construction site, completely deflated, when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Kim Se-yeon turned around. It was Choi Hee-won, wanting to go home with him. Looking at her shy, flushed face, it was obvious she had a crush. But they did not know that punk from this morning was also in the alley, watching the whole thing. With one order, he had the two of them grabbed and dragged over, just to mess with Kim Se-yeon. He wanted to see how many flicks to the nose it would take to draw blood. And the one holding Choi Hee-won was the girl who got hit by Choi Hee-won last time. That girl's sidekick. The girl kept spewing disgusting insults, cursing Choi Hee-won nonstop. With a sharp smack. With that smack, a heavy slap landed across Choi Hee-won's face. Her whole body started shaking. Kim Se-yeon knew. Back then, if it were not for the transfer happening soon, Hee-won would not have even had the nerve to hit anyone. Actually, it started right after that last fight with those thugs. Se-yeon. Since Kim Se-yeon and Choi Hee-won were heading the same way, on the way home, Kim Se-yeon walked her back. It was Kim Se-yeon who walked Choi Hee-won home. While the two were chatting, Kim Se-yeon accidentally let his real feelings slip. Deep down, he always felt that next to the main guy, he was like a background character in a comic, only there to yell, "This is fire." Like a comic side character who just stands off to the side. Like a comic side character who only shouts, "This is fire," from the sidelines. If Jae-min is the protagonist of a manga, then he might just be a minor character. He might just be a small, insignificant part. Perhaps he is only a supporting character, just a small role in the grand scheme of things. But hearing those words, her expression changed. Hee-won, however, looked confused. Choi Hee-won showed a sign of a puzzled look like a manga character. Choi Hee-won revealed. Choi Hee-won had a look of utter confusion on her face. Hee-won showed a bewildered expression. Really, I think you are selling yourself short. Just take the last time, right in front of Kim Dae-jin. Throwing that computer tower down. That is not something just anyone can do. And when we went to the station to ask the police for help, Kim Se-yeon was the one who calmly explained everything to the officers. That is why they were able to get help from the police. In short, do not underestimate yourself so much. Thinking back to Choi Hee-won's smile at that moment, Kim Se-yeon gritted his teeth in frustration. If she had not just greeted me, she would not have been dragged into this mess. I have to do something. With that thought in mind, Kim Se-yeon bit down hard on the thug's arm. He raised his hand and went for it. He raised his hand and charged straight at the thug. But Kim Se-yeon, having never learned any fighting skills, was still kicked to the ground by the thug. Still overpowered by that lowlife. Lying on the ground, Kim Se-yeon felt his own weakness. He was overwhelmed by grief and anger. What would Jae-min do if he were here? Thinking of that, Kim Se-yeon struggled to his feet again. He charged at the thug recklessly, risking his life. But the thug whispered something in his ear. He said he had already done a background check on Yoon Jae-min. He knows Yoon Jae-min's weakness. Hearing this from the thug, Kim Se-yeon was completely shocked. Letting the thug go just like that, number. He could not just stand by and let that thug leave. The thug was walking away, taking Choi Hee-won with him, gradually disappearing into the distance with Choi Hee-won. Taking Choi Hee-won further away. He even mentioned he was going to take care of business with her. And just at that moment, the sound of rock paper scissors echoed out. The protagonist was standing right next to the thug. Looking at the scissors in his hand, he said, "Looks like I won." Terrified, the thug stammered, "What the hell are you talking about?" The thug looked horrified. "What are you saying?" Face full of fear. "What is wrong with you? Didn't you just play paper? So I win. Pay up." Saying that, the protagonist delivered a brutal flick to his forehead. The recoil was so fierce, it sent the thug flying straight into the wall. Clutching his injured head, the thug yelled, "Are you?" Clutching his head in pain, he screamed, "Are you out of your mind? When did I ever say I wanted to play a game with you?" Watching the protagonist stride toward the thug, closing in on the thug, the protagonist walked boldly toward the thug. "No, but I want to play a game with you. The forehead flicking game. A real game of forehead flicking." Kim Se-yeon looked on in amazement. Is this guy actually standing up for me? By now, the thug was boiling over with shame and rage. The thug was absolutely humiliated. He raised his fist and lunged violently at the protagonist. The protagonist muttered, "Rock, paper, scissors," and then, with the palm of his hand, he firmly caught the thug's attack. He raised his other hand. "All right, I win again." Meanwhile, Li Jiwoo and Li Junyoung were at the arcade, playing a shooting game. Li Jiwoo shouted, "Hurry up and aim. Take him out and we win." At the same time, the protagonist said, "I am going to crack your head open like a flower." A powerful flick lands right on the forehead. The punk slams into that familiar wall once again. Yoon Jae-min says indifferently, 2-0. "All right, let us keep going with rock, paper, scissors. This time, I am going with rock." Rock it is. Jae-min is forcing the punk to play rock, paper, scissors with him. If you lose, you get a flick to the forehead. At this point, the little punk has a head spinning from all of Jae-min's flicks. Jae-min raises his fist this time. "Okay, I am going with rock this time." The sneaky punk quickly signals to his companion behind him. The punk in the back gets the hint and whips out his phone. He immediately prepares to record the scene. Looking at how practiced they are, it is clear that Kim Ho-min and his crew have done this many times before. Choi Hee-won quickly shouts out a warning. She sees that Jae-min is about to be caught on camera beating up the punks. Jae-min reacts instantly. He lunges toward the punks with huge strides. He dashes straight at the guy holding the phone. "Sorry about this. I have a bit of a camera phobia." With that, he kicks the punk's phone right out of his hand. The phone goes flying with a single kick. He literally kicks the device away as he speaks, just as Jae-min lands on his feet. Damn it. Right as he touches the ground, Jae-min spots another threat. Another punk pulls out his phone as well. The second one tries to record too. Another phone comes out from the side, but that phone gets kicked away just the same. The phone hits the ground and shatters instantly. The punk is about to turn around and curse Jae-min out, but Jae-min's palm pins him down. "I told you, I have camera phobia." A powerful, overwhelming pressure forces the punk to swallow his insults back down. They originally thought the story of him knocking out the freshman boss was just a rumor. Turns out it was not a rumor at all. Meanwhile, the lead punk takes the chance to flee in the chaos. He is a smart punk, after all. He is one of those punks with good grades. Look at him go, the academic delinquent. A punk who actually uses his head. Exactly, he uses his brain to deal with Jae-min, trying to outsmart the protagonist. Jae-min turns his gaze to the remaining two. "You guys want to play for him? There are 7 rounds left." Just like that, he scares the punks away again. Jae-min immediately flashes a smile. "See, in the end, we are the ones who won." But Kim Se-yeon acts completely out of character. "You are the one who won, are not you?" After saying that, he leaves without even looking back. He finishes his sentence and walks away coldly. As expected, when Se-yeon gets home, he gets a harsh verbal lashing from his father. A brutal slap lands squarely on Se-yeon's face. "Didn't I tell you to go to the construction site? How did I end up with such a worthless son like you? I am desperate for you to learn a trade, but you are obsessed with going to university all day long." No matter how aggrieved Se-yeon feels, his father continues to hurl insults. "If you do not earn money, how are we supposed to pay the family debt? Your mother left us a mountain of debt before she died." As his father raises his hand to strike again, Se-yeon, unable to take it anymore, grabs his father's wrist tightly. "Money, money, money. You brat, it is all about the money. I never said I would not earn any. I will once I graduate. I will make money once I finish university." Se-yeon violently flings his father's hand away. He shoves his father's hand aside. Se-yeon throws off his father's grip with force. "With a university degree, I can earn much more money, and stop using my mom as an excuse for everything. Even if she is broke, she is still family. She is your wife." He ignored his father's objections. Kim Se-yeon stormed out and slammed the door. In a home like this, Kim Se-yeon could not hold back his bitter tears. Just as Kim Se-yeon was about to blow up, he turned and saw Yoon Jae-min coming back through the door. Yoon Jae-min had come to comfort him, but instead he ran right into Kim Se-yeon leaving home. Yoon Jae-min checked the time, worry all over his face. In 40 minutes, it would be curfew. When Kim Se-yeon saw Yoon Jae-min, his mood did not brighten one bit. "I know you came because you were worried about me, but you should go back right now. I already heard about your family from Kim Hae-min, especially your father. You will never understand me, not in this lifetime." Yoon Jae-min looked stunned. How could that be? Yoon Jae-min looked stunned. Yoon Jae-min looked stunned. How could that be? Then one more time, Yoon Jae-min looked stunned. Still, he made him an offer. "Why not come to my place first?" What, seeing Kim Se-yeon's shocked face, Yoon Jae-min kept talking. "I do not know what you heard about me, but when I saw you walk out of your house just now, I thought we are kind of alike, so I get it." Kim Se-yeon looked confused. "You know." Kim Se-yeon looked confused. Yoon Jae-min smiled. "You will get it once you come with me. Let's go." What they did not know was a bunch of punks were hiding nearby. Those lackeys planned to tail Yoon Jae-min. Tail him, those lackeys, and find out where he lived. He was the kind of punk even other punks could not stand. A punk everybody hated. The punk everyone hated. He was the kind of punk even other punks could not stand. A punk who studied hard, because he had the title of the Hope of Lucheng Vocational High School, and hid behind the school's protection. He bullied and extorted people, doing every dirty thing in the book. But just now, Yoon Jae-min taught him a lesson, and an older girl even laughed at him, saying how proud Kim Hae-min was to be #1 in the whole school. He took it as a slap right to the forehead. In fact, that was from Yoon Jae-min flicking him earlier. The more Kim Hae-min thought about it, the madder he got. He grabbed his phone and called a punk. The guy was Ma Mingin, the son of a manager at Yeonya B. He made his living taking paid fights. Once he took a job, he did not need a reason to hit someone. A straight-up no-questions-asked beatdown service. Kim Hae-min wanted to use him to teach Yoon Jae-min a lesson. Just then, Pyo Han-woo walked in. Hearing the name Yoon Jae-min, he looked startled. He slowly moved closer to Ma Mingin. That kid is not someone you want to mess with. At the same time, the other punks also got the word, getting ready to tail Yoon Jae-min and stir trouble at his place. Right then, Kim Se-yeon suddenly yanked his hand away from Yoon Jae-min. From Kim Hae-min, he had learned the gap between himself and Yoon Jae-min. He thought of his useless old man. Kim Se-yeon lowered his head. From the start, we have lived in different worlds. I used to stupidly think you could understand me. Go home already. You are seriously a joke. You are seriously a joke. Go home already. You are seriously a joke. Acting like you cannot even spare $50. Just go home. I will handle it. Yoon Jae-min looked wronged. Being misunderstood left him too choked up to even snap back. The misunderstanding had him so worked up, he could not get a word out. Yoon Jae-min still tried to stop him, but could only watch as Kim Se-yeon put on his headphones and slowly walked away. Then Yoon Jae-min's mom's message alert rang. He had to hurry home. If he did not go back, his mom would definitely bring up making him drop out again. Am I really going to give up on Kim Se-yeon and just go back by myself? Just then, Kim Se-yeon was walking down the street. Kim Se-yeon kept walking. He figured there were still 9 hours until the school gates opened. He was thinking about where to spend the night. He had no money, but if I go home, Dad will just humiliate me again. The more he thought about it, the tighter Kim Se-yeon clenched his fists. No. No way I am going home. Right then, Kim Se-yeon overheard some punks talking. They were saying they were going to track down the male lead's home address. No, I have to call Yoon Jae-min. No. To warn him, someone is tailing him. But he had no idea. One of them was already right behind him. The punk flashed a nasty grin. Looks like we can find that guy after all. You are Yoon Jae-min's friend, right? Where does he live? A surge of fear took over. Kim Se-yeon bolted like his life depended on it. The group of punks immediately chased after him. But Kim Se-yeon was already low on stamina. How could he outrun them? Sure enough, they spotted him again. Kim Se-yeon's heart felt like it was being squeezed. Am I going to get jumped again? All the old humiliation came rushing back. Why am I getting pushed around all day, every day? Kim Se-yeon took off his earphones. He was going to fight back. Meanwhile, the male lead had not left. He was too worried about Kim Se-yeon. The taxi had only gone halfway before he turned back. His heart was pounding hard. Looks like I am in trouble again. But then he remembered the look on Kim Se-yeon's face. It looked just like his old self. He must be hurting. I can go back and explain things to Mom properly. When the male lead returned, he found Kim Se-yeon in serious danger. He was about to rush in, but he froze. He recalled how defeated Kim Se-yeon had looked, saying he had never beaten anyone. Then it hit him, this time, I'll make you win. At the same time, Kim Se-yeon's phone rang, and the punk's attack came in too. Kim Se-yeon ducked with a quick bend at the waist. Then he picked up the call. It was Yoon Jae-min. When he realized Yoon Jae-min was watching him, Kim Se-yeon started scanning around for where Yoon Jae-min was. Yoon Jae-min began coaching from the rooftop. Right hand clenched into a fist. Right foot forward. Plant it. Relax. I am not saving you this time. But if you do exactly what I say, you will win. No question. Kim Se-yeon raised his guard. Let's go. Kim Se-yeon finally got into it, facing a punk twice his size. Tears spilled from Kim Se-yeon's eyes from pure terror. But then Yoon Jae-min's voice came through again. With Yoon Jae-min's warning, Kim Se-yeon instantly lowered his head and slipped the hit. On the rooftop, Yoon Jae-min directed him over the phone. Down below, Kim Se-yeon followed step for step. First, Kim Se-yeon set his stance. Then Yoon Jae-min told him, picture a wall on your left, and smash in with your right full power. Kim Se-yeon didn't even hesitate, and did as he was told. Like a miracle, he blocked the attack. The punk looked shocked. Is this really the same kid who used to fold like paper? He figured Kim Se-yeon just got lucky. So he charged again. This time Kim Se-yeon pivoted and dodged. Then he hooked a light trip and dumped him on the ground. Kim Se-yeon blinked like, wait, am I actually that good? Then Yoon Jae-min praised him, good job. Next, say exactly what I tell you. Kim Se-yeon forced a faint awkward smile. He stuttered, is Is that all you have got? As expected, he successfully provoked the thug. The thug let out a roar and lunged at Kim Se-yun. Sure enough, Se-yun effortlessly dodged the attack once again. After that, Se-yun grew more and more confident. He maneuvered across the battlefield with agility. He slipped past every single one of the thug's strikes with ease. Even Jae-min was a bit surprised. Could this guy actually be a natural-born martial arts prodigy? Kim Se-yun pretended to be backed into a corner. He narrowly avoided a heavy punch from the thug. Suddenly, Jae-min's voice rang out. Se-yun, now, since Kim Se-yun had no formal training, taking down a thug was still a bit much for him. So Jae-min told him exactly what to do. Deliver a brutal headbutt. As Se-yun's headbutt connected, the thug collapsed instantly. That is right. What Kim Se-yun needed most right now, to help him overcome his sense of failure, was not a perfect score on an exam, but validation from others. Se-yun stared at the fallen thug, completely shocked. Did I really just knock him out? After the incident, Jae-min asked, how does victory taste? Se-yun replied with a beaming smile, what do you mean how? It feels pretty awesome. See, I told you it feels great. It is actually pretty cool. In reality, his heart was already blooming with joy. Soon, Se-yun began to ask Jae-min about his situation. Back then, why did you say we were similar? Little did they know, Jae-min's mother suddenly appeared. His mother's face was dark and grim. Jae-min tried to explain, but predictably, he was met with a sharp slap from his mother. Yoon Jae-min, do you think I wanted to see you like this? Is this why I divorced your father? Standing nearby, Kim Se-yun was shell-shocked. It felt like he had just overheard something he should not have. Jae-min's mother said sternly, forget about the study group. You are transferring schools immediately. Soon after, his mother questioned him. What on earth did you do today? Jae-min answered honestly, I flicked the forehead of the top student in our grade. Kim Se-yun, standing beside him, broke into a cold sweat. I am actually ranked third. He tried to intervene. He tried to help, attempting to use his rank as third in the grade to bail Jae-min out, because he knew that in the eyes of parents, academic performance was the only thing that mattered. But Jae-min's mother wore an expression of total indifference. Ranked third. What does that have to do with me? At that moment, Kim Se-yun finally realized that Yoon Jae-min's mother was far from ordinary. Later, Se-yun went over to Jae-min's house. He was happily flipping through Jae-min's schedule, only to be interrupted by Jae-min's strange words. I am sorry, Se-yun. I will have to leave the study group in your hands from now on. Initially, Kim Se-yun did not take it seriously. He thought it was just the mother's anger talking, but Jae-min was dead serious. My mom is a woman of her word. She really is going to make me transfer. Since he was little, whether it was moving houses or something as massive as divorcing his father, she would execute it immediately after announcing her decision. He still remembered his mother holding him, saying things that seemed out of character for her. She told him it was okay, even if he was not good at studying. Soon, Jae-min's mother opened the door. She took out a freshly printed sheet of paper. It was a catalog of formal schools. She told Jae-min to pick which one he wanted to transfer to. By nighttime, both Kim Se-yun and Jae-min were heavy-hearted. At this moment, Kim Se-yun finally understood. What did the male lead mean when he said we were alike back then? He had already pictured the moment his parents fought and talked about divorce. Just how helpless the male lead was. Pretty soon, the male lead opened his mouth without any expression. Se-yun, being dismissed like that must feel awful, right? Just how fierce and decisive the male lead's mom was. The next day, the male lead got dragged by his mom straight to the principal's office. The study group could only stare helplessly from outside the door. Lee Ji-woo knew that as long as the male lead would be transferred out immediately. The whole study group did not want the male lead to transfer schools. He was the one who made them change. Yoon Jae-min was the one who pulled them out of the dark. But Kim Se-yun was not about to just take it. He had already worked on the vice principal's mindset early this morning, telling the vice principal not to lose a student like the male lead. Like that, sure enough, the principal's office door yanked open hard. The male lead's mom, who did not get approval, stormed out of the principal's office, furious. Kim Se-yun flashed the male lead a huge V sign. Like he had just pulled off a big win. But they did not even get to celebrate. The very next second, the male lead's mom brought up moving the study group. All 6 of them just stood there, stunned. Moving out, that is completely out of left field. But looking at her, it did not seem like she was bluffing. The male lead still tried to talk her out of it. He had finally made up his mind to come to this school. Only after coming here did he even have a shot at getting into college. And he had finally managed to build a study group. He had worked so hard just to put it together. But the male lead's mom just kept staring into the classroom. From the moment she walked in until now, this was already the 3rd fight she had seen. And not a single teacher came out to stop it. Just when the male lead was about to say something. Just as the male lead was about to say something, Just when the male lead was about to say something, a wooden board suddenly flew past right in front of his mom's face. The male lead rushed up to ask if his mom was hurt, but he saw her face darken by the second. Jaemin, this place is already not. Jaemin, this place is not even a school anymore. Next week, no. Tomorrow, we are moving. The male lead knew it was game over this time. Not long after, teacher Lee Han-kyung also came out into the hallway and learned that the male lead was going to transfer. In no time, the entire study group gathered. In no time, the entire study group crowded around. In no time, the entire study group gathered. In no time, the entire study group crowded around. They all talked over each other about the male lead's transfer. One after another, they kept talking about him transferring schools. They all talked over each other about the male lead's transfer, talking over each other about him transferring schools. Meanwhile, the male lead was already by the car. He still wanted to make one last stand. Everything he has now, and also for everything he has now. He does not even know how much he fought for it. Jaemin, but his mom's expression was still hard. But his mom's expression stayed cold and unshaken. Back then, she only let him come to this school because she softened up. Now that she thinks about it, she is full of regret. As she spoke, tears started to spill out. This time, no matter what, she would not change her mind. The male lead could not stand seeing his mom cry. So he got into the car without a fight. The study group rushed over, but they did not see the male lead or his mom anywhere. Looks like they already took off. They all sighed. His mom's follow-through was terrifying. Kim Se-yeon still wanted to ask Ms. Lee Han-kyung for help, but Ms. Lee Han-kyung was stuck too. Even Ms. Lee Han-kyung said there was nothing she could do. Even Ms. Lee Han-kyung said there was nothing she could do because she had been at Jae-min's house. Because she had tutored at Jae-min's place for years. That was why she knew his mom so well. That was why she knew his mom so well, down to her every quirk. That was why she knew his mom so well. She was not going to change her mind. That kind of mother just is not. But seeing the study group fired up one by one, Ms. Lee Han-kyung also remembered the time she tutored Jae-min. She finally came up with a plan. They would drive out and intercept Jaemin's mom. No sooner said than done, they all jumped into the car. But they did not know Kim Ho-min happened to overhear it. He was already calling the other punks. Everyone in the car went tense. Inside the car, Ms. Lee Han-kyung kept psyching herself up. She adjusted the rear-view mirror and got ready. Jaemin's phone rang beside his mom. Then another call came in, right after. It was the study group's group chat. "We are right behind you. We're chasing you." Jaemin snapped his head around. 2 red cars were closing in on him. With Ms. Lee Han-kyung's confident driving, and the shortest route Kim Se-yeon had mapped out, they should have caught up fast. But it was not going to be that simple. In the next second, a gang of punks on bikes rushed in. The very next second, more punks came charging on bikes. In a flash, the punks on bikes stormed in, yelling. In a flash, the punks on bikes charged forward. In the next second, a gang of punks on bikes rushed in. Ms. Lee Han-kyung hit the brakes hard. The car stopped dead in the middle of the road. Leading them was a former senior from their grade, Kong Tae-moo. "Sorry, Ms. Lee, you are not getting past here today." Not one step. The punks were dead set on forcing Jaemin to transfer. To make Jaemin transfer, they blocked the study group's route with their bikes. They got the tip from Kim Ho-min, so they rushed over. At Luchung Vocational High School, they could not let the study group. They absolutely could not let the study group stop Jaemin from transferring. Meaning, today, you are not leaving. The study group members all looked grim. Looks like they had to deal with these punks, or they were not getting through. So Lee Jun stepped up and started talking trash. He mocked Kong Tae-moo, saying Kong Tae-moo would do anything just to be number one, even pulling cheap tricks like this. And he did not even dare to fight Jaemin fair and square. Kong Tae-moo's face darkened. He shouted, "That guy is way past human limits. I have been wrecked by him, so I know. So I know it for a fact. I have been wrecked by him, so I know. How are we supposed to fight someone with cheat codes?" But Lee Jun said calmly, "Kong Tae-moo, I used to respect your tough guy act. Kong Tae-moo, I used to respect your tough guy act. But the way you fight dirty now, I cannot respect that. If you are that scared of Yoon, Jaemin, then you better start being scared of me too. Because sooner or later, I am going to surpass him." Hearing Lee Jun's taunts, Kong Tae-moo could not take it anymore. One punch and he sent Lee Jun flying. Lee Jun went flying from that punch, but Lee Jun did not even look like he got hurt. "You said you got wrecked by him, so you know, right?" Then Lee Jun proudly pointed at himself and said, "You think I have never been wrecked by him?" In fact, he had trained in fighting under Jaemin long ago. And Jaemin, he even taught him the secret technique banned by his uncle. Seeing Lee Jun charging at Park Jae-wong like a cheetah, he led with a sharp knee strike. but Park Jae-wong blocked it with his arm. Lee Jun was a bit confused. This was not at all like what he would imagined. It was completely different from what he would expected. Instead, he was met with another heavy punch from Park Jae-wong, sent flying back several meters again. The study group looked on in deep anxiety. If this keeps up, Jae-min will end up even further away. Even then, Lee Jun did not give up. He lunged at Park Jae-wong with a kick, but it was blocked again. Just like that, Lee Jun was knocked down repeatedly, only to keep getting back up every time. He finally realized something. This guy in front of him is a total beast. There is no way he can take him down. Soon, Park Jae-wong signaled to his crew, ordering his lackeys to move in, but their leader was intercepted by Lee Ji-woo, who delivered a brutal backhand strike. Lee Jun followed up with a kick to take down another one. Some thugs were banging on the car window, trying to break it, but they were promptly dealt with by Lee Ji-woo and Lee Jun working together. The ground was soon littered with down thugs. Park Jae-wong was grinding his teeth in pure rage. If it were not for that guy Yoon Jae-min, he would have passed the assessment long ago. He would have cleared it already. He might even have become a member of the Yeonbaek gang. But now, he was not even recruiting anyone. The more he thought about it, the angrier Park Jae-wong got. It was all because of that guy. Park Jae-wong tossed his jacket aside and charged toward the car all by himself. But the teacher swerved, trying to block him with her bike. Park Jae-wong still held onto a sliver of hope. She is so timid, she would not dare hit him. But behind him, Lee Jun walked up with his hands in his pockets. Actually, you are wrong. You really do not know teacher Lee Han-kyung at all. She did not hit the guardrail because she was scared back then. She did it because she was worried about you guys. If it were anyone else, you would already be dead. Just like that, Park Jae-wong could only watch helplessly as the sedan rammed the bike and sped off. Park Jae-wong had to stifle his rage as he glared at Lee Jun. Park Jae-wong had to stifle his rage as he glared at Lee Jun. Are you really planning to stop me all by yourself? Do you think you can? Can you handle the consequences? Lee Jun smirked. Why so aggressive? It is time to use the technique I learned from him. So aggressive. It is time to use the technique I learned from him. Meanwhile, the lead guy was breaking into a cold sweat, too guilty to even look back, because a red sedan was tailing them closely. Lee Ji-woo even had the audacity to wave at him. Dangerous. Lee Ji-woo was even being provocative. Lee Ji-woo even had the audacity to give him a dangerous wave. To prevent the lead guy from transferring schools, the study group chased after his mother's car. Lee Jun faced off against a former top-ranked fighter. He was a completely different person now, and even mastered the secret techniques from the lead guy's uncle. A solid strike forced Park Jae-wong into a defensive stance, but the physical gap still left Lee Jun at a disadvantage. In a split second, Lee Jun seized the chance, delivering a vicious whip kick, which made Park Jae-wong stagger. It was enough to make Park Jae-wong lose his balance. He could not even stand steady. Park Jae-wong's defense was also incredible. Top-tier defense indeed. Even with that, his defenses were solid. He grabbed Lee Jun's leg and threw him aside. Park Jae-wong was on him again in an instant. Curious, why is Lee Jun only using kicks? Lee Jun slowly staggered up. I have got no choice. I promise to only use my legs. Saying that, he unleashed another high kick. He landed a solid blow on Kong Tae-mu. It turns out that even after joining the study group, he never gave up on his goal to conquer Lucheng High, because he had been bullied his whole life. Back then, a young man who called himself Auntie protected him. Looking at the weak and small Lee Jun, that young man encouraged him. One day, you will be able to protect others too. He was not obsessed with rankings. He just wanted to repay the faith that young man had in him. But as things stood, he was no match for the top-ranked fighters. He was no match for the top-ranked. So, under the pretext of studying hard, he received guidance from the protagonist. He practiced his kicks day and night. Finally, he perfected a killer move. It was called the Big Brother Dragon Kick. Having just been knocked down, Lee Jun leaped high into the air again. Lee Jun, who was just knocked down, leapt high again. Lee Jun, who was just knocked down. Having just been knocked down, Lee Jun leapt high again. He aimed a vicious kick at Kong Tae-mu. A vicious kick aimed at Kong. A vicious kick aimed at Kong. He aimed a vicious kick at Kong Tae-mu. It was like a giant dragon breaking through the sky. This was the Big Brother Dragon Kick. The Dragon Kick. This was the Big Brother Dragon Kick. The inspiration for this move came from Bruce Lee. The inspiration for this move came from a scene. In The Big Boss, Bruce Lee stood up for his fellow workers and defeated the corrupt boss. He wanted to become the big boss of this city. The blow sent Kong Tae-mu crashing to the ground. At the same time, Lee Jun collapsed from exhaustion. This completely trapped Kong Tae-mu. Come back soon, Yoon Jae-min. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ms. Lee Han-kyung managed to get through to the protagonist's mother on the phone. She arranged to meet the protagonist's mother at a restaurant. A moment later, Kong Tae-mu's eyes shot open. A moment later, Kong Tae-mu's eyes shot open. He remembered seeing the sole of Lee Jun's shoe. He remembered seeing Li Jun's shoe. He remembered seeing Li Jun's damn shoe. And then passing out. How could I, with my ranking, lose to someone ranked in the teens? Unable to accept this reality, Kong Tae Mu. Unable to accept this reality. Unable to accept this reality, Kong Tae Mu arrogantly slapped Li Jun awake. Panicked. This can't get out. Otherwise, I will have to make sure this kid disappears for good. But just then, a young man on a motorcycle, wielding an iron pipe, viciously struck Kong Tae Mu, sending him flying. His attempt at revenge was easily thwarted by the young man. Easily thwarted by the young man. His attempt at revenge was easily thwarted by the young man. It was Park Jian-yeob making his entrance. Park Jian-yeob. He asked where Ms. Lee Han-kyung was now. He had to get there fast. If his guess was right, Lee Han-kyung was in grave danger. At that moment, Ms. Lee Han-kyung was trying to persuade the protagonist's mother to change her mind, but with the protagonist's mother's decisive personality. Even as a teacher, a school so full of violence was something she, as a mother, could never tolerate. Just when everyone thought it was a lost cause, Ms. Lee Han-kyung suddenly stood up. Madam, why are you running away from the violence? With a determined look, Lee Han-kyung said, you were not like this before. With a determined look, Lee Han-kyung said, you were not like this before, were you? Hearing this, the protagonist's mother had a shocked expression. Even the protagonist himself, who was at the center of it all. Even the protagonist himself, who was at the center of it all, was a bit. Even the protagonist himself, who was at the center. Even the protagonist himself, who was at the center of it all, was a bit. Teacher. Teacher, what are you saying? Seeing teacher Lee Han-kyung striding toward Yoon Jae-min's mother, she dropped a bombshell that shocked everyone. A shock to everyone there. Wasn't it you, madam, who encouraged me to change the school's fate? The principal was looking at a petition. Stunned. That was Lee Han-kyung, the teacher who gave him a task. Investigating the hiring practices at Lucheng Vocational High School. Investigating the hiring at Lucheng Vocational High School. Investigating the Lucheng Vocational situation. New investigation at Lucheng Vocational. Teacher Lee Han-kyung teamed up with the police to completely purge the Yeonbaek gang out of Lucheng Vocational. As expected, Pei Hanyu received news. Pei Hanyu looked at the message on his phone. Looks like I need to show her we are not to be messed with. Meanwhile, the Yeonbaek gang minions swarmed into a restaurant. It was exactly the place where teacher Lee Han-kyung and Jae-min's mother were talking. How cool is this teacher? Facing several dozen punks without losing her cool, she turned around. She had to keep persuading Jae-min's mother to reconsider the transfer decision. Jae-min's mother was a bit startled. Is this still that harmless teacher, Lee Han-kyung? That is right, she is not that naive tutor anymore. Starting from the day of the teacher's passing, who was like a mother to her. Actually, she used to be a troubled student too. A daydreaming slacker who could not focus in class. It was Jae-min's mother who changed her. Even when she was a total slacker, she never gave up on her, leading her to become the genius girl everyone talked about. That day, Jae-min's mother was talking eagerly about teacher Lee Han-kyung's stories, making teacher Lee Han-kyung incredibly embarrassed. Lee Han-kyung always believed that a teacher could change the school, but it was short-lived, because Jae-min's mother wanted change. It touched the interests of the Yeonbaek gang. Trouble followed soon after, and the only way she could change Lucheng Vocational was to carry on the teacher's will. At the same time, she could not give up on a single student. She was determined to make Jae-min stay. And right at that moment, a thug attacked teacher Lee Han-kyung from behind. Watching the attack nearing, getting ever closer to teacher Lee Han-kyung, everyone was left helpless. Everyone was helpless. Then, suddenly, Jae-min's mother landed a back kick, slamming the little punk onto the table. The whole place went silent instantly. The study group was left bewildered. Is this the power of good genetics? Jae-min's mother's face turned cold. I am in a very bad mood right now, you little brats. Indeed, she is the mother of Yoon Jae-min, a former Taekwondo champion. The punks who just moments ago were acting so tough were now all nervous. The study group led by Jae-min's mother was at its peak. Today, madam has to teach you a real lesson, all of you. The punks were stunned. Damn it, we thought Jae-min's mother was his weak spot. Didn't expect her to have the upper hand. At that moment, one of the punks had a change of heart, preparing to leave. Even though it was Pei Hanyu who ordered them, it was just too much for so many people to gang up on one teacher. The ringleader with dreadlocks just calmly flipped through his phone, looked back and said sinisterly, your little sister is actually quite cute. The thug stopped in his tracks. Pei Hanyu held the weakness in his hands. He had no choice. Promptly following the thug's pointing finger, with a quick gesture from that scumbag, the mob of hoodlums swarmed in. A guy with dyed red hair charged straight at M's. Lee. Yoon Jae-min suddenly appeared. Yoon Jae-min suddenly appeared and executed a perfect throw. Yoon Jae-min suddenly appeared and executed a perfect throw. These guys will be good for a warm-up today. I could open a gym with this, seriously. Jae-min frantically tries to explain to his mother. Yoon Jae-min is not a troublemaker who loves to fight. Her dream is to become a teacher. Soon, more thugs rushed in. Jae-min and his mother team up for a tag team beatdown. Punch. Look. His mother is quite angry. You child, how dare you fight right in front of your mother? He tries to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. The two trashy goons on the side. They were discussing whether to take action. Kim Se-yeon gritted his teeth. No, I am not a coward anymore. No, I am not the same person I was. Staying like this will just keep leading to me getting bullied. I have to do something. And at that moment, a hoodlum prepared to sneak attack him from behind. Suddenly, Kim Se-yeon stood up nervously and happened to collide with the sneak attacking thug. Hey, what the hell? In pain, Kim Se-yeon clutched his head. By now, Jae-min's mother has completely changed her opinion of the study group. I never thought Jae-min could make so many friends. So many people studying with him. His mother is a bit surprised. Our Ms. Kim is a bit surprised as well. Maybe, back when he was little. Her chat with the neighbor was overheard by Jae-min, and Jae-min never had any friends before. Now he is even bringing friends over to the house. I should have prepared some fruit to treat them. Meanwhile, the fight was raging on. Ms. Lee took out her phone, ready to report it. Just as it dialed, just as she finished pressing, she realized the scumbag was already standing right in front of her. Jae-min tried to step in, but it was too late. With a loud thud, Ms. Lee's phone hit the ground. The hoodlums all started running away. Jae-min thought the situation was resolved. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him made his heart stop. His mother had taken the blow for Ms. Lee. Fresh blood was trickling down from her head. Just having arrived, Lee Jun and Park Jian-yi only saw Yoon Jae-min squatting on the floor, soul shattered, as an ambulance was just pulling away. On the other side, Jae-min was gripping his tie. Stop there, it is not over yet. If human pain could be graded, the levels of agony, then losing a loved one is definitely level 1. Jae-min watched helplessly as his mother was attacked and severely wounded by the little thug. But he was powerless to help. He channeled his grief and pain into pure rage. At this moment, Jae-min stared at the hoodlum before him. It is all on them. If it were not for their mess, his mother would never have ended up like this. For the first time in the series, Jae-min took initiative. He tossed the thug aside like a piece of trash, dropping him onto the ground. Then he started walking toward him with heavy steps, begging for mercy continuously. The Jae-min standing before him now looked like a vengeful Grim Reaper, but it did absolutely nothing. One kick sent the punk seeing stars. But the dirty fighter still thought he had it in the bag, because they had Fang Shangren. Meanwhile, someone sprinted straight toward Yoon Jae-min. Park Jae-wong also rushed toward Yoon Jae-min. Honestly, he recognized Lee Han-kyung from the start. He knew who Lee Han-kyung was, the student his mom was proudest of. And he also knew that Ms. Han-kyung wanted to help his mom finish what she could not. Ms. Han-kyung wanted to fulfill his mom's unfinished wish. That is why he stepped in back in the equipment room and helped break it up. But the apology letter stuff was the one thing he never saw coming. That letter was something he could not have predicted. He never once expected the whole wish letter thing to blow up like this. And sure enough, this was the result. Hiding off to the side, he quickly spotted Yoon Jae-min trading blows with Fang Shangren. Park Jae-wong panicked. Park Jae-wong, why did it have to be this guy of all people? Why was it always this guy? Back then, he had brass knuckles on his fingers. And even then, this guy's muscles just swallowed the hit like it was nothing. It was all blocked by this guy. Blocked by this guy's muscle and frame. Totally stuffed by this guy's muscle. That skinny-looking Yoon Jae-min could actually, in no time, Fang Shengren raised both hands and took Yoon Jae-min's strike head-on. Just like when he dealt with Park Jae-wong before. Park Jae-wong's face tightened with nerves. This was going to end up just like last time for him. But before Fang Shengren could finish his usual tough talk, before he could say, "You do not have enough muscle," a brutal jolt of pain slammed into him. It hit him so hard, he stumbled around. He did not even have time to catch his breath. When Yoon Jae-min lifted his leg again, it was a move that was basically banned. Fifth form, Dragon crosses the river, 5-kick combo. The big guy was not even steady on his feet yet. When the first strike came crashing in, every punch landed clean and solid. He had zero defense, not a shred of guard left. When the final kick dropped, the big guy was already a wreck. Park Jae-wong, watching from the side, was completely stunned. He stared at Yoon Jae-min's terrifyingly calm face. So this is what a real gap in strength looks like. Instant, Park Jae-wong rushed out from the corner, shouting that they had to catch that dirty fighter. But the car was already long gone. Yoon Jae-min went full speed. In a blink, he closed the distance. Both feet slammed onto the roof. With a savage look, he barked, "Get out here." Then the car suddenly floored it. It flung Yoon Jae-min straight into a pile of trash. Park Jae-wong hurried over. "Are you okay?" But Yoon Jae-min was clenching his fists, his whole body shaking. How could he be fine? His whole body was trembling. No way he was fine. Yeah. His mom got badly hurt right in front of him. How could he be fine? So Park Jae-wong Early the next morning, Yoon Jae-min left home alone, backpack on, heading to school. Yoon Jae-min went to school alone with his bag on his back. Everything looked the same as usual, but the vibe had changed. At school, Kim Se-yeon was doing his usual rounds when he spotted a student in a fall jacket. It was Pyo Han-woo. He was up on the rooftop talking to a few punks. He had gathered the strongest fighters in the whole school. Pretty much everyone was there, including Kim Soon-chul. Park Min-chul was there too. Basically, they were all present. All of Park Min-chul's crew had basically shown up. All the punks were basically there. Only Fang Shengren still had not shown. Did Fang Shengren show up yet? Right then, the lead finally charged out. Found you, you slick talker. So this whole mess started at the construction site. One reckless move started all of this. It was all because of that guy, Pai Hanyu. Even those punks who hurt his mom were acting on Pai Hanyu's orders. Back then, Park Jae-wong told him to call JC. Because even JC couldn't do anything about Pai Hanyu. Because even JC couldn't touch Pai Hanyu. Because even JC couldn't do anything about Pai Hanyu. The lead said flatly, no need to call JC. I will handle it myself. He launched into the air. Then he drove a vicious kick straight at Pai Hanyu. The lead finally snapped, just like Pai Hanyu wanted. And the first name on his hit list was Pai Hanyu. Because if it were not for this guy, his mom would never have ended up like that. At Lucheng Vocational High School, there were Jin Shuns. And at Lucheng Vocational High School, Jin Shuns, Park Min-chul, and a whole rooftop full of top-tier fighters. A rooftop full of top-tier fighters and Park Min-chul. The lead swung another kick at Pai Hanyu. Pai Hanyu froze, scared out of his mind. But it was a shame. The lead got grabbed by the other punks. But it was a shame. The lead got grabbed by the other punks. Pai Hanyu flashed that smug grin again. Pai Hanyu flashed that shameless grin again. That smug grin came back again. Pai Hanyu flashed that smug grin again. He thought the lead was out of options. So he strutted up and mocked him. You think you're such a good fighter. So what if you can fight? That doesn't mean a thing. Out here, you need muscle and you need backing, power and connections. If you want to run these streets, you need power and... He patted the lead on the cheek. Know when to stop. Then he opened the rooftop door and walked out, leaving a few skilled guys to deal with the lead. As he left, he even mocked the lead for being an idiot. Charging in solo like some hero wannabe. Charging in solo like some hero wannabe. Let those three guys teach him a lesson. Let those three guys teach him a lesson. On the rooftop, the punks slammed the lead hard onto the ground. A yellow-haired guy with a mean face stepped up to take on the lead. Yeah, we run wild, but we are not the kind of trash who gangs up on a junior. For the first time, the lead got serious. This guy was no joke. He remembered the last time he met Park Jae-wong, what Park Jae-wong said, and why Pai Hanyu transferred into this school. Lee Defei and Jin Shuns, it was all because of these three. It was because of these three guys, including Jin Shuns. Jin Shuns and Park Min-chul were called the Three Street Kings of Lucheng Vocational High School. They were called the Three Street Kings of Lucheng Vocational High School. And the leader, Jin Shuns, was the toughest to deal with. When they heard Jin Shuns say he would take the lead on alone, the others were about to leave, but the lead called them back, all three of you. Settle it together. Jin Shuns looked seriously annoyed. This guy just got pushed around like that, and he still dared to talk big. The lead's eyes hardened. If what Park Jae-wong said was true, then these three were Pai Hanyu's shield. That meant he had to wipe them out first. His heartbeat spiked, his face turned fierce. Time to get revenge. He was about to clear these obstacles right in front of him. Then the lead noticed something was off. Suddenly a kick crashed into his shoulder. He had no idea when, but one punk had slipped to his left. Right after that, another punk rushed in from behind on the right. Another punk struck from behind on the right. Then another punk came in fast from behind on the right. Soon another punk hit from behind on the right. Soon another punk attacked from behind on the right, coming in fast. The lead got blasted back by a punch. The lead got hit by a punch. He pushes himself up from the ground, his hands. He dodges two attacks, but the next second, a punch as fierce as a tiger's lands right on our hero's stomach. Their coordination was flawless. On the other side, Park Jae-wong reveals a smug grin. Back when he was choosing a school, he specifically picked this one because of these three. Even against the Yeonbaek gangs, action team leader, they could hold their own. That is why he decided to come to this school, to use these three as his human shields. Yeah, if it were not for the surprise attack, he definitely would've. Yes, if not for the surprise, he definitely would've. Yes, if he would have definitely been taken down by these three. He would have definitely been taken down by these three. But at this moment, our hero looks confused. The reason he was knocked down was because his heart was pounding. The reason he was knocked down was because his heart would not stop pounding. He suddenly remembers his uncle. He suddenly remembers his uncle's words. He suddenly remembers what his uncle once told him. His condition is called agitation. Yes, our hero has a fatal flaw. He craves a good fight. When facing a strong opponent, he gets excited without even realizing it. So his uncle told him to stay calm no matter what. The ultimate ultimate form of martial arts is to have no form. His uncle's words repeat over and over. In our hero's mind, martial arts is divided into 3 levels. A third-rate fighter's cup is turbulent and overflowing. A first-rate master, however, will empty his cup. Only with no desire can one reach the pinnacle. This time, our hero gets into his stance again. There is no longer a trace of impurity in his eyes. Soon, the thugs start to circle him. Our hero calmly raises his hand to block the first attack. He dodges the second one. He leans his body to dodge the. He dodges the. Then, leaning back, he uses one hand to push off the ground and, leaning back, he uses one hand to push off the ground and take out the second guy. Leaning back, he uses one hand to push off the ground to take out the second. Leaning back, he uses one hand to push off the ground to take out the. Leaning back, he uses one hand to push off the ground and take out the second guy. Facing the last punk, our hero extends his hand. Our hero extends his arm to block. The opponent also notices that our hero is different. This guy looks a lot calmer than before. Wrong. Mental training is the foundation of martial arts. But soon, the opponent gets distracted. Wait, how do you say mental in English again? Museum. I think I just saw it in my vocabulary book. I really want to take out my vocab book and check. In that second, our hero seizes the opportunity. He lands a clean uppercut. The opponent quickly suppresses his obsessive compulsion. The opponent quickly suppresses his obsessive compulsion. He 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 extends his palm and unleashes his ultimate move. Tiger fist. Ferocious tiger descends the mountain. The relentless barrage of attacks forces our hero on the defensive. And just as the assault is at its most ferocious. The opponent suddenly covers his eyes and stumbles back. That is right. Our hero poked him in the eye. That is right. Our hero poked him in the eye. Seeing our hero close in again with a raised fist, the other 2 thugs have already rushed forward. Before our hero's fist can land, they will beat him to a pulp first. Faced with this situation, our hero flashes a mischievous grin. That is right. He was waiting for this exact moment. He uses the second dirty trick his uncle forbade him from using. He grabs the thug's little pigtail. He yanks the gold chain, making the 3 of them crash into each other. And just like that, our hero takes out all 3 at once. Actually, winning is pretty simple. It is just that the win feels a bit dirty. Then he pulls open the rooftop door. By the way, what class is Pai Hanyu in? Now it is his turn. When you are pushed to absolute fury. When you reach your breaking point. When someone is pushed to absolute fury, they actually become calm. They just change. Thinking of his mom, still comatose in the hospital bed. No, he is losing his mind. This whole school is trash. In an instant, everything in this school flashed through his head. If I had just kept that curfew Mom made me promise. Left Kim Se-yeon alone. Not saved Lee Jun from the Yeonbaek gang. Never started that study group at this garbage school. If I had not helped the teacher. If I had not come to this school. Then none of this would have happened. He drops the study group flyer randomly, letting it drift to the floor. Jaemin looks calm. Yeah, it is all this damn school's fault. But in the next second, he grabs the falling flyer back. Jaemin stares at Pai Hanyu's classroom. No, wait. I just wanted to help my friends study. It is not my fault. It is yours, Pai Hanyu. With that, he grabs the doorknob of Pai Hanyu's classroom. He is going to beat the hell out of Pai Hanyu right now. But the next moment, his hand is held back by Park Jae-wong. Don't do anything reckless. Jaemin is a bit confused. Why is Park Jae-wong here? It turns out Park Jae-wong has been looking for him all day. He already checked the rooftop earlier. Jaemin's next target was found. He found out what Jaemin's next target was. Don't be impulsive. Do you want to break your mom's heart again? It is time for homeroom. This head teacher, Hee Shangman, has long since been bought out by Pai Hanyu. If the third one is Hanyu's shield, Park Min-chul, if the third one is Pai Hanyu's shield, then this guy is Pai Hanyu's security detail. Having this guy around, the consequences of touching Pai Hanyu are unthinkable. Park Jae-wong's expression darkens. Even though he has no evidence, he knows his mother died because of Pai Hanyu. But the power of the Yeonbaek gang is so great that even the police have their hands tied. Even the police are helpless against him. Even the police have no way to stop him. Seeing Park Jae-wong look at him in pain, he says, "Do you know, I have wanted to kill him with a blade more than once or twice, but I need to find the right chance. Because if I do it now, Pai Hanyu won't receive any punishment at all, and I will just end up a criminal." Suddenly the speakers blare. Assemble. Suddenly the speakers blare. Assemble. All students, head to the main auditorium. Hurry everyone, go to the auditorium. Students start filing out of the classrooms one by one. Students start filing out of the classrooms. Jaemin glances over. Pai Hanyu is watching him from afar. He looks a bit surprised, almost as if saying, "How are you just fine after all that?" But the next moment, Pai Hanyu reaching out nervously. He knows Jaemin can't do anything to him here. Park Jae-wong turns his head to Jaemin. "Let us head to the auditorium." Park Jae-wong turns his head to Jae-min. Let us go to the hall first. But he realizes Jae-min has already disappeared. When he spots him again, Jae-min is already charging towards Pai Hanyu, bringing up Pai Hayu in front of all these students. Pai Hayu remains calm. Pai Hayu stands composed. Why must you play a game you cannot win? The teacher also snaps back to reality. Hurriedly, the teacher tells him to let go. Jae-min lets out a light breath, dropping Pai Hayu. A quick punch lands on Pai Hei's face. The next second, another blow hits Pai Hei's face. The entire room is stunned. The air goes silent. Pai Hei's expression turns cold. He pivots on his heel. A side kick connects perfectly, sending him flying. Jae-min is back on his feet in an instant. The students finally start to stir. They finally start to stir. The students finally start to stir. Must be seeing things. He actually hit Pai Hayu. Are you going to throw another punch? Jae-min turns to address the teacher. The teacher rushes to hold him back. Watching Jae-min walk away, Jae-min asks quietly, how is it? Does it hurt? The stinging pain on his face serves as a reminder. Pai Hayu got hit. Jae-min continues, I have always found it strange. Very curious. Turns out, everyone just keeps their distance to avoid bothering you. So you have been laboring under a delusion. In reality, you are just an ordinary person. In truth, it hurts when you get hit too. Jae-min speaks calmly, don't get too carried away. Jae-min is quickly taken to the office by Hee Shangmin. He is quickly taken to the office. Jae-min is quickly dragged to the office. They need to call his teacher over. Jae-min ignores everything Hee Shangmin is saying. His eyes are fixed on a piece of paper. His eyes are fixed on a paper covered in English text. X, what a unique name. He continues, ignoring Hee Shangmin, and starts reading a translation book. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the school's annual assembly has started. Attendance is mandatory for all students. All students are required to attend. Everyone must attend. The study group members are among them, except for Yoon Jae-min. Soon, the vice principal takes the stage. His words are aimed directly at Ms. Lee Han-kyung. Someone actually called our school a breeding ground for delinquents, dragging the school's reputation through the mud. It is absurd. Come up and explain yourself. What? Come up and explain. Ms. Lee Han-kyung. Ms. Lee Han-kyung. She has no choice but to take the stage, but she is being slapped with such a heavy accusation of insulting the school. Ms. Lee Han-kyung stammers, not knowing how to explain. And right at that moment, a figure walks toward the stage, in full view of everyone. It is Jae-min arriving. It is Jae-min, seeing him take off his glasses, reflecting on all the violence at this school, recalling every violent incident that has happened here. That English sign says, usually, when in extreme sorrow, people choose to self-destruct. They choose self-destruction, and only complain about their situation. But when in extreme anger, they seek change. Jae-min speaks with force. I came here to change this school, a great person once said. When overwhelmed with grief, people wallow in self-destruction. But when filled with extreme rage, they seek change. At Lucheng Vocational High School. At Lucheng Vocational High School. During the annual morning assembly at Lucheng Vocational High School, Yoon Jae-min stands on the stage with a calm expression. Everyone, I am here to change this school. The principal tries to step forward to stop him, but is held back by the dean of students. Wait, let us hear what he has to say first. Starting today, I declare, before the midterm exams, to create a proper learning environment, I will completely eradicate the dark, evil forces in this school. I will completely eradicate the dark, evil forces in this school. Park Jae-wong, I will completely eradicate the dark, evil forces in this school. And disciplinary action for student Park Jae-wong formally begins. Though his voice was devoid of emotion, it shook the students to their cores. This is a declaration of war. These words were clearly targeted at Park Jae-wong. In fact, it was a challenge to the entire Yeonbaek gang. The vice principal is dumbfounded right now. Even the dimmest person knows. These words will completely shift the power balance of the school. The school, once filled with undercurrents, will be swept by a storm from this moment on. Will be swept by a storm from this moment on. Meanwhile, the three thugs Jae-min knocked out on the roof have woken up, thinking about how they were beaten by a first-year punk. They feel utterly humiliated. In contrast, the first thing Kim Se-yeon did after waking up was study. The first thing Kim Se-yeon did after waking up was study. Finally, I know how to pronounce spirit in English. His buddy quickly warned him, we got beaten up. Another buddy quickly warned him, we got beaten up. His buddy quickly warned him, we got beaten up. If Park Jae-wong finds out, we are done for. But bad news travels fast. Word of their defeat has already spread, and Park Jae-wong even took a punch. The guys are getting even more frantic. Are we going to lose our spot in the gang too? The punk remained calm. If we lose it, we lose it. At worst, we just stop running errands for them. Even if he gets grabbed by the collar. Kim Se-yeon speaks without any hesitation. It is not like fighting is the only way we can make money. At worst, we just quit. Meanwhile, in the hallway, students are still whispering about Jae-min's declaration at the assembly. The punk walks along, suddenly kicks a crumpled piece of paper. A study group, Seems like he is actually interested. That day, Kim Se-yeon goes to the hospital to visit his grandfather as usual. His grandfather has one hobby. That is to read books. Grandfather tells him, the only way to improve, the only thing that can elevate your own worth is education. But he starts coughing violently from the emotion. The doctor tells him if we hang in there a little longer, grandfather has a very high chance of recovery. Kim Se-yeon walks slowly down the hospital hallway. I guess I just have to hang in there a little bit more. Just then, he happens to run into Yoon Jae-min, who is visiting his mother. The two lock eyes. Kim Se-yeon is surprised. What is he doing here? Kim Se-yeon learns about Jae-min's mother from him. No wonder back then, he was so reckless charging at Park Jae-wong. So that is what happened. It is so heartbreaking. Jae-min asks back, why do you listen to Park Jae-wong so much? The punk looks downcast. He was forced into it. But then Kim Se-yeon's phone rings. A frantic voice from his accomplice comes through. Se-yeon, are you at the hospital right now? Quick, find somewhere to hide. They are coming for you. But it is already too late. Two thugs have already appeared in front of them. The thugs look cold and menacing. Pai Hanyu wants me to teach you a lesson. The next second, the protagonist suddenly appears in front of the young thug. Was this Pai Hanyu's orders? You want to teach me a lesson? Ignorant little punks. They even asked for the protagonist's name. Just as the protagonist was about to speak, Kim Se-yeon pushes him away. Get lost, you little rat. Then he walks away with the thugs. Kim Se-yeon glances back at the protagonist from afar. He actually has a good impression of the kid. He does not want the protagonist to get involved with these guys. But the protagonist's next sentence stops him in his tracks. Are you not planning on studying anymore? The thug turns around and looks back. Is he talking to you? Kim Se-yeon pretends not to care. How is that even possible? Watching Kim Se-yeon walk away with the thugs, the protagonist is a bit confused. Does he really hate studying that much? Just then, phone rings. Turns out Kim Se-yeon forgot his phone, and the caller is none other than Kim Se-yeon's grandfather. The protagonist decides to visit the grandfather on his behalf. The protagonist ends up visiting the grandfather for Kim Se-yeon. He is currently grading his grandfather's exam paper. Haha, he discovers his grandfather is really passionate about studying. Haha, he finds out his grandfather is really enthusiastic about learning, because he got 4 questions right. He is already excited about getting 1 more right than yesterday. The grandfather tells the protagonist, it is not about how many questions you get right. When he was young, he wanted to buy bananas. So he worked to earn money. He sold newspapers to make money. To sell more, he had to learn how to ride a bicycle. He made a fool of himself trying to learn, but when he finally had the money to eat all the bananas he wanted, he realized that was not true happiness. True happiness was the process of learning how to ride that bike. And for his grandson, studying is just like riding a bike back then. You find the rhythm through repeated practice. Life changes quickly. And so it becomes. Just as the protagonist is about to leave, the grandfather calls him back. Hey student, if you see Se-yeon, do not forget to tell him how fun studying can be. The protagonist remembers the vocabulary book Kim Se-yeon dropped, and Kim Se-yeon being dragged away by the thugs earlier. When it all clicks together, the protagonist finally realizes the truth. The next day, the protagonist arrives at the study group, only to find Officer Luo Taiwan there too. Luo Taiwan looks somber. Let us get straight to the point. There was a murder case last night. Luo Taiwan holds up a newspaper. The culprit is this person in the photo. The disciplinary committee session for Pai Hanyu is about to begin. Following the protagonist's challenge, the police start their operation. Officer Luo Taiwan wears a grim expression, his face heavy with concern. Officer Luo looks deadly serious. Yesterday, a murder occurred near the port. The victim had multiple stab wounds. By the time we arrived, they were already dead. Luo suspects it was the work of the Yeonbaek gang. As he says this, Luo lights a cigarette and smirks. He wants the study group to infiltrate the Yeonbaek gang. Infiltrate the Yeonbaek gang. The study group needs to work their way into the Yeonbaek gang. Disguise ourselves and go in to scout for intel. The study group members are completely stunned. Lee Ziyu is the first to stand up and object. This is completely insane. Are you asking students to join a criminal gang? Everyone feels like this is a bad idea. The Yeonbaek gang is the largest crime syndicate in the city. They have no idea how deep the corruption goes. It is a mission of no return. And who can guarantee they will not end up in danger? Jaemin shot to his feet. What are we supposed to do? Jaemin sprang to his feet. Jaemin sprang to his feet. What do we need to do? Everyone thought Jaemin had lost it. He made that call. Jaemin lowered his head and picked up his courage. But I am out of time. You have time now. But I do not have time. If mom gets discharged, she will definitely process his transfer. no doubt about it. He had to change this school before his mom got out of the hospital. Then Li Jun broke it down for them. Lucheng Vocational High School was already famous for being a delinquent dump, but compared to the Yanbei gang, it used to be just small-time trouble. Things were not this serious yet. Everyone got the point. Meaning, if they wanted to flip this school for real, they had to wipe out the Yanbei gang, root and branch. Not long before that, Jae-min went to the hospital to see his mom, still unconscious. He told her the decision he had made. He was going to come at the one who put Ms. Lee Han-kyung in danger, and settle it once and for all. A fight to the finish. I know you want me to transfer, because you are worried about me, but I am still doing this. I am sorry. Then his mom suddenly spoke behind him. Honestly, you are impossible. No matter what I say, you never listen. Fine. Do whatever you want. Whatever you say, then. Jae-min was a little moved. Mom, do not worry. Just then Lee-ja smacked Jae-min on the shoulder. It snapped him out of it. How can I just stand here and watch while our rivals make their move? Lee Ji-woo was speechless. He also rushed over to where Jae-min and the others were. Think about it. If they do not get rid of the Yanbei gang, they will drag that useless little brother out again. They will pull the little brother back in. That good-for-nothing little brother. And who knows what mess he will cause this time. Officer Luo Taiwan approved it on the spot. Approved immediately. The CBJ outfits were already prepared for them. They would replace the ones they had beaten down before. Now 2 of them had woken up inside the station, and were trying to turn over a new leaf. Start fresh and clean up your act. Time to reset and get right. Get it together and scrub it clean. A full makeover and a clean slate. One of them still did not seem fully on board, but first, he would help them investigate CBJ. After a while, the Yanbei gang would hold a large-scale gathering. They would head to the pool hall to scout for intel. Head to the pool hall to gather intel. Because the contact in the middle did not know what they looked like. The 3 of them were using these names now. National champ Zhang Fei and Xu Yufei. The messenger still hesitated a little. Lee Ji-woo put on a fierce look. Stop stalling. If you have got something to say, say it. Turns out they actually got something out of him. They really managed to squeeze intel out of him. They did not expect to pull it off this clean. They did not expect to get him talking like that. They actually got the intel. Taking the chance, he spoke up. We will take down Kim Sun-chul and that bunch of clueless punks in one sweep. But Jae-min raised a question. Is Kim Sun-chul really the killer? I do not think he is the type to do something like that. That put a bit of doubt in Officer Luo Taiwan. The night before they moved on the Yanbei gang, Jae-min walked home alone. He still could not believe it. Yoon Jae-min is not the type to do such things. Suddenly, a figure bumped into him. A figure slammed into him. He took a steady look. It was that kid hanging around Yoon Jae-min. He could not help but crouch down and ask, Brother Jae-min is innocent. Upon hearing this, the guy immediately burst into tears. It was a setup. Brother Jae-min is not the culprit. As he prepared to continue, a man emerged from the shadows. A man stepped out of the shadows, looking fierce. Emerging from the darkness, the one Yoon Jae-min taught a lesson. It was his own choice. Got it. He stood his ground. Clenching his fists, he turned around sharply. I knew it would be like this. Turning around, I knew it would end like this. Gritting his teeth, he spun around. I knew this would happen. Turning back, I realized this is how it is. You scumbags. He is Pai Ryan-woo, son of the biggest mob boss in the country. He has been running Lucheng Vocational High School for 3 years now. But right now, in the hideout, Pai Ryan-woo, his expression turned deathly cold. He declared war at the morning meeting, a nightmare that refused to leave his mind. That guy was still acting so arrogant this morning. And that bold teacher turned their sights on him too. Looks like it is time to teach him a lesson. Thinking of Pai Ryan-woo, he dialed his henchman's number. Don't you care about it? That guy carrying the vocabulary book. Pai Ryan-woo smirked. How about doing it this way? Right now, he is confronting the Yanbei gang punks. Yoon Jae-min's friend watched the guy tremble before him. He is the manager of the CBJ training. Even the somewhat famous CBJ guys are afraid of him. People call him the Reaper. He remembered the punks' cries from earlier. Even if Yoon Jae-min was broke, he would never do that kind of stuff. Those guys must have threatened Yoon Jae-min with his grandfather, and Yoon Jae-min took the car given by the BJ test to sell for money. He wanted to pay for his grandfather's treatment, but the life-saving money was snatched away by these shameless bastards. Yoon Jae-min's friend could not stop sobbing. I know my request is pathetic, but are not you very strong? Just this once, just this one time. Please help us. At that moment, he dodged the punk's attack. Then a fierce punch sent the punk flying. The punk was stunned. What just hit me? An iron ball, I guess. Definitely an iron ball. Despicable guy. He just stood in fighting stance. Fine, I will help you. Even 100 times is fine. 3 days later, inside the police station, the officers and colleagues rolled up their sleeves, ready for action. He and the others waited. They arrived at the writing building for the reservist meeting. Besides giving these scums what they deserve, there is one more goal. That is to find proof that brother Jae-min is not the culprit. But soon, they were blocked by the punks at the entrance, because they were all new faces. But Jiu Guanyu, Xu Yufei, Zhang Fei Huang, these names are on the list. Thinking it would be fine if they were newcomers, they let a few in, just as they thought they were safe. The punk's eyes narrowed. He called them back. The punk steadied himself against the doorframe. Hey you, the one with the glasses, is your name Jiu Guanyu? He replied yes, but inside, he was thinking, did my identity get exposed because of what happened? The group discussed a countermeasure. Since it has come to this, we have no choice but to take them down. Why is this thug carrying a backpack? Do you think you are here for cram school? The thug next to him sneered and laughed loudly. The thug slowly closed the door. If you do not want to embarrass yourself, put the bag down before going in. The group relaxed instantly. Since we have sneaked in successfully, let the operation begin. Step 1. We must steal the evidence quietly. According to what Sun Chol's associate said, the 4th floor is where the office of General Chu Zishang of the Yanbei gang is. Chu Zishang's dagger should be right there. The evidence that Sun Chol is not the murderer. That person is the true killer. At this moment, Chu Zishang is getting ready to go downstairs with a few thugs for the gathering. Meanwhile, the lead and his crew also slipped toward the 4th floor via the emergency exit. Li Ziyu quietly opened the door to check the situation, but suddenly slammed it shut. Li Ziyu looked panicked. They are heading toward us. These guys have a perfectly good elevator. Why do they have to take the stairs? But we can't worry about that now. Hide first. Soon, Chu Zishang kicked the door open. When is that piece of crap elevator going to be fixed? They said they would be coming to fix it tomorrow. Just then, one of the henchmen suddenly froze. I think I heard a door closing on the rooftop. I will go check it out. Chu Zishang just thought he was being overly paranoid and kept heading downstairs. Meanwhile, hiding downstairs, Li Ziyu and Li Zun exchanged a wicked grin. They have got sharp ears, at least. But he misheard, so let us move now. Wait, no, what about Yoon Jae-min? The two were speechless. Meanwhile, the thugs on the other side had reached the rooftop. They looked around and found no one. So they closed the door and left. Not long after, the lead jumped down from above. Phew, almost got caught. But they should be gone by now, right? And when the lead prepared to open the door, he suddenly stopped. No way, the door was locked. Following the lead's bold declaration at the school morning assembly, both the Yanbei gang and the lead's faction started their moves to wipe out the Yanbei gang once and for all. The study group sneaked into the CBJ gathering. At this moment, quite a few thugs have gathered on the 2nd floor. A couple of thugs are discussing Jin Shun Chol taking the blame for Chu Zishang. The thugs sighed one after another. Once he gets out of prison, is not he going to be promoted and rich? Just do not know how long he will have to rot in there. Chu Zishang coming to the gathering. I guess he is here to reward that guy. But at this moment, Jin Shun Chol looked somber. To protect his grandfather, this was his only choice. I am sorry, Kang. At the same time, Li Jun and Li Ziyu were also spotted by someone. At the same time, Li Jun and Li Ziyu were also. At the same time, Li Jun and Li Ziyu were also spotted by someone. At the same time, Li Jun and Li Ziyu were also spotted by someone. This person is none other than the genuine Xu Yufei. Li Jun rushed forward immediately. Leave this to me. You proceed with the operation. At the same time, Officer Luo Taifong and the others have also rushed over. Facing the thugs at the entrance, they were arrogant and domineering. Are you going to get the hell out on your own? Or do you want to be forced out? By now, Li Jun had already exchanged a blow with Xu Yufei. Qingfeng. Chunfei pondered for a long time. Qingfeng. He never expected it. Why did these guys from Fenko show up here? Why did the guy show up here? Why did this guy Wang Zhenfen show up here? At the end of the day, just take them all down. So it comes down to one thing, just beat them up. And Li Jun gave him a pitying look. Tisk, staring at the punk in front of him. You only got out of JZ a few days ago, and you are already here, trying to get in on the action. Li Jun pointed at him. Fine then, we will make you that thing. What do they call it again? Right, I remember now. Keep it up, reformed youth turning over a new leaf. At that moment, CBJ were throwing a get-together on the 2nd floor. Calling it a party would be generous. It was more like a tribute meeting. The punks were holding all kinds of ZK, showing off their so-called respect for the Yanbei gang boss. Whoever ranked first in tribute would get a reward, and whoever came in last would get punished. Soon, with a shout from Chu Jae-wung, one little punk stepped forward. Chu Jae-wung swung his club hard, and sent the punk flying. Yeah. That is the Yanbei gang boss. No matter why you came into ZZ, whatever happens inside ZZ, you are on the hook to the very end. You do not get to walk away easily. If you think you can just quit whenever you want, then watch what happens when Chu Jae-wung brings the club down again. See that? That is what you get for bringing the least tribute. Only then did everyone finally realize this so-called gathering was never meant to be fair. Chu Jae-wong had no intention of rewarding Kim Soon-chul, the guy who took the fall for him. The reason he showed up to this meeting was purely to scratch his itch for beating people, and just as Chu Jae-wong raised the iron rod again, Kim Soon-chul grabbed it from behind. Please stop hitting him. But what he got back was a brutal kick from a punk beside him. Kid, you took the fall for the boss, and now you think you are somebody. Do not push your luck. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Lee Ji-woo, right, had already slipped in quietly into Chu Jae-wong's office. Sneaking into his private room, and into his office as well, she successfully found Chu Jae-wong's desk, but she did not know two punks had found her too. Lee Ji-woo knocked one punk down, then bolted out with a small knife. Officer Luo Taifong and Wang Du-gyun also rushed to the second floor. They charged the punks, ready to throw down. Up on the rooftop, the lead guy was stuck waiting on the line. The main gate was locked. No matter what he did, he could not force it open, so he had to text his teammates first. The lead guy picked up his glasses, and since he could not get out, he figured he might as well boost his midterm score. No point wasting time, because of what makes their vocational high school so different. Teachers would, in class, straight up give students the full answer key for the exam. If you memorized it cold, you were good. Just memorize the answers word for word and you are set. While the lead guy was reviewing, Ms. Lee Hun-kyung suddenly called. He got so startled he dropped his review book. He panicked a little. No. If he messes this up, he is done, because JC showed up. Chu Jae-wong quietly slipped out. The textbook happened to smack Chu Ji-wong right on the head. The lead guy on the rooftop pointed down. Touch him and you are finished. The one who set Kim Soon-chul up was Han Woo. 3 years ago, Kim Soon-chul and the others beat Chu Jae-wong. Chu Jae-wong has held that grudge ever since. Woo used this chance to bring up what happened back then. The reason he gave you the blade he once used is because you were the most trusted talent of my old man. Are you saying you are not going to get payback for what happened before? Han Woo looked grim at the hideout. If you had not provoked me, Yoon Jae-min, I would not have gone this hard on Kim Soon-chul. When you realize there is nothing you can change anyway, only then will you realize how pathetic you are. This just threatened. He shrunk back. No, I can't let it slip yet. Chu Zaishang looked at the notebook in his hand. The name is Yoon Jae-min. If not for the boss, I would have nabbed you by now. He snatched the notebook and walked off. Meanwhile, in the third-floor hallway, Lee Jun was trading blows with Xu Yufei, trading punches and kicks. Lee Jun gritted his teeth, thinking, should I use that move Jae-min taught me? Unexpectedly, Xu Yufei saw it coming. He pinned him down. Xu Yufei stepped on Lee Jun's shoulder, trampling on his shoulder. Xu Yufei kept his weight on Lee Jun's shoulder. You think I only won last time because of the knife? It is because you are just a total newbie, still yapping without knowing your place. Xu Yufei pressed a craft knife to Lee Jun's face. Tell me, what are you here for? Otherwise I will carve noob right into your face. Lee Jun suddenly recalled what Kim Se-yeon said. Thinking of Kim Se-yeon's words, Lee Jun suddenly flashed back to Kim Se-yeon's words. Studying is just like boiling water. Before it reaches the boiling point, you see no change. But once it hits the boiling point, it erupts with a frenzy. Lee Jun suddenly threw a kick, sending Xu Yufei flying. Lee Jun glared at him. The climax is right here, today. Lee Jun wiped his injuries. So this is what getting cut feels like. That really stings. Then he slammed his foot onto Xu Yufei's face, successfully kicked the knife away. He managed to kick the knife away. The situation that was just disadvantageous suddenly tipped in Lee Jun's favor. Everything turned in Lee Jun's favor. But when Lee Jun closed in again, Xu Yufei suddenly stood up and slashed forward. Lee Jun winced in pain. He actually got cut. When did he pick it back up? When on earth did he pick it back up? Before Lee Jun could recover, Xu Yufei slashed several times, eventually cornering Lee Jun. With a ruthless strike, he aimed to end him. Then the thugs stomped on Lee Jun's wounds. The thugs kept kicking at Lee Jun's wounds. Aren't you a tough one? Get up then. Xu Yufei stared at the lifeless Lee Jun. Is he dead? How am I supposed to get information now? Just as Xu Yufei turned to leave, a hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder. It was Lee Jun, somehow back on his feet. Lee Jun pulled a phone from his clothes and tossed it at Xu Yufei's face. Without this, he would be done for. Lee Jun suddenly recalled a wild move he once saw. Lee Jun suddenly recalled the move he witnessed. Lee Jun suddenly thought of him. Lee Jun recalled the move he had seen. That stylish strike got Lee Jun pumped. Can I use that backflip move too? That backflip move. I can do that backflip too. In that very moment, Lee Jun's form seemed to overlap with Yoon Jae-min's. He leapt and kicked Xu Yufei. Though the landing was a bit awkward, but he still managed to take down Xu Yufei. But Lee Jun had no strength left to stand. Lee Ziyu should have gotten the item by now. Meanwhile, Lee Ziyu was running for his life. Two thugs were hard on his heels. Finally, they cornered Lee Ziyu against a wall. No way out. Lee Ziyu had no choice but to take one of them down. Lee Jae-woo had no choice but to. He had to corner one of the punks. Just corner one of them. But at the same time, he exposed the electronic tag on the punk's leg. Lee Jae-woo was stunned. An electronic tag means. His expression turned terrifyingly cold. His expression suddenly looked terrifying. That sudden look of terror on his face. I have always loved that look of disgust on your face. That little girl who did not know any better had the same look, but when that gaze shifts from disgust to terror, that is when I get truly excited. To think she would actually jump off that building. How incredibly stupid. The hand holding the small blade was trembling. Then his expression turned into pure rage. You. Then his expression turned into pure rage. You piece of trash. Then completely shifting to rage, you. Then completely shifting to rage, you piece of garbage. And finally, shifting to pure rage, you. Lee Jae-woo, having lost all reason, charged blindly at the scum, but he walked right into their trap. He was blinded by his own impulsiveness. They watched Lee Jae-woo with a cold, detached gaze. Oh, are you about to pass out? Lee Jae-woo was left unconscious by the punks. They took him up to the rooftop, ready to do something unspeakable. At the same time, the main character noticed the scene from above, but the rooftop door was locked. The protagonist could not get out. And right at that moment, Kim Soon-chul, who should have been taken away by the police, suddenly appeared. As it turns out, just moments ago, Detective Luo Taiwan had pulled off a brilliant move, taking them all down on the second floor. Yet Kim Soon-chul still looked like he was ready to confess. No matter what the detective said, he insisted he was the killer. His attitude was unyielding. You are not going anywhere until you arrest me. What could he possibly do? What other choice did he really have? He knew exactly what those thugs were capable of. They would definitely go after his grandfather. But hearing this, Detective Luo just calmly pulled out a cigarette. He asked why Kim Soon-chul had done it, why he had stabbed him several times. Kim Soon-chul still wore a look of remorse. His acting was flawless. 3 stabs. An argument broke out, so I killed him. Detective Luo mulled it over for a moment. He looked at Kim Soon-chul with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Are you really planning to throw your life away like this? Detective Luo slowly opened. The investigation showed there was only 1 stab wound, and the wound was clean. It was clearly made by a small blade, not the weapon you were talking about. Sorry, but all the evidence points to the fact that you are not the killer. I cannot accept your confession. Kim Soon-chul started to panic. I really was the one who did it. But before Kim Soon-chul could finish his sentence, his companion's fist landed right on his face. He grabbed Kim Soon-chul and rained punches down on him. He had to snap the kid out of it. But Kim Soon-chul countered and threw him aside. Then what else am I supposed to do? They named me and told me to take the fall. If I do not listen to them, they will surely retaliate. This is probably the price I have to pay to get the medicine. To save my sick grandfather. The price for his treatment. Kim Soon-chul. Kim Soon-chul's companion fell silent. Kim Soon-chul's companion was silent for a moment. He knew that there was no stopping Kim Soon-chul now. No matter how he tried to convince him, it was useless. He had no choice but to let Kim Soon-chul know the truth. Soon-chul, your grandfather does not have many days left. We went to see grandfather during those 3 days you disappeared. The doctor told us it was just his final rally. For him to hold on this long, there must have been some kind of willpower keeping him going. The doctor did not tell him. Out of consideration for Kim Se-yun. Kim Se-yun froze for a moment, seeing his companion grab Kim Se-yun's shoulder. Even if you could not be a model student, while grandfather was still alive, you at least should not end up as a criminal right before he passes away. And that guy with the glasses. They are here to help you. Kim Se-yun, having been knocked down once again, recalled what Yoon Jae-min said earlier. Are you really giving up on your studies? He rushed toward the punks once more. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-woo finally came to. If you get taken down, just know you are not fighting alone. It is 2 on 2, if you have the guts, let us take them together. 2 on 2, if you have the guts, let us take them. But they ended up getting beaten up by the 2 punks. They dragged them out by their hair. Those 2 students were no match for the Yeonbaek gang's lowlifes. How could they ever be a match for the Yeonbaek gang's lowlifes? Yet, even with his hair being pulled, Lee Ji-woo had a smirk on his face, because she heard the sound of the chains on the door being unlocked upstairs. At that moment, Yoon Jae-min's companion was panting while looking at the door being opened. I am sorry, this is all I could do. I will leave the rest to you. Simultaneously, out of a sharp sense of danger, the 2 punks both looked in one direction. A dark shadow stood right there. To deal with you, a dark shadow stood right there. I am using the... A dark shadow stood at the entrance. This time, a dark shadow stood there. The punk upstairs was watching items spill out of the guy's backpack. What on earth is that? A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Yoon Jae-min swung his nunchucks with a fierce buzz. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. I am here now. The 8th move forbidden by my uncle. The death game, nunchaku combo strike. Everyone watch closely, peak performance ahead. Lee Ji-woo and Kim Se-yeon were being dragged by the punks. Just in that moment of crisis, Lee Ji-woo broke into a smile, because the chain on the rooftop had been cut. A dark shadow broke through the seal. Lee Dechul gazed at the boy's back. I will leave the rest to you. If you get into any danger, just run away quickly. This is a problem for us three. We are already grateful for all the help you have given us so far. Yoon Jae-min spoke calmly. What are you talking about? Aren't we all from Lucheng Vocational High School? Don't worry, just leave it to me. At that moment, Yoon Jae-min at the entrance swung his nunchucks, making a whistling sound. Gazing at the punk, who was dragging his companion, the punk felt a chill. His eyes were filled with killing intent. First time practicing nunchaku in a real fight. Yoon Jae-min was exceptionally serious. First of all, I must control my strength. I cannot kill anyone. He raised his hand and struck the punk, then leaned down for another blow. The punk was stunned. Is that guy swinging nunchucks in his hand? How can they have such massive power? Then Yoon Jae-min leapt lightly, delivering the final blow of a 3-hit combo. The punk was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Lee Ji-woo showed an admiring expression. That four-eyed lunatic is amazing. Yoon Jae-min slowly picked up the small item from the ground. This is the proof. Isn't the evidence that Jae-min is not the culprit clear? Just then, Kim Se-yeon hurriedly shouted to warn Jae-min, but the thug had already reached him. He delivered a crushing blow, sending Jae-min flying. The thug started posturing. Is this all the confidence you have got? 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 That is the first time I have seen someone use nunchucks, and with such force. Soon, Jae-min charged forward again. The thug took the opportunity to grab the nunchucks from the ground. He clashed with Jae-min in a fierce exchange. Sorry kid, but I have practiced with these too. Let me beat you with these. What the? How did the nunchucks bend? The thug stared at the nunchucks, completely bewildered. How could such a light object hit that hard? On the rooftop, two people looked at the dented iron. They were in total shock. Jae-min said, emotionless. That is because I put all my strength into it. The thug suddenly remembered his accomplice's report. He had heard that the head of the recruitment team, Wu Changhao, was taken down. He had not cared at the time. He thought Wu Changhao was just getting old and useless. That is what everyone thought. But only after facing Jae-min did he realize. It was not that Wu Changhao was weak. It was that this guy is a total monster. The thug gave up and tossed the nunchucks away. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and took it off. A monster. Back then, I was called a monster by others too. This time, I can finally warm up. Lee Ziyu stood to the side, fueling the fire. That guy is a real troublemaker. Take care of Jae-min. Jae-min took a fighting stance and raised the nunchucks. With a quick glance, he narrowly dodged the thug's fist. The nunchuck whipped across the thug's face. But the thug seized the chance. He landed a heavy knee strike right in Jae-min's gut. Then he glared at Jae-min. Exactly like that. So you are the one who thought you could act like a savior. You just lost to a power you did not see coming. Destroying things that others cherish. This feeling of malice. Nothing is more exciting. Nothing is more exciting than this. The thug raised his fist. He dealt the final blow to Jae-min. You are going down in my hands today. The impact sent Jae-min flying several meters back. He crashed into a pile of trash. The thug had a smug, gloating expression. Haha, the hero is down. What will you guys do now? What will you do? Pity. The hero is down. The hero is down. What are you going to do now? Haha. The hero is down. What will you do now? But little did he know, Jae-min had already appeared right behind him. Is that all it takes? What a disappointment. Jae-min's face was filled with utter disappointment. They told me you were special, you punk. That is why I specially brought the nunchucks. I should not have bothered. Saying that, Jae-min swung the nunchucks again. Do you think just these could ever destroy someone else's life? Strike down. Strike down. 1. The thug kept looking for Jae-min's shadow, but then an attack came from the other side again. Every time Jae-min swung the nunchucks, he just gave more punishment to the thug. Just like that, the thug lost count of how many hits he had taken. Finally, in a fit of rage, he closed the distance with Jae-min. He grabbed hold of the nunchucks. The thug laughed smugly. I got them. This is the fatal weakness of the nunchucks. This is the fatal weakness of the nunchucks. I caught them. This is the fatal weakness of the nunchucks. Once they get caught, or get into close range, it is game over. But Yoon Jae-min pays no mind. He lightly scoops it up. The thug is slightly taken aback. The thug is slightly taken aback. The thug is slightly taken aback. Is that stance an inch punch? But when striking, he finds it is a clean hit without risk. Lee Ji-hoon is a bit, it seems at such close range. Even this lunatic cannot exert force. But only Kim Se-yeon saw through it. I heard my master talk about it before. Force exertion is classified into 3 levels based on distance. At 10 inches from the dog, it is called long distance power. Around 1 inch, it is called inch power. Finally, at a distance of less than 1 inch. When attacking from near 0 distance, that is ultimate force exertion. Seeing the protagonist speak softly, ready to crush your spirit. The fourth of the prohibited techniques, zero distance punch. The fourth of the prohibited techniques, zero distance punch. The fourth of the prohibited techniques, zero distance punch. A strike like a falling boulder, knocking the thug unconscious. Afterwards, the protagonist slowly approaches Kim Se-yeon. You are free now. Come back to school and study with us. Kim Se-yeon weeps bitterly. Please let me study with you all. The study group's relentless efforts finally found the evidence that Kim Se-yeon is not the killer. Now, just take this knife to the police station, and Kim Se-yeon's name can be cleared. Stop the car, but the next second, a twist occurs. The police suddenly arrive. You do not need to go anymore. We have already been there. As they speak, they put handcuffs on Kim Se-yeon. Lee Ji-hoon and the others hurriedly claim they have evidence. Lee Ji-hoon and the others hurriedly claim they have evidence. But the cop turns back with a vicious expression. Scum from Lucheng Vocational High School. Shut your mouths. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the escape is Choi Jae-wong. Choi Jae-wong is opposite. Choi Jae-wong looks out the car window with a wicked smile. If it were just him alone, today would be his end. But who would have thought the protagonist would rush in? Detective Luo is stunned. How come you are here, kid? The protagonist says he came to return a textbook. To avoid any extra trouble. Choi Jae-wong just takes the book and hands it to the protagonist. Looking at the protagonist's outfit, he wonders if the protagonist is also one of them. Why does this kid dare to stare right at me? Are you not afraid? Choi Jae-wong does not want to overthink it. Better just send this kid away. Unexpectedly, the protagonist speaks up from behind. Mister, you must be Choi Jae-wong, right? Mister, you must be Choi Jae-wong, right? The real killer in the port incident. The officer is shocked. He did not guess wrong. Yoon Jae-min did not just happen to pass by here. The protagonist does not change color. Mister, are not you the killer? Hearing this, Choi Jae-wong raises his palm to teach the protagonist a lesson. Detective Luo takes the opportunity to circle behind him, elbowing to interrupt Choi Jae-wong's move. Choi Jae-wong thinks for a moment, finally realizing this kid and that cop are a team. Choi Jae-wong turns around and glares. Why did you catch him? Didn't Kim Se-yeon surrender? Surrender, didn't Kim Se-yeon? Officer, do not frame an innocent person. By the way, Luo, let me ask you, if you think you are dead, how many people would attend your funeral? How many people would attend your funeral? At this moment, flashbacks run through Luo's mind. He always acted on his inner sense of justice. Even when things got risky, even when his boss did not trust him, even with that mindset, even when his boss did not trust him, he could still stay calm and strike back. I do what I do. I keep it real, because he did not want those tragedies to repeat. He wanted those bullies to get what was coming to them. Before Officer Luo Taiwan could even finish thinking, a crack rang out from the back of Chu Zaishang's neck. It caused a serious injury. Chu Zaishang's face twisted in pain. He slammed into the car door and blacked out cold. Officer Luo Taiwan broke out in a cold sweat. Staring at the dazed Chu Zaishang, was that some kind of divine palm strike? Meanwhile, the lead picked up Chu Zaishang's phone. The caller was Byun Sungjae from Youngjin Construction. Officer Luo Taiwan answered. A voice burst out on the other end. Big bro, you are a beast. You straight up took down that real estate punk. Officer Taiwan flashed the lead an OK sign. So it really was because of the construction dispute. Now the evidence was ironclad. But what about Kim Soon-chul? But what is going on with Kim Soon-chul? Hey, what happened on Kim Soon-chul's side? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Ji-woo and Lee Dae-shul were restraining two cops. JC was still yanking Kim Soon-chul around, throwing threats in his face. They were obstructing officers on duty. At this rate, nobody was getting out of here. Lee Dae-shul panicked and yelled for Kim Soon-chul to run. If they drag you back and force a confession, you are done for. Think about all the people who helped you. Do not give up, you idiot. Soon-chul's expression hardened. He whipped a brutal sidekick and sent JC flying. He had to hold out until the lead and Officer Luo Taiwan got there. But the next second, JC raised a stun gun. A nasty crackle of electricity exploded over Kim Soon-chul's body. Watching Kim Soon-chul's face contort in pain, JC felt nothing. Think this is unfair. Who told you to get mixed up with the underworld in the first place? Meanwhile, Officer Luo Taiwan and the lead sprinted there at full speed. The lead was not worried, because he knew Soon-chul would not quit that easily. By then, Kim Soon-chul had taken a hit from the stun gun. He could barely stay on his feet, but he held out until they arrived. Only then did they load him into an ambulance. Officer Luo Taiwan pulled out the evidence from Chu Zaishang. It proved Kim Soon-chul was clean. The lead looked at the scene in front of him. Was it finally over? Not long after, the lead got back home. Oh right, back then. Why did Ms. Lee Han-kyung call me? Why do I have this bad feeling? With a click, Ms. Lee Han-kyung opened the door to his place. Jae-min, you are back. The lead froze, totally stunned. He just stood there, completely dumbfounded. Why is the teacher here? Kim Soon-chul, the guy that makes everyone flinch at Lucheng Vocational High School. Park Min-chul, the guy that makes everyone flinch at Lucheng Vocational High School. Park Min-chul, the guy that makes everyone flinch at Lucheng Vocational High School, was actually this kind. In the study group, he helped clear Kim Soon-chul name. The two of them even got back the life-saving money for Kim Soon-chul grandpa. The two of them even got back the life-saving money for Kim Soon-chul grandpa. Kim Soon-chul grandpa life-saving money. Staring at the bankbook stuffed with a huge amount of cash, both of them wore crooked, wicked grins. How about we keep it from Kim Soon-chul and skim some to buy grandpa a few supplements? Come on. It is finally time for us to do our duty as grandkids. Watching their cheerful backs, Kim Se-yeon broke out in a cold sweat. That looks pretty terrifying. Running towards Kim Se-yeon in a panic. Running towards Kim Se-yeon in a panic. Soon, a figure came running towards Kim Se-yeon in a panic. Coming towards Kim Se-yeon in a panic. It was Kui Zayuen, rushing over. She had heard that Jae-min got into a fight, nearly got a concussion, so she came to check. The two of them quietly opened the door. What they saw left them speechless. Almost forgot these guys are all lunatics. These guys are all lunatics. They are all lunatics. Turning around. Turn. Jae-min was also speechless at this moment. This woman actually wants to. Teacher Lee Han-kyung turned her head with an innocent look. I can't help it. Your mom asked me to look after you. But what she was actually thinking was, actually, it is hard to talk reason into him. Jae-min showed a perplexed expression, thinking back to after his mother got hurt. Teacher Lee Han-kyung's image. Teacher has always cared about that, really. Suddenly, Teacher Lee Han-kyung put on an investigative stance. By the way, what were you up to yesterday? Very suspicious. Jae-min felt a bit guilty. Hurriedly escaped to his room. Suddenly remembered he had to study today. Jae-min paused when he walked to the door. He felt that the teacher did not really need to feel guilty. It was he himself who should be thanking the teacher. At this moment, Jae-min was studying hard. If I do not take notes, I will definitely get this question wrong on the test. Thankfully, I managed to get the textbook back. Chu Chengxiang managed to get the textbook back. Jae-min remembered what Officer Luo Taiwan said. I think you have what it takes to be a natural police officer. Then Officer Luo Taiwan smiled playfully. Don't you want to be a police officer? Then what is your dream? Jae-min answered without hesitation, going to college. But Officer Luo Taiwan looked serious. Although I did not go to college, so I am not entirely sure. But it is rare to hear someone say, my dream is to go to college, right? Yes, Jae-min's dream since he was little was to become a college student. Yes, Jae-min's dream since he was little was to become. Yes, Jae-min's dream since he was little was to become a college student. To become like his father. But what is his actual dream? He reminded him a little at that moment. Also reminded. At the same time, he also reminded him. Teacher Lee Han-kyung, who was peeking at the door. Teacher, when do you plan on stop watching me? Teacher Lee Han-kyung gave an awkward smile. Walked inside. Missed the days when I was your private tutor. Finally became a teacher now. It really feels like all my hard work paid off. At this point, Jae-min finally asked his question. Teacher, do you think becoming a college student is a dream? Looks like Jae-min has started to think about this question. Teacher Lee Han-kyung felt a bit comforted. Dreams are a trouble that can haunt a person for a lifetime. To say becoming a college student is a student, to say it is some kind of profession. It is more like a status, so it cannot be considered a dream. Jae-min felt a bit disappointed. A salted fish with no dreams. A salted fish with dreams. At this moment, Teacher Lee Han-kyung's words. At this moment, Teacher Lee Han-kyung's words came again, even if you become a doctor. At this moment, Teacher Lee Han-kyung's words came again too. At this moment, Teacher Lee Han-kyung's words came again, even if you become a doctor. Teacher's words came again, even if you become a doctor. If Teacher Lee Han-kyung's words were repeated, it would not matter. Even if you became chef or a singer, it still would not count as a dream. It would not count as a dream. It could count as a tool, only when you know what you want to use that tool for. Can you say you are betting on it? Actually, dreams are. If Yoon Jae-min's dream is to become a college student, then what kind of college student do you want to be? Living under his father's shadow. His head was full of just trying to get by. He had not even thought about what kind of college student he wanted to be. He remembered that tutor, who was so sincere when talking to him, becoming someone who helps kids move toward a better future. Suddenly, the teacher's voice interrupted his flashback. How is it? Is it tasty? The falling light illuminated him completely. How should I put it? It is awesome. Teacher Lee Han-kyung glared at him. She tapped him on the head. A tap on the head. Showing a gratified smile, eat more. Meanwhile, the words were etched firmly into everyone's hearts. The midterms were now in session. The midterms were now in session. The reason we fight is not for power. Not for MK. We just want to help those who thirst for learning. We just want to help those who thirst for learning. We want to help those who thirst for learning. Removing all obstacles to learning. That is all. Meanwhile, back at school, some guys were hanging out on the street. One of them was a bit curious. Why are you so certain that it is really him? Just a hunch. Lee Dazi took off his mask. Someone reliable told me. I think his name is Park Jae-wong, right? Park Jae-wong's mind began to race. He remembered Yoon Jae-min, who had punched him before. Maybe what he said is true. The peaceful life was over. The real battle was about to begin. Midterms arrived. After all the hard work, the midterms finally started. It was an exam so easy it was unbelievable. Kim Se-yeon was writing down answers with a satisfied look. These questions are too easy, right? Everyone is going to get a perfect score, are not they? However, reality was not like that. Actually, only he thought they were easy. The study group, they were all staring at their test papers in total confusion. Some were just filling in blanks randomly. Some were even spinning their pen caps to guess. Some were just filling in blanks. Some were spinning their pen caps to guess. After the exam, Jae-min felt like his body had been drained. Lee Jun opened his heart with excitement. The answer to question 9 is definitely. At the same time, Lee Ziyu also spoke up, it is a girl. At the same time, Lee Ziyu also spoke up. Nonsense, it is clearly 3. And just when everyone was arguing over whether it was that or 3, Jae-min held his test paper, trembling, because he had confidently chosen 5. At that moment, a figure at the door was watching this scene. This scene, Yeonbaek Gang, CBJ, the Southern Yeonbaek Gang, CBJ, had already been completely dismantled. He looked at his phone and grinned. My apologies, Yoon Jae-min. It seems I underestimated you. Then let us have this guy deal with you. Just have this guy handle your text messages, email, coming out from the other side of the testing center. Yoon Jae-min is running for his life. He heard from his friend that Grandpa is not going to make it. He heard from his friend that Grandpa is not going to make it. Money. I heard Grandpa insisted on taking the exam. No matter how much the doctor tried to stop him. Upon hearing this, an unexplainable feeling welled up inside him. Upon hearing this, an unexplainable bitter feeling welled up inside him. Upon hearing this, a strange feeling welled up inside him, slowly clenching his fists. Yoon Jae-min is running like a madman right now. Grandpa, I am taking you to the exam now. But the very next second, he is blocked by a group of punks. Park Jae-wong told them to take Yoon Jae-min down, just to restore their status in the CBJ. Hearing this, Yoon Jae-min gritted his teeth. It is Park Jae-wong. You really do not know when to quit, do you? He says that and lunges at the punks instantly. At the same time, at the R City General Hospital, Grandpa can't hold on any longer. As he looks at his books, his eyes slowly close. But Yoon Jae-min still has not made it in time. Grandpa has regrets in his heart. He originally wanted Jae-min to walk out of the exam hall with his head held high. To see him walk out of the exam hall with his head held high. It seems the things he studied so hard for haven't been put to use yet. And now he is about to leave. Just then, a voice calls out. The protagonist appears before him, holding a midterm exam paper. Looking at Grandpa's pitiful state, the protagonist says earnestly, Grandpa, you are ready, right? At the same time, Yoon Jae-min is covered in injuries. The punks from before are already lying on the ground, beaten and bruised. Yoon Jae-min gathers his last bit of strength. Finally arriving at the hospital, he rushes toward Grandpa's ward. He rushes toward Grandpa's room. He leaves his friends aside and looks toward the room. He covers his face and cries, Jae-min, do not. Grandpa, he is taking an exam. Meanwhile, the protagonist is holding a radio for Grandpa, playing an English listening test. He is using his last bit of energy to finish the exam. At the same time, Miss Lee Han-kyung is on the phone. She says as soon as it is over, she will destroy the test paper. Don't worry anymore. The study group is doing their best to maintain order in the hospital. Although this is not a graded exam, a test unrecognized by anyone, Grandpa poured his heart and soul into it. So do not open the door. Outside the door, Yoon Jae-min is already sobbing uncontrollably, thinking back to what Grandpa used to say. The only way to improve yourself is through learning. Learning is not just about enduring. It is not about doing something against your will either. It is a kind of happiness. Jae-min, I believe you can do it too. Because you are my grandson. This was the final message Grandpa left for him. Not long after, the funeral was held. Yoon Jae-min looks at Grandpa's memorial photo, speechless. Just then, the protagonist arrives. Yoon Jae-min speaks softly. Can I join the study group too? Isn't it said that it is never too late to learn? 2 months later, inside an abandoned factory in M District, the dirty guy is covered in wounds. What are you going to do to me? What kind of guts do you actually have? Staring at the shadow at the door, his voice trembled. Don't tell me you are planning to take down the Yeonbaek gang. Park Jae-wong spoke softly. This is all just a personal vendetta. I am going to make those bastards who took the people I love suffer like hell. That is all. This kid has been hiding his true strength all along. At Luchung Vocational High School. Class 1-8 Luchung Vocational High School. Park Jae-wong from Class 8. Student Park Jae-wong from Class 8. But in secret, he is actually a brawler. Now, he finally stops holding back. With the chubby kid. First, he found the administration office that was colluding with the bullies. 1 second, he was still smiling. The next, he dropped a bombshell. Teacher, I have a question. How does it feel to be a lapdog for the students? Teacher, why did not you give me a bark? The chubby kid hiding to the side broke out in a cold sweat. The chubby kid hiding to the side. At this moment, the head of the administration office was completely stunned. Jae Wong, what did you just say? Park Jae Wong kept a calm face. I said you are a lapdog. The head of the administration grabbed Park Jae Wong by the collar. What did you say, you punk? But he was shoved off by Park Jae Wong. Teacher Wu Jinghua, you know about it, right? When teacher Wu Jinghua was murdered, it was you who coerced and bribed. You helped other teachers cover this up, did not you? Park Jae Wong got more and more agitated. Because if the investigation had been accepted, then your bribery, and the way you assigned positions to other teachers would have been exposed. That is why not a single person assisted in the investigation back then. Because of your cowardly fear. The panicked administration head didn't even notice the marks below him. Suddenly, a glass bottle fell and hit him right on the head. Meanwhile, Park Jae Wong was hanging up, looking at the administration head's phone. Then today's next target is Ma Min-won, the manager of the Yeonbaek gang. He set up a company just to beat people up for no reason, to pick a fight with him. Usually, they are victims of school violence. If we only look at that, one could say he is doing a good deed. But he exploits the weaknesses of his clients, then hands them over to the tormentors, leading to even more brutal violence. That guy is a pure devil. The chubby kid mumbled to himself. The next second, Park Jae Wong grabbed his arm. The scars from self-harm, clearly visible. Park Jae Wong was a bit angry. Hey, wake up. That is right. Jung Daoshun was once a victim too. He suffered so much because of him. And that trash at the top of the food chain. An idiot who takes pleasure in this. Taking pleasure in this. At this moment, Jung Daoshun was standing in front of Ma Min-won. Although it has been a long time since they met, his whole body could not stop trembling. Jung Daoshun was a bit relieved. As expected, this guy did not remember a small fry like me. The next second, he was blindfolded by Ma Min-won. You fat pig, did you think I forgot about you? I remember every one of my clients clearly. I remember every one of your clients clearly. I remember every one of your clients clearly. I remember every one of your clients clearly. Because you are all precious toys. Tell me, why did you suddenly ask me to come here? Realizing something was wrong, Park Jae Wong dropped down from the ceiling with a concrete block and took out one of the thugs first. Searching everywhere through the haze, he finally found the spot he would marked. He worked at this construction site for so long, just to master the layout. Now, everything here is his weapon, and this pillar is the load-bearing support for this level. With a powerful kick from Park Jae Wong, the entire building gave a crunching groan. Suddenly, Park Jae Wong lunged with a fist at Ma Min-won. Ma Min-won scrambled to block with his gun butt. Ma Min-won shouted, "Who the hell are you?" As he saw who it was, Ma Min-won let out a scornful smirk. "Oh, it is you." He followed up with a kick. "Haha, Park Jae Wong, you are pathetic. Feeling aggrieved, are you? After all, your mother died such a miserable death." Those words successfully triggered Park Jae Wong. Enraged, he clashed violently with Ma Min-won. But having lost his cool, he was quickly knocked down by Ma Min-won's punch. Ma Min-won laughed, "Sorry about that, but I am not some low-life trash you have fought before. I am the son of the Yeonbaek gang manager." His expression turned sinister. "My experience is far beyond anything you have dealt with." But Park Jae Wong had also prepared for this fight. Park Jae Wong had already prepped for this showdown. Taking advantage of his familiarity with the terrain, he lured Ma Min-won up to the roof. Ma Min-won wore a smug grin. This idiot actually cornered himself to a dead end. "Fine then, I will finish you off right here on the roof." But unbeknownst to him, Park Jae Wong suddenly slowed his pace. He turned his head and gave the order. "Order Jung Dao-shun." He signaled to Jung Dao-shun. Quickly, the rear path was blocked off by a pile of materials. With a loud bang, the toy gun in Ma Min-won's hand shattered upon impact. Looking at the scene unfold, Ma Min-won was completely stunned. In reality, Park Jae Wong had been laying this trap from the very start. Every single move was perfectly calculated. To bring about today, he has been hiding his potential for ages. During this whole time, besides Yoon Jae-min, no one had figured it out. Like a truly venomous snake, he always waited for the perfect moment to strike. Park Jae Wong ruffled his hair. "So, let me reintroduce myself, no-rule street fighter." Park Jae Wong was no longer holding back. A long time ago, he never gave up for a single moment. On the chance to avenge his mother, to seek vengeance for his mother, he did not hesitate to ask his uncle's friend to teach him bare-knuckle fighting. It is a brutal style of combat. In a fight, there is no protection whatsoever. A contest where opponents are beaten to a pulp until someone is knocked down or surrenders. Only then does the fight end. In order to master this technique, he had turned his entire body into a mass of bruises. With his true power unleashed, a single punch pulverized the base of Ma Min-won's gun. His fists rained down like a storm, leaving Ma Min-won scrambling to save his life. forcing Ma Minwan to just. Then Park Jae-wong suddenly lunged forward, seizing the opening to land a direct strike. With a sharp crunch, the sound of breaking ribs echoed out. Ma Minwan's face twisted in an instant. Beyond the techniques of bare-knuckle fighting, he utilized other arts too. Traditional martial arts share many connecting principles, mixed within the standard boxing. A signature move often used by boxing champions, known as the American hook. Park Jae-wong struck with full force. The strike landed. Everything shifted to a high-contrast negative. Within Ma Min-wan's horrified gaze, one punch sent Ma Min-rung flying more than 10 meters. Park Jae-wong inched closer, slow and steady. "Where is that punk, auntie? That murder case from years ago, you already took care of it, right?" Min-rung was furious, but he laughed instead. "Wasn't I the one you backed into a corner? Han Woo should have known from the start this guy was not normal. Why didn't you warn me ahead of time? Why didn't you give me a heads up? That is just not cool. And here I thought we were brothers in the trenches." Suddenly, Min-rung seemed to remember something. "Right, this guy has a fatal weak spot. Kindness." Before he finished the thought, he drove a punch into Park Jae-wong's stomach. Wait, wasn't it the left side? So it was the right side. And when Min-rung swung again, Park Jae-wong slipped in close and dodged past it. The moment you gain the upper hand, you get careless. Once you think you have the advantage, you start getting sloppy. And he uses that opening to steal the win. But all he got back was Min-rung's calm stare. "Sorry, Park Jae-wong. Sorry, Park Jae-wong. I have been waiting for you to get careless." He said it and whipped a kick straight at Park Jae-wong's head. Park Jae-wong looked unwilling, like he could not face his mom. And right then, a shout rang out. Tiger Fist's eyes locked. At the same time, the construction materials blocking the rooftop entrance suddenly shifted. Min-rung and Park Jae-wong both looked the same way. Min-rung and Park Jae-wong turned and looked in the same direction. "Min-rung, so it was your crew. Anyone who lays a hand on the student council is picking a fight with me." The student council president of Lucheng Vocational High School, the so-called reformer, steps in. Kim Sun-chul makes his entrance. By now, these uniforms are stacked wall to wall in the police warehouse. By now, those uniforms have filled the station to the brim, all prepped for the Yeonbaek gang trash. Kim Sun-chul was the first to file an application. From this moment on, all-out war begins. Min-rung turned his head and sneered. "Anyone who touches the student council is challenging you. You did not forget, did you? Your student council president was also set up for you by big bro Han Woo. Since when did you get so responsible? Now you want to play hero and butt into everything." As he spoke, Min-rung lifted his leg again. At the same time, Kim Sun-chul charged at him like a bullet, tiger fists pouncing out of the woods. Bang! Even with his guard up, Min-rung got rocked. Even on defense, Min-rung still got hit. Smack! A phone clattered to the ground. Then Kim Sun-chul flashed in. He unleashed the tiger fist move, driving the mountain back. The non-stop punches left Min-rung with zero room to fight back. Park Jae-wong looked stunned. This guy is seriously dangerous. What kind of style is he using? Min-rung had already taken hits hard enough to crack ribs. How does he still have the gas to keep fighting? The more Park Jae-wong thought about it, the more he hated it. He cannot even finish off one Min-rung. So how is he supposed to take down Han Woo? How is he supposed to get revenge for his mom? This time again, someone else is bailing me out. Just then, at the same time, the phone beside him. Park Jae-wong suddenly noticed the phone lying to the side. "Auntie is calling. Auntie is calling." Park Jae-wong hurriedly memorized the number, and a text came in right after. "Big bro Min-rung, what happened? Big bro Shihang went to find you." Park Jae-wong went pale with fear. Shihang, remember that name? Jung Dao Shuan once gave it. At that moment, Ma Min-wan is sent flying again, gazing at the terrifying expression on Jin Shun Jae's face. Ma Min-wan can only urge Jin Shun Jae to join the Yeonbaek gang, trying to grasp at a glimmer of hope. Jin Shun Jae says sternly, "I do not need any of that. I am going to college." Ma Min-wan laughs in disbelief. "Going to college, that is complete nonsense. You do not mean you have been brainwashed by that Yoon Jae-min, do you?" And right then, Ma Zon-nan suddenly appears. "Tiger fists are not that easy to deal with, you know. So, it would be great if you took me out more often. Don't make me stick around the martial arts studio all the time." Meanwhile, Park Jae-wong raises his fist, preparing for a sneak attack, but notices that Ma Zon-nan's expression remains unchanged. One is single-mindedly seeking revenge for his mother. The other is looking to turn over a new leaf. "I will be the one to settle both of these." The forbidden move, number. The forbidden move, first technique, spark. In an instant, Jin Shun Jae and Park Jae-wong are both stepped under Ma Zon-nan's feet. "Alright, the goons are here, you idiots." Yoon Jae-min's grades have finally improved. He went from third to last in school, up to second to last. From third to last, he climbed to 21st from the bottom. He moved from third to last in the whole school to second to last, with Jin Shi-xian ranked first and Kui Yi ranked 103rd. Although she consoles him on the surface, deep down, she feels it is a bit ridiculous. Even Lee Ji-woo scored 100. Even Lee Ji-woo placed 102nd. Lee Jun-pyung's average score even reached the 90th place. Lee Jun-pyung's average score reached the 90. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not always shared. Yoon Jae-min leaves the study group, feeling dejected. He looks completely frustrated, thinking back to how confident he was before the midterms. He feels utterly ashamed. Meanwhile, teacher Lee Han-kyung is very happy, because Jin Shi-xian successfully ranked first in the school. Soon, teacher Lee Han-kyung arrives at the department head's office. The department head agreed to push for disciplinary action against Pei Han-yu, but the department head has something else to say. In fact, he also knows that Pei Han-yu and his subordinates have always been a chronic problem for the school. Trying to uproot them will inevitably lead to a bloody storm. But if we want to expel Pei Han-yu completely, we need more than just him. We need approval from the principal, the vice principal, or other department heads as well. Teacher Lee Han-kyung's expression darkens slightly. I must have missed something. Teacher Lee Han-kyung's expression darkens. I have checked everything. Teacher Lee Han-kyung's expression darkens. I was clearly certain about the school rules. I clearly double-checked the school regulations. Could I have missed something? The department head is silent for a moment. If there is no suitable candidate, even getting the student council president's consent would work. Teacher Lee Han-kyung's eyes light up. That is perfect. Isn't the student council president Jin Shun-jae? Teacher Lee Han-kyung quickens her pace toward the student council office. I must get Pei Han-yu expelled as soon as possible. But soon, the scene before her makes her fall into despair once more. The student council members are all lying sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Pei Han-yu appears. Teacher, are you looking for the student council president? You should meet the new student council president. And at this time, the new president, Qian Shiyao, is currently facing off against Yoon Jae-min. Led by Yoon Jae-min, the student council members all look worried. That guy can actually take care of him and Park Jae-wong in an instant. Those two's very existence. He practices Jeet Kune Do basics and Wing Chun, a combat machine specially cultivated by the Yeonbaek gang. Yoon Jae-min, can you really do this? Facing the charging Qian Shiyao, Yoon Jae-min just raises his hands into a fighting stance. A single look makes Qian Shiyao retreat several meters. Qian Shiyao finally realizes that Yoon Jae-min is no pushover. Little did he know, although his Jeet Kune Do basics are considered genius by his master, but his opponent is someone who has mastered the entire style of Jeet Kune Do. And just like that, in front of everyone, the two have been standing completely still, locked in a standoff for 15 minutes. The two have been standing completely still, locked in a standoff for 15 minutes. The two have been standing completely still, locked in a standoff for 15 minutes. Meanwhile, teacher Lee Han-kyung also heard from Bae Han-woo about what happened on the rooftop. Just then a call comes in. It is Yoon Jae-min's mother. She is asking if he has been causing trouble at school. Teacher Lee Han-kyung feels a bit uneasy, but she decides to cover it up for now, and claims that Jae-min's grades are out. It is just that the results were not as ideal as expected. Upon hearing this, cold sweat breaks out on his mother's forehead. Wait, the grades are out already. Teacher Lee Han-kyung is a bit puzzled. Yes, madam, Jae-min is quite sensitive right now. Meanwhile, the two on the roof have been facing off for 30 minutes already. Some students are already bored and starting to yawn. However, Kim Se-yeon is nervously breaking into a cold sweat. However, Kim Se-yeon is nervously breaking into a cold sweat. However, Kim Se-yeon is nervously breaking into a cold sweat. However, Kim Se-yeon is nervously breaking into a cold sweat. Isn't this a duel between masters? To them, every single move could be fatal, so they must keep an eye on every little move the other makes. It is not as simple as guessing a few moves. It is his first time seeing such intense psychological warfare. Just as Kim Se-yeon finishes speaking, a bizarre scene unfolds. A bizarre scene unfolds. Go for it. The two are still standing there, unmoving, but the people around them are cheering desperately. At this moment, teacher Lee Han-kyung is rushing toward the scene in a panic. What the mother said leaves her filled with dread. Jae-min must never be pressured about his studies, specifically when the first and second semester midterm results or final exam results are released. If you mention his grades, this kid becomes completely erratic. His focus starts to wander. He becomes a complete shell of himself all day. He becomes extremely aggressive. In short, whatever you do not let him get into a fight. But it seems it is already too late. How terrifying the boy is on the day exam results are posted, facing the most talented fighter in the Yeonbaek gang. All Jae-min can think about is that he is ranked second to last in the exam. Jae-min's eyes are filled with tears. With one punch, he beats the hoodlum to a pulp. Actually, Jae-min once had a painful experience. It was when he had just started middle school. The teacher asked about his goals. Jae-min wrote on the blackboard that he would be first in the school. At that time, his classmates all looked at him with admiration. But when his results were posted for the first time, ranking dead last made the whole class burst into laughter. And that has continued to this very day, leading to him being extremely sensitive. Every time exam results are posted, this guy is just really unlucky to pick this moment to come knocking. Seeing Jae-min crying, he is a bit bewildered. Why are you crying? Soon he fills in the gaps and quickly imagines a scenario. Very quickly, he fills in the gaps. And quickly imagines a scenario. How pathetic that such a weak creature even exists. The fighter is instantly enraged. He must be looking down on me. With that thought, he rushes at Jaemin again, but despite his ferocious attack, Jaemin defends it all with one hand. He realized that the protagonist's defense was rock solid. There was not a single opening to be found. Finally, his impatience got the better of him, and he exposed a flaw. The protagonist blocked him with a single palm strike to the chest. The forbidden technique. The fourth stance, a zero-range power punch. With a resounding thud, the martial artist was reminded of his master. That was exactly the move the master used back then. It nearly kept him bedridden, but no matter how hard he begged back then, the master refused to teach him. He said bluntly, strength is not something a half-baked punk like him could ever grasp. And now, he felt more stunned than ever. This power, it felt exactly like the master's move. Is this guy really better than me? Everyone says I am the top dog here. I am supposed to be the best. No one should be stronger than me. Unable to accept reality, the martial artist lashed out in a rage. Without hesitation, he unleashed the same move used against Kim Se-yun and others back then. The ultimate catalyst. He lunged at the protagonist without a second thought. At that moment, between him and the protagonist, it was like a tripwire had been snapped. This close, you can't possibly dodge it. But the protagonist's temper flared up again. The shame of getting at the bottom of the class came rushing back. But I studied so hard, unlocking the 10th stance of the forbidden technique. At the same time, Lee Han-kyung suddenly burst inside. She just happened to see the martial artist, paralyzed by fear, cowering on the ground begging for mercy. A second before the protagonist unleashed that move, he felt the brush of death. This guy is on a completely different level. Once the protagonist let him crawl away, he scrambled to escape in a split second. Rumor has it that after that incident, he bawled like a baby. He vanished from the school after that day. The protagonist had a lingering fear. If only I had not used that 10th move. I should not have used the 10th move. I almost unleashed the 10th move. 2 days had passed just like that. The protagonist looked at all the wrong answers in his workbook. Tears welled up in his eyes. I thought this time it would be different. Meanwhile, the martial artist was holed up in his gym, having not eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. Both had returned to their own worlds. What is different about this time? The protagonist stared at the text from his teacher. I am sorry. Then came a knock at the door. He stood up and opened the door. Standing there was a frantic Kim Se-yun. Yoon Jae-min rushed out. The teacher is in danger. Teacher Lee Han-kyung, for some reason, was standing right at the gym entrance, facing off against a group of thugs. The 2 trash bags were watching it all from upstairs. The protagonist jumped onto Kim Se-yun's bike. Operation Save the Teacher officially began. If they wanted to kick out the school bully, he had to be reasoned with. He had to be convinced. The new student body president called a committee meeting. Thinking you can change a potential member of the Yeonbaek gang. That is easier said than done. Teacher Lee Han-kyung made up her mind. She arrived at the gym where he was training. She remembered the words of her senior teacher. A teacher who fears their students cannot truly be a mentor, even if they carry the title of teacher. At the same time, Lee Jun learned of teacher Lee Han-kyung's resolve. All this was to drive him out. You have been fighting this lone battle all along. Opening the study groups. Lee Jun unlocked the door to the study group. The head of the study group. Lee opened the head of the study group. Comrades, I have an important announcement to make. I am announcing something important. Meanwhile, Lee and Lee are watching from the shadows. Kim Se-yun is riding a motorcycle, speeding along with the main guy, the garbage duo, monitoring via drone from the rooftop, watching up close with a drone. But Kim Se-yun is not that worried, because those guys at the dojo are always kind to teachers, but they absolutely hate Lucheng Vocational High School kids. If the teacher is found to be from Lucheng Vocational High School, it could be very dangerous. Sure enough, they did not disappoint Kim Se-yun. Didn't disappoint Kim Se-yun. Just as expected, they did not disappoint Kim Se-yun. Didn't disappoint Kim Se-yun. The punks were instantly furious. Damn it, Lucheng is trying to finish her off. Lee and Lee, hidden in the shadows, could not wait any longer and rushed in. Couldn't wait any longer and charged. The garbage duo operates the drone, distracting the punk's vision. Lee and Lee charged ahead to join. Lee and Lee charged ahead to join in. Soon, the protagonist and Kim Se-yun also arrived at the dojo. But the area around the dojo was unnervingly quiet. They first need to find the Wing Chun dojo where Qian Shichong is. But they soon discovered. Teacher Lee Han-kyung's textbook dropped on the floor. Teacher Lee Han-kyung's dropped textbook. Feels like something bad is happening. Lee gnashed his teeth. I was almost there. Lee gnashed his teeth. Lee gnashed his teeth. I was so close to winning. What the hell was that lady? She was damn impressive. And very soon, they will be taught a lesson by a group of punks. and very soon, they will be taught a lesson by those punks. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Se-yun asked, he did not know either. Where is the Wing Chun dojo? Even if we turn this place upside down, we might not find it today. That is why he had no choice but to come here. This is where Kim Se-yun spent time before. Tiger Claw Dojo. Now the protagonist will go to challenge the dojo, requesting the master to reveal the Wing Chun dojo's location. The first obstacle for the hero is Kim Se-yun's Tiger Claw Dojo's gatekeeper, Wang Qifan. Wang Qifan beckoned Kim Se-yun. Come on, let me put a bigger mark on you. Kim Se-yun whispered to the hero. To see the master, you have to get past the gatekeeper first. That is the rule here. Soon, under the bewildered gazes of everyone at the dojo, the hero slowly raised his fists. Only now did everyone at the dojo finally react. This four-eyed geek wants to challenge us. Wang Qifan was furious. Kim Se-yun actually brought people from Lucheng too, but it is not really a surprise. Those guys from Lucheng, do not they always treat this place as a practice ground? Thinking of this, Wang Qifan charged at the hero in a rage. Tiger Claw's fierce strike. The hero's eyes sharpened. He recognized this move, and also knew how to evade it. Sure enough, the next moment the hero countered. Wang Qifan showed an expression of disbelief, but he recovered his composure immediately. Lucheng actually dared to come to our home turf. We absolutely cannot lose face. Everyone is watching. He focused his energy once again. Tiger Claw's mountain pusher strike. A heavy punch forced the hero against the wall. The dojo members start cheering him on. See that? That is a true fierce tiger pushing a mountain. At his shout, Wang Qifan finally broke through Jaemin's defense. Just as his final blow was about to land, Jaemin effortlessly caught it with one hand. My uncle once said, when practicing martial arts, you must gauge your opponent's strength. Victory is decided by a mere hair's breadth. That is martial arts etiquette. At that moment, Jaemin raised his other hand. But time is tight today. Recalling the essentials of the tiger fist mentioned by Kim Su-chul. Extreme limits, the pinnacle of transcendence. The extreme tiger fist seeks power that transcends all limits. Jaemin delivered his ultimate strike. With a fierce stomp of his right foot, he kicked out. Wang Qifan was sent flying instantly, and slammed hard against the ground. The dojo members were itching for a fight. Damn it, Lucheng, let us take him on together. But Jaemin had already reached them first. He took them down with one kick each. Facing Wang Qifan as he charged back in, Jaemin focused his gaze and threw several punches, then suddenly executed a cool lunge forward. The fifth forbidden move taught by my uncle, the fivefold fierce dragon kicks. Next, Jaemin walked steadily toward the dojo master. So, this is the final stage, right? To rescue Ms. Li Hankyung, Jaemin went on a rampage through the martial arts street in City R. He has now challenged the final stage, which is the dojo master himself. The disciples in the dojo were filled with fury. The master will definitely teach him a lesson for us. Pointing at Jaemin, how dare he stand before the master? At this moment, the master was also trembling with rage. He shouted angrily, shut up, all of you. Have you learned nothing at all until now? That he is able to stand before me now already proves his strength. Those who still do not get it, get out of here. Indeed, what made him angry was not him, but his own disciples, because in his eyes, his disciples had long been blinded by arrogance and prejudice, to the point where they could not even recognize their own strength. Having practiced martial arts for many years, he had developed a keen sense for elite fighters. From the beginning, he could tell that this kid brought by Kim Su-chul was no simple guy. Even though the child was still young, and had only trained for a few short years, his intuition told him that if he were to fight this person, his entire martial arts career would come to an end. The master's face darkened, but despite this, he chose to fight. Martial arts has always been a duel where the winner takes all. Thinking of this, he revealed a smile. Having long been prepared to accept the challenge at any time. He had long been prepared to accept the challenge at any time. The master struck a pose. If I win, I will tell you the location of the Wing Chun dojo. You must pay the price for what you want to gain. Then please enlighten me. Jaemin's eyes flickered, showing a bit of concern. Is that the price I have to pay? As Jaemin kicked out, the master, blocking the attack, smiled, but he was agile, and his power was extraordinary, almost as if Bruce Lee had been reincarnated. Then in an instant he repelled Jaemin. He really liked this guy. That is why he was determined to beat him. Seeing the old master block the attack again, he grabbed Jaemin's arm. He flung the protagonist away. The protagonist crashed heavily into the rack behind him. But in this moment, his mind drifted again, recalling master's words, if he put it that way. If you put in the effort, you should get a reward, right? He had been working so hard. Then the protagonist snapped his eyes open. He picked up the stove nearby. A forbidden move by master, not exactly fair play. At the same time, on the other side, the study group launched a counterattack. Li Ji-hoon, his hands tightly bound. A single flying kick takes one down. Simultaneously, Li Jun leapt up from where he stood. Just as Li Jun was locked in a fierce brawl, Li Ji-hoon had already broken free and charged ahead. Li Ji-hoon had already broken free and charged ahead. Confused for a moment, how did he untie the rope? What? How did he untie the rope? How did he untie the rope? The scissors behind teacher Lee Han Kyung explained everything. Soon, Lee Ji-hoon landed a back throw. Lee Ji-hoon landed a back throw and finished off the last thug. A thud came from inside the room. Outside, Qian Shicheng wondered what that noise was. A thug nearby explained. A group from Lucheng Vocational High was caught by Master. Go get them, they are getting a thrashing right now. Qian Shicheng looked displeased. Why is Master doing something so unnecessary? That guy from Lucheng, I wanted to deal with him personally. Soon a voice called out. Qian Shicheng forced a smile. His father and Master were waiting for him. Qian Shicheng's father introduced him enthusiastically. This is Master Park from the Yanbake gang. This is the agent representative for Master Park of the Yanbake gang. This is the representative for Master Park of the Yanbake gang. Scary stuff. Shicheng's father wants to make Shicheng a part of the Yanbake gang. Then, Qian Shicheng's father lit a cigarette. Then, Qian Shicheng's father pointed past Qian Shicheng. Right, do not go to that school anymore. You know that too. The path you have to take is different from theirs. All those useless things they teach at school. Qian Shicheng's father grinned. What you need to learn now are the skills of a pro. As he spoke, he grabbed Qian Shicheng and headed out. What needed to be done was already clear. Qian Shicheng's master's eyes flickered. Finally, he could not help but blurt out. Wait, he is still young. How about leaving him here for now? But Qian Shicheng's father ignored him. He signaled to Qian Shicheng. Go ahead and say goodbye to your master. Just as Qian Shicheng was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. Where do you think you are going? At this moment, everyone turned to look. In one direction. The study group made their entrance. Lee Ji-hoon crossed his arms. Uncle, was that human language or nonsense you just spoke? You dare show up? Does a student of Jeet Kune Do dare to challenge a dojo? The protagonist gripped the stove with both hands. His eyes were cold. It seemed like even this fight couldn't make him take it seriously. The master opposite him looked at him with envy. He had never seen such stunning talent. If only that talent could be put to good use. Then, what lay ahead for him would surely be a smooth, open road. So the master asked the protagonist earnestly, what do you want to do in the future? A kickboxer, a gangster, or someone else? The protagonist spoke expressionless. I want to go to university. As he said that, he violently threw the stove. The master swiftly raised his arms to block, but he did not expect the kid to spring into action again. A flying kick. With a loud thud, the master was sent flying over 10 meters back. But the master is no pushover. He lunged at the boy in the next second, still insisting on pestering the boy with questions. You want to get into college with those athletic reflexes of yours, whether it is sports or martial arts. You would definitely be a natural. The boy spoke up. I do not want to rely on my reflexes. I do not. Single quote, I want to get into college with my grades. I want to get into college with my grades. The master flicked the boy away again. Then your grades must be outstanding, right? That remark hit the boy right where it hurts. The boy stood up, unwilling to give in. That is not true, my grades are terrible. The master continued to persuade him. You clearly have such a gift for martial arts. Yet you want to rely on grades to get into college. That is absolute nonsense. The gatekeeper who faced him earlier looked completely bewildered. The gatekeeper who faced him earlier looked stunned. The gatekeeper who faced him earlier. He is actually not interested in martial arts. Why is he not interested in martial arts? He is actually not interested. Then how is he so strong? Following the master's words, the boy's expression darkened. Facing the master's follow-up attack, he crouched instantly. Do you think so too? The boy struck the master right in the throat. His emotions shifted once more. His mother had actually said something similar back then. Why hold on to something when there is clearly no hope? Is it ridiculous behavior? The boy pinned the master to the ground. A reluctant entanglement. That made his grip even tighter. His mother never cared about his grades anyway. Shouldn't I have given up on school a long time ago? Driven by his emotions, the boy's offensive became even more fierce. And just then, a voice suddenly made the boy stop his attack. It was Kim Se-yeon, who had been watching. Yoon Jae-min, you idiot, what are you saying? At the same time, the master, falling backward, began to speak. Holding on even when you know there is no hope. Aren't you the only one in the world like that? Then the master suddenly smiled. That is exactly why. Single quote, yes, because everyone has their own shortcomings. That is why teachers exist. At that moment, the apprentices in the dojo were all in tears. The apprentices were all crying, one by one. Kim Se-yeon finally realized, the master and he, the real reason for the end of their master-student relationship. It was not because he was a student from Lucheng Vocational, but because the master wanted him to go his own way. Soon, with the boy's final strike, the boy claimed victory in this trial. The master struggled to support his body from behind. If you want to make up for your shortcomings, just find yourself a teacher. The boy replied, I already have one. She said she would be back late today. At the same time, the study group finally found Qian Shi Tang. Hearing Qian Shi Tang's father asking Qian Shi Tang to join the Yanbake gang, Li Ziyu gritted his teeth in anger. He actually said he wanted to teach the method of killing people. Is that how a parent acts? Teacher Li Hankyung walked forward calmly. If what you just said is true, then as a teacher I certainly cannot just stand by. Requesting protection for Qianxi Tang's safety from the group. In the next second, the Yanbei gang's fixer has finally showed his hand. You guys are damn noisy. The look on Qian Shishao's father's face. You said you wanted to call JC. Meanwhile, both protagonists also found the location of the Ouchin martial arts gym. They picked up the pace. We have to hurry. Suddenly, a voice called out to the protagonist. It was Wang Qifan, the doorman of the gym. Hey, your glasses are here. Wang Qifan was about to go back when he spun around abruptly. He asked viciously, Hey, how old are you? The protagonist answered, 17. The loud slamming of the door signaled his anger at that moment. Inside the gym at that time, the master of the gym had a sour look on his face. Because once a gym master is defeated, the students will surely lose faith in him and start leaving one by one. That is the rule that has always been. But the expected desertion did not happen. The disciples ran to him with expressions of concern. That guy was so despicable. He actually used weapons. The master did not lose. This match did not count. The old master showed a comforted smile. He finally understood why the protagonist took the weapon back then. Yeah, that guy was too despicable. How kind teacher Hao Jinghua is. Once, to stop the bad blood between Lucheng High and the gym, teacher Hao Jinghua led a group of Lucheng Vocational High students to help out the gym's business. The gym learned that Lucheng Vocational High also had good students. They realized that Lucheng Vocational High also had kind students. Their relationship gradually improved. But with the arrival of Pei Hanyu, everything changed. He blatantly encouraged thugs to invade the gym and caused the tragedy of the gym. The Z-Fire incident. The protagonist sighed after hearing it. That teacher must be very heartbroken now. Jin Shunjie was silent for a moment. The teacher had passed away. Thinking back to when teacher Wu Jinghua gave him a vocabulary book. She was a very kind teacher. The next second, a bang stopped them in their tracks. The two looked terrified. It was the sound of a gun. At this moment, the Yanbei gang's fixer held an SJ in his hand. Still emitting white smoke, Li Jun gazed in shock at the small hole in the wall. Li Ziyu and Li Jun watched in fear at the hole in the wall. Qian Shishao's father started as if nothing happened. Once you make others feel their life is at stake, it is much easier to resolve things. But this scene right now shocked Gan Shishao's master so much that his legs went weak. If it were anyone else, they would have been terrified down to their knees. Already trembling on his knees. If it were someone else, they would have long since had weak legs. But that teacher hugged the child without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, there was not a hint of doubt. The study group was now too afraid to act rashly. Li Jun had a blank expression. Teacher, is that for real? In this kind of situation, they were now nothing but lambs led to the slaughter. Finally, he slowly put the gun back into his pocket. The fixer threatened Qian Shishao's father coldly. Ignoring the noise, the fixer threatened Qian Shishao's father coldly. If I see any sign of JC today, none of you will make it out alive. If you think I am bluffing, feel free to try me. But to be honest, if I really killed you all, things might get a bit complicated. Teacher Han Jing's hand holding the phone was shaking. But if she missed this semester, she likely would not be at this school anymore. She likely would not be at this school either. She likely won't be in this. So this is the last chance. But she cannot let the students be in danger because of her. Li Hankyung struggling with her expression. She could not just watch the bad guys take the students away. Maybe it is time to give up. Just as everyone was feeling helpless, Yoon Jae-min suddenly raised his hand, looking slightly speechless. Come to think of it, who called this crazy Four Eyes here? Witnessing the protagonist take down the solver, Li Hankyung widened her eyes. His face said it all. Qian Shicheng stammered as he spoke. As the solver hit the ground, Kim Se-yun appeared on the scene. Elbow strike, dealing significant damage to the solver once again. Yoon Jae-min looked at Li Jun with suspicion. Did you call these two? In fact, Li Jun did not know who called them either. The protagonist looked around, recalling when the two were about to open the door. Recalling when they were about to open it, he was stopped by the running Kim Se-yun. Kim Se-yun confirmed that the voice heard earlier was. Kim Se-yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although Yoon Jae-min was a bit offbeat, I still want to ask you something. Can you beat those holding a gun? At this moment, the protagonist was facing off against the solver. Qian Shicheng rolled his eyes. If Park Jae-wong gets provoked, he will open fire. The solver reached into his jacket quickly. With a serious look, the protagonist said, I found the one with the gun. Yes, even if it is him, he cannot win. If he is holding a gun, he will lose for sure. But if we charge in now, it is a different story if he does not have a gun. The protagonist quickly slapped his hand away. The solver reached into his jacket. And so, just like that, the solver kept reaching in, and the protagonist kept interrupting. Qian Shicheng's expression was one of shock. Qian Shicheng's expression was one of shock. This unbelievable speed is absolutely devastating. Just what kind of a fighter is this guy? What exactly is this guy? Kim Sun-chul, at the protagonist's side, also faced the solver. Soon, Qian Shicheng rushed out from behind Kim Sun-chul. Soon, Qian Shicheng rushed out from behind Kim Sun-chul. Soon, Qian Shicheng came from behind Kim Sun-chul. But Li Jun seized the opportunity to knock him down with a punch. The study group members all displayed arrogant expressions. All right, the tables have turned now. The solver rubbed his knuckles. Who exactly are you people? The protagonist gestured for him to come on. The study group. Who exactly are you? Facing the solver's question, the protagonist answered the study group quite seriously. The solver scratched his head. The study group is quite an interesting name for a club. Times have indeed changed. The protagonist was slightly confused. It is not a club. It is a study group that studies together. The solver was speechless. What kind of joke is this? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket again. But once again, he was interrupted by the protagonist. The solver finally realized. So this guy had been staring at my hand the whole time. So he quietly extended his leg and kicked the protagonist in the chin. Then he jumped up high and slammed the protagonist's head into the ground, solving that. But he also smashed his glasses. The solver reached into his jacket and pulled out a phone. I just wanted to get my phone, that is all. How would I represent a threat to a high schooler? Opening fire, right. Yet moments later, he was shocked to find his right hand trembling uncontrollably, just as he was about to give his crew the order to assemble. Yoon Jae-min's fist reached his face. The strike sent him reeling backward. Yoon Jae-min wore a chilling expression. Didn't he say he would not use that thing anymore? Well, then I guess I can really cut loose now. The father watched the two of them fighting behind him. It is rare to see an agent this excited. He should at least leave behind a few memories. Everyone needs at least one memory of fighting a classmate. Taking them down 3 at a time should be quite enough, right? Yoon Jae-min slowly stood up. Of course, I got a bit careless just now. These guys were not even enough for a warm-up. The study group was stunned. Is this for real? He is taking on 3 of them at once. Within seconds, Yoon Jae-min rushed forward. The master's forbidden second technique, Wolf Breaker. A powerful strike that sent the study group into chaos. Yoon Jae-min's father laughed. That is my boy, indeed. But Yoon Jae-min's first glance was aimed right at his master. I hope I did not disappoint you, master. But the master quickly called out a warning. That is exactly Kim Sun-chul's style. The tiger's claw attack had already come. Yoon Jae-min dodged it narrowly. But at the same time, Li Jun kick came flying. Simultaneously, Li Jun kicked in. But at that same moment, Li Jun also struck. What a sneaky move. Then I will try a Li Jun kick as well. Before Yoon Jae-min could react, he was already caught in a grip. Combat judo. Both legs swept up, waist twisted with a throw. Li Ji-woo clenched his fists with satisfaction. Don't you dare look down on me, you little brat. At the same time, the fight between Yoon Jae-min and the fixer reached its peak. The fight between Yoon Jae-min and the fixer reached its peak. The battle entered its most intense phase. The fight between Yoon Jae-min and the fixer reached its peak. The fixer aimed a punch at him. Why are you getting in our way? Yoon Jae-min replied, because that guy is the student body president, and there were other matters waiting for him at school. Immediately after, he dodged another punch. A brutal strike left the fixer's face distorted. He wants to help us get rid of Bae Hung-woo at school. The fixer felt a shock inside. The son of the boss of the leather jacket crew stood there. The son of the boss, Bae Hung-woo's successor. Bae Hung-woo's son, Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng-ji was thinking about this kid's talent. Recalling this kid's talent, Lu Cheng-ji. Thoughts churned in his mind, Lu Cheng-ji's mind. Thoughts flashed in his mind, Lu Cheng-ji. A vision of the future suddenly appeared. Thinking of the fixer, he pulled out his weapon. The ominous barrel aimed straight at Yoon Jae-min. I have seen a certain future, and you have the absolute power to make it a reality, and you shall become the enemy of the Yeonbaek gang. The study group looked on in pure horror. Li Jun panicked and shouted, pulling out his phone. Kui switched to plan B, but at that moment, the fixer's hand was already on the trigger. With a sudden bang, the room plunged into total darkness. It was Kui who had cut the power source. Kui softly muttered, not sure which circuit it was. So she just pulled them all. So I pulled them all down. At this moment, not only was the fixer blinded, it was the same in every other part of the gym. A chorus of complaints could be heard. Kim Se-yeon signaled Kui to run fast. Someone might be coming this way. This was their plan B. Once the fixer aimed his weapon at the citizen, they would cut the power. But this also means the plan to get rid of Qian Shihu is off. The study group members slowly started to leave. But the crazy part is, the protagonist dragged Qian Shihu out too. The study group members were stunned. Why did you bring him out? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The solver looked at the empty room. Looking a bit dazed, a normal person would be frozen in fear, right? Honestly, this is the first time I have seen such a bold guy. If he saw correctly, that guy was clearly prepared to hide. The unconscious Qian Shihu was carried out by the protagonist. Waking up, he jumped off the protagonist's shoulder. He looked around, a bit confused, and caught sight of the request form that teacher Li Hankyung had dropped earlier. Qian Shihu was suspicious. What could this Li Hankyung plan be? The protagonist explained from the side. He wants to kick Pei Lanyu out of school, and wants a student like you to cooperate. Qian Shihu gritted his teeth in anger. Isn't Pei Lanyu a friend of Ming Huan? A friend of Ming Huan. You want me to betray my brother? I would rather die than do such a thing, you punk. But soon, a round of applause rang out. Not bad for my little brother. It was Ma Minwan. Behind him were the members of the Yanbaek gang, and their target was not just the protagonist. Their target was not just him. There was also Qian Shihu. Ma Minwan gave a wicked smile. Your lies have all been exposed. My dad is currently leading a group of men to find your master. Dad is very angry right now. Your master might end up dead. Qian Shihu's eyes widened. Why? The protagonist did not even think. He just kicked the solver right in the face. The protagonist spoke, though he did not know the situation. But teacher Li told me, I must take Shihu away, otherwise his master would be very sad. Hearing the protagonist's words, Qian Shihu's expression changed. Although the person involved did not understand what Ma Minwan was saying, but he heard a very important keyword. Master might die. The plan to purge Pei Lanyu includes me too. At this moment, Ma Minwan's father was leading, sieging Master Yingchuan. Ma Minwan's father muttered to himself, Aren't you going too far, Master Yingchuan? Because of his rage, the hand holding his phone would not stop shaking. Yes, Qian Shihu is not his biological son. Yes, Qian Shihu is not his biological son. But his adopted son. Ma Minwan did not have the talent to be the boss. He could not even surpass his father, could not even surpass the boss's son. He knew that even though ZZ was founded by them together, but his older brother Pei Yanji could, even at the age of 26, control all the thugs in our city. Walking to this position, even today, it was all because of talent, because he had talent. So ever since he was born, he was destined to become the head of ZZ. So he needed to find a talented guy to help him become the boss. It was at this time that Qian Shihu from the martial arts school appeared. At 10 years old, he had already taken down 6 Yanbaek members. It caught his attention, so he took in Qian Shihu as an adopted son, starting to raise him from zero. And just now, he received a text from Park Jae-wong. 7 years ago, the one who needs to settle the Yanbaek gang is not Qian Shishun. It is his master. Everything for these last 7 years has been one elaborate lie. Inside the room, Li Han-kyung stood blocking the way. Teacher Li Han-kyung inside the room. She is actually busy trying to talk some sense into Master Yinchuan. Although she has not known Qian Shishun for long, as his teacher, she cannot sit by and watch her student go down the wrong path. Speaking, teacher Li Han-kyung grabbed Master Yinchuan's arm. You are the only one who can persuade him. But Master Yinchuan snatched his hand away from teacher Li Han-kyung. I do not know what you want me to convince him of. You want him to do what he truly wants to do. Teacher Li Han-kyung wore a stern expression. But you do not even know what he really wants. Outside, Qian Shishun was at the peak of his combat power. He was trading blows in a tag team fight. If what Park Jae-wong said was true, then his master must be in great danger right now. He needs to end this immediately. Meanwhile, the person standing by, watching the fight, took off his jacket. That guy with the glasses needs to be taken care of. But before he could take 2 steps, Qian Shishun floored him. He fell hard to the ground. Hitting the floor, he thought, this hurts. But he is not like that other guy, possessing talent from birth. As he thought this, he threw a punch, landing square in Qian Shishun's gut. His skill was forged through pure grit and training. Over on the other side, Xiao Lang was already beaten to a pulp by the lead character. But the lead character looked grim. Every single one of these guys fights like nothing I have seen before. Dealing with them is truly a pain. Just then, the other guy appeared behind the leader. Didn't you say you would leave this guy to me? But then, Qian Shishun charged out from behind. I am not finished yet. Qian Shishun shouted. Yoon Jae-min, leave this to me. Get out of here. I will handle this alone. Even the leader was stunned by how tough these thugs were. Yet Qian Shishun insisted on taking them all on by himself. The opponent did not even take Qian Shishun seriously. He grabbed his clothes, ready to pursue the leader. Qian Shishun tried to block him. Distracted, he was immediately struck by one of the thugs. Distracted, he was immediately struck. Distracted, he was immediately struck by one of the thugs. In an instant, he was surrounded by the gang. Every thug here was a formal member of the Yanbaek gang, each of them a big shot in the criminal underworld. But Qian Shishun remained completely unfazed. He had to stop these guys. He had to stop these thugs. He could not let them attack his master from behind. On the other side of the scene, his worry for his master seemed entirely unnecessary. Master Yinchuan, one after another, Master Yinchuan knocked them down. Master Yinchuan, those hit by Master Yinchuan, could barely stand back up. Park Jae-wong chuckled. Master Yinchuan, didn't you say Qian Shishun surpassed his master? Why does he seem so far behind you? But we have the numbers here. Finishing you off is only a matter of time. Manager Park wore a look of mockery. I told you so. If that guy were really that formidable, why would he still be taking orders from me? Looks like he really is just trash. These words prompted Master Yinchuan to fall into a memory. He used to take care of all the punks causing trouble at the gym. Though life at the gym was peaceful enough, it felt like he lost the spark in life. And that was when he just happened to run into a kid who reminded him so much of himself. The kid was all alone in this world, did not even know how to use chopsticks, and whenever he saw him, he was always covered in bruises. Always covered in bruises. And every time he saw him, he was beaten up. It was as if he was constantly hurt. Back when he was a kid, holding up a chicken leg, because the older boys said they would feed me if I took the hits. Master Yingchuan's gaze trembled. He could not help but picture the kid being bullied. Who on earth did this to you? But the kid was so optimistic, it was frustrating. I have no money and no strength. For someone like me, who has nothing, this is just how I survive. Master Yingchuan looked at him with a deep, meaningful expression. As the kid walked away, isn't that just like me back then? After thinking it over at the Tiger Fist gym, he decided to take the boy in as his disciple. Master Yingchuan said quietly with his back turned, Manager Ma, you think that kid will do exactly as you say? Manager Ma, you say that kid listens to you. Not at all, you knew nothing about that kid. You had absolutely no clue about him. I did not actually like that kid at first. Do you know why I ended up taking him as an apprentice? Master Yingchuan recalled how the kid looked during those times. Then a small smile appeared, thinking back to the kid. That fierce, vicious look he had when he was alone. Because that kid knew how to wait for the perfect moment. Wouldn't it have been nice to just take those guys away quietly? Although I told you a lot of lies. My training did not fail you. Meanwhile, on the other side, the kid looked wild and disheveled, like a demon descended upon them. Didn't you say whoever's the toughest is the boss? Come on, bring it. You bunch of losers. The kid lunged forward. Each punch landed like something out of an action movie, but this level of intensity had him breaking into a cold sweat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there is 7 of them. Even more than last time. Taking on 2 is already my limit. Then there is only one way. I have to push past my own limits. He pinned one down. Once he had him, it was a total beatdown. But soon, another thug kicked him away. He was met with a flurry of kicks. As he got hit, a flashback flooded his mind. The first time he ever heard the word boss. From watching the movie Fist of Fury, he asked his master what a boss was. His master told him, it is the strongest one. Whoever is the best, they are the boss. If you are the boss, you do not let anyone push you around. His master told him, you do not need to endure it. You need to become the strongest, so that no one can look down on you. That is your way of surviving. The kid gritted his teeth. Then, he suddenly threw an uppercut, taking down one of the thugs, dancing and weaving through the chaos. Each hit meant the thugs were not getting back up. I told you to call me boss. The third move of his master's band techniques. Facing the very last one. Facing the last small fry. With a final, desperate punch. Soon, all the thugs were lying on the ground. The kid was gasping for air. Damn it, I have got to run to catch up with Yoon Jae-min. That is the only way. Damn it. I have to hurry and catch up to Yoon Jae-min. But he collapsed from pure exhaustion. Meanwhile, the master was still tracking the protagonist. The master muttered to himself, he must have gone back to the gym. I am going to take care of him myself. Little did he know, Yoon Jae-min suddenly lunged from the corner. You do not really think you can beat me, right? This punk sure has some nerve. He actually dared to go after him alone. Jae-min emerged from the shadows. With just one punch, he sent him flying. You do not really think you can beat me, right? The opponent suddenly remembered something. Someone had said something similar to Jae-min before, but that person was from a different territory. A senior officer in the gang. He said that because he knew he would definitely win. So why is a mere student brave enough to say that? Why is a mere student brave enough to say that? But then, why do I feel the same tension as I did back then? Jae-min tossed away the gun he had just snatched. No time left. Let us finish this quickly. Having been an officer in the gang for years, through his keen sense for people's emotions, he saw this guy was not just bluffing. He meant every word he said. The opponent stared at Jae-min nervously. He finally understood why he could hold his own against Jae-min earlier. It was because he had a weapon. When Jae-min dropped his guard, he would not even be a match to trade blows. It was completely one-sided. Under the opponent's terrified gaze, Jae-min said, you are pretty tough. Looks like I need to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, the master by Jae-min's side was also getting exhausted from the fight. He was covered in bruises and struggling to stand, but many armed thugs were still closing in. Manager Park wore a smug grin. How about that? My guy's blade skills are not half bad, right? Why did you lie to me back then? But the master had no choice, though he seemed cold-hearted. He always had one eye on his student. He saw how desperate Jae-min was for a home. Soon, a thug snuck up from behind, and in that very moment, an iron rod struck the back of his head. An iron rod struck the back of his head. An iron rod struck the back of his head. An iron rod suddenly struck. Teacher Lee Han-kyung watched in horror. Although she was trembling in fear, she still encouraged the master. Don't give up. Manager Park finally lost his patience. He ordered his men to take them both out. Meanwhile, Jae-min was still beating his opponent. Do you look down on Jae-min? Uncle once said. The Wing Chun master was Bruce Lee's teacher. Without Wing Chun, there would be no Jeet Kune Do. Is this outdated martial arts? Uncle's forbidden technique. The first strike is a brutal pummel. With a few quick punches, he left the opponent reeling. Even as a student, you can't call your own master's art garbage. Jae-min remembered that master from the Tiger Gym. Among those masters, there was not a single one you could look down on. The opponent finally felt the difference in their strength. He began to struggle desperately, crawling to retrieve the gun on the floor. Perhaps Manager Park was right. Perhaps there was no better way to settle it than with a gun, even if it caused a stir in the whole city. Because if he did not get rid of this guy, the entire Yeonbaek gang would be threatened. In a flash before Jae-min's terrified eyes, a dark muzzle was aimed right at him. But the sound was not a gunshot. It was Jae-min who rushed over and kicked the gun away. Jae-min glared with a fierce expression. I told you I would catch up. Simultaneously, they shouted their battle cry. Master's forbidden technique. The seventh and fourth moves of the forbidden technique. A strike performed by both of them to knock the master unconscious. Meanwhile, elsewhere, teacher Lee Han-kyung is cornered by the thugs. Thrown against the wall, she collapses, unable to hold on any longer. Struggling to stay conscious, she whispers, Master, you cannot give up. Please, hold on a little longer. Just as teacher Lee finishes speaking, the door behind Manager Ma creaks open. A figure appears behind the door. Manager Ma turns around, confused. What is that? Before he can finish, he is kicked against the wall. He loses consciousness on the spot. The thugs who were acting tough a moment ago are now scared stiff. It is the hero, here to save the day. Just how evil is Ma Min-won? After the hero and Se-yun handled the master's situation, Se-yun has exhausted all his strength and cannot get up. The hero has to save the day alone. And right at that moment, Ma Min-won saunters over and spots the weapon on the floor. Ma Min-won places his foot on the unconscious master's head. Is Yoon Jae-min really that impressive? Or were you just weak from the start, old man? Regardless, Yoon Jae-min, you really are something else. I owe you one. Ma Min-won pauses. He spots Se-yun lying to the side. Se-yun lies to the side. He notices Se-yun lying to the side. Min-won looks down at Se-yun from above. You have changed, have not you? Taking down 7 members of the Yeonbaek gang. Not bad at all. Se-yun is trembling with rage. Brother, why would you do something like this? Ma Min-won tilts his chin, his eyes showing no hint of emotion. He knew this guy trusted him from the very beginning. If it were not for this guy, he never would have reached Master Yingchuan. He had been planning it all since that moment. First, by taking down Master Yingchuan, and getting evidence that the Yeonbaek members were taken care of. His goal was to have his dad adopt Se-yun, and today, he reveals it all. Se-yun still cannot believe what he is seeing right now. Why would the brother he trusted the most expose the truth like this? Why would you betray us? Didn't we promise to be family? Ma Min-won smirks. Are you that curious? At that moment, the hero charges into the crowd. Punch after punch, punch, moving through the thugs as if no one were there. Jumping in place. Mid-air 180-degree turn, flies up to clear the way. Mid-air 180-degree turn, flies up, a punch to clear the obstacle again. Mid-air 180-degree turn and flies up. Mid-air 180-degree turn to fly up, another punch to clear the path. In mere minutes, he reaches Master Yingchuan. Master Yingchuan is shocked and asks how Se-yun is doing. The hero recounts everything that just happened and Se-yun's feat of taking on 7 foes. Was he really that impressive? No matter how hard teacher Lee tries to tutor me, I am still unable to fully absorb it. But Se-yun is different. He is a genius who works hard. The hero faces the incoming thugs without breaking his stride, looking back. You should be proud to have a student like him. The master displays a smile he has not shown in a long time. The master reveals a long-lost smile. Geez, I really am a guy like that. I really am that kind of person. Brother, you can still smile even at a time like this. I can still smile even at a time like this. I can still laugh even at the very end. I can still smile even at the final moment. I still have to thank the old man from the Tiger Fist dojo. Let her take him as her student. She truly finds it amusing. Master Yingchuan is suddenly fired up. She charges at the thugs alongside the boy. She still hopes to see that student bring her more surprises. In the next moment, Master Yingchuan suddenly starts bleeding. Hope turns into absolute despair in this instant. The boy's eyes widen. Who is it? A shadow stands at the entrance. A shadow stands at the entrance. A shadow stands there. A shadow stands at the entrance. The shadow stands there. Park Jae-wong wears a joyful expression. Back then, when faced with Qian Shichao's question, he answered, since you are so curious, I will tell you. The reason I did that was... Meanwhile, back at the base, Pai Hyu opens. The shoebox Park Jae-wong brought back was empty. It is because I wanted to be honest. Park Jae-wong shows a smug expression. Teaching those lousy punches. What is the point of teaching those lousy punches? What good are those lousy punches? It is so annoying. Being straightforward is better. Indeed, he hates settling things with violence. He looks down on those who teach fighting. So the fighting techniques taught back then, he never took them seriously. Rather than comparing fists to see who is stronger, he prefers striking where it hurts the most. Master Yingchuan gasps. Past events flicker through his mind like a flash. Perhaps I should not have let him. Shi Chao made contact with them, but because of a moment of pity, it turned into today's tragedy. Park Jae-wong looks insane right now. That is right, strike at his weak spot, and you hold the advantage. But the whole scene is absolute chaos now. Park Jae-wong's father struggles to open it. How could you do that? Park Jae-wong gloats to his father. I see you need some help, so I will give you a hand. Look at Master Yingchuan. Down in one hit from me. Just say Park did it, and it will be fine. The boy watches as Master Yingchuan falls. Suppressing his rage, he asks, why did you do this? The boy takes down the two thugs right next to him. In a flash, he rushes toward Park Jae-wong. Park Jae-wong puts on a provocative face. Weren't you even listening? As he speaks, he blocks the boy's attack. He raises his hand and strikes the boy's head hard. The boy rubs his head and lands another kick. Park Jae-wong threatens him. Don't you care about that old lady over there anymore? She is still barely hanging on. There is still time to rush her to the hospital. As he knows him, he knows Yoon Jae-min is someone who values loyalty. He knows Yoon Jae-min is deeply sentimental. He knows Yoon Jae-min values loyalty above all. This is his weakness. The boy clenches his fists, trembling all over. He chooses to give up, to save Master Yingchuan, but he did not expect Park Jae-wong to raise his hand again. That monster, Yoon Jae-min, can he be taken down by me? But he failed to notice that a drone had recorded everything. In the back, a drone had captured it all. Soon, footsteps could be heard approaching. Lee Ziyu and Lee Jun press him down. Lee Ziyu casually tosses it to Kim Se-yun.